MS simulated the battle room, and there were wailing sounds from time to time. Every defeated ace pilot hugged his head and howled when he walked out of the simulated cockpit. Then Li Xiang entered the simulated cockpit full of confidence, was defeated in less than 5 minutes, and walked out of the cockpit decadently. She couldn't believe it. Where did the boss find a MS driver who was stronger than her? It's really worthy of being one of the internationally recognized top 10 MS pilots. Even our genius girl was defeated in less than 5 minutes. It doesn't take 5 minutes to defeat our talented girl. This record was only achieved by the boss before. I also remembered what you said. It is true that only the boss could do it before. Now Anton, one of the top 10 aces, also has such a record. Doesn't that mean that the boss also has the strength of the top 10 MS ace pilots? Anton's record ranking has been rising steadily. The current record is 42 wins in 42 battles, without a single defeat. Anton has been very excited these days. Although he hasn't driven the real Gundam yet, the MS simulated cockpit allows him to feel the unparalleled performance of the Gundam. In a few days, I played all the Gundams, and each Gundam has a different combat style. Sister Tao Xiang and brother Yu Baixue went on vacation together and just returned to the mother base. Except for Yu Baixue, the three of them were dragged to the MS simulation battle room by other ace MS drivers. The three of them listened to the cries of other ace drivers on the way. It turned out that all the MS ace drivers were abused by Anton. Anton was killed. Li Xiang was the first to play and was the first to be killed. Then to Tao Xiang, the choice of Gundam is the Z Gundam she is used to, and Anton chooses Dual Gundam. The moment when the two Gundams clash. Anton's evaluation of Tao Xiang is excellent. This is very strong, much stronger than the previous ace pilot. The two Gundams are staggered from each other. The beam sabers fight each other, and at the moment of separation, they shoot each other with beam guns. Both flash perfectly. Damn it, this driver is so strong. He deserves to be one of the top 10 MS ace drivers recognized internationally. Tao Xiangdo's sweat dripped down her cheeks, and she felt more and more pressure. She found that Anton's strength was more than that, and she couldn't gain the upper hand even if she tried her best. Z Gundam swept his sword towards Dual Gundam. Dual Gundam flipped like a gymnast to dodge the attack, and flipped to the top of Z Gundam. Oops! Tao Xiang exclaimed as she watched the Dual Gundam upside down on the top of the screen, and she couldn't return to defense with her waving hand. Dual Gundam slashed with a sword. Z Gundam could only block the sword with the other right hand holding the beam gun, and the beam gun was cut in half directly. When the Z Gundam wanted to dodge backwards, Anton didn't give the opponent a chance, and the other hand of the Dual Gundam held a beam gun, aiming at the Z Gundam's head and shooting. Z Gundam was shot in the head, and the screen in front of Tao Xiang appeared blind, and Tao Xiang still wanted to resist. But Anton didn't give her a chance to resist, and cut Z Gundam in half with a single sword. Tao Xiang lost the 8-minute battle, and Yu Yangshan was next. In the end, Yu Yangshan was also defeated by Anton. But in terms of process, he was defeated after 9 minutes. Anton stepped out of the simulated cockpit and said, "Who else?" All the ace drivers looked at each other face to face. It seems that we can only ask the boss to dispatch. Anton was a little surprised and asked, "Boss, can he also drive mobile suits?" Yu Yangshan replied, "The boss is the most powerful person here." Anton was taken aback and said, "No way. I thought the boss was a scientist and a medical doctor with superb medical skills, but I didn't expect the boss to be an MS ace driver." Yu Yangshan said with adoring expression, "Humph, our boss is like a god." Everyone at the scene agreed. The boss is here. Long Fei just came to the scene, watched the video recording, and found that Anton ranked first and won all battles. Anton challenged Long Fei. "Boss, I want to fight with you, accept my challenge." "Sure." Long Fei chose Lady Justice. Anton chose Astaroth, and both of them also chose their own weapons. As soon as the two confronted, the ace driver who watched the scene immediately boiled. The two Gundams crossed and collided with each other, like two green and white meteors colliding and staggering each other. The speed was so fast that many people could hardly keep up, and the beams flew across each other. The speed and response of the two Gundams are getting faster and faster. Anton not only became more and more excited as he fought, but even became more and more aware of space. Both Gundams can make difficult movements to attack each other and dodge each other's attacks. Is this Anton's real strength? The boss has been fighting for so long, but he still hasn't won. But having said that, we have fought against the boss before, but the boss has never fought to such an extent. Doesn't that mean that the boss has never shown his true strength? All the ace pilots watched the battle between the two Gundams intently on the screen. The moment the two Gundams staggered from each other many times, they kicked each other and retreated. Then the two Gundams fought each other again. Then, the two Gundams hit the meteorite field. The two pilots used the local environment as a cover. Sometimes it's like a gopher, popping up and attacking each other. Sometimes it's like I hit and run. At this time, Anton seized the opportunity and rushed to the back of the Lady Justice. An ace driver looked puzzled and asked, "Anton, why didn't you shoot the boss?" Tao Xiang, who was beside her, answered, "Once you shoot, the boss will immediately find out and dodge, so Anton must rush to the opponent's back at this rare opportunity to deal with the opponent." At this moment, Long Fei sensed a sense of crisis coming from behind and immediately kicked Astaroth in the head. The Goddess of Justice Gundam immediately fired a GN rifle, and Anton's reaction was also very quick. The moment he was kicked, Astaroth threw the big sword in his hand at the Goddess of Justice. The GN beam shot through the cockpit of Astaroth, and the great sword pierced through the cockpit of the Lady Justice at the same time. The result was a tie. Anton walked out of the cockpit, gave Long Fei a thumbs up, and praised, "You are worthy of being the boss. Your strength can be tied with the strength of the top 10 MS Ace pilots. It's just a lucky draw. If I used another Gundam, I would be the loser." Anton shook his head and said, "Boss, I have to tell you the truth. If I hadn't received your Alea consciousness system surgery, I would not be able to beat you." All the ace drivers on the scene looked at Anton, not understanding what he meant. Long Fei raised his brows and asked, "Did you sense spatial cognition?" "Yes, but only by driving the two Gundams of Barbados and Astaroth can I sense spatial awareness." "Aliashi, have you heard this sentence? Do you know what it means?" "I know. It means sacrifice in an ancient language, and the boss you showed me the information of the Alea consciousness system. So although I have the ability to perceive space by accident, I have to pay the price accordingly. Reyes know the limitations of the system. Maybe I will be finished." Long Fei nodded, and then said to all the ace pilots, "I'm here to inform you that there will be new techniques for you to learn in a few days, but all of you will fight with Anton again in the next few days." A few games. In an instant, all the ace drivers on the scene wailed, Wow, I don't want to be abused again." Anton said to all the ace drivers, 2 against 1 is fine, and 3 against 1 is also fine." The ace driver who was howling at the scene calmed down and looked at his colleagues, thinking that this was feasible. As a result, not long after Long Fei left, countless wailing sounds came from the scene. A high-level meeting of military generals of the Wanluo Federation. Many generals frowned, watching the battle on the screen. The location of the battlefield is inside an abandoned meteorite. A group of pirates was massacred one-sidedly by the Tianyi mercenary group. At this time, a Tianyi mercenary wearing a Spartan battle uniform rushed into the enemy's formation and killed all sides. Several mobile suits from the pirate group were about to attack this mercenary. AMK-2G Gundam rushed to the scene, destroyed several pirate MS, and then opened the cockpit, which was empty, and rushed into the enemy's formation, killing all mercenaries and directly entering the MK-2G Gundam. Originally, the red-eyed MK-2G, after the mercenaries entered the cockpit, the MK-2G eyes turned blue, and the MK-2G Gundam bombed the pirates towards the ground. All the generals exclaimed when they saw such a picture. In addition to MK-2G, there are also Baishur, Assault, and Red Heresy. After the battle screen ends, the 5-star General Lazy, who presided over the meeting, looked at all the senior generals at the scene and said, "As you can see, this one-sided massacre battle is actually the Tianyi mercenary group testing their new technology. The information we have so far is that ace MS pilots and special forces with extremely high MS driving skills will equip all Gundams with an automatic operation system. Ace pilots or special forces can use this system to summon Gundams come over." A general with a red beard raised his hand. "Admiral Go Hongxi, please tell me. Commander-in-Chief, was this clip filmed by our spies? Commander-in-Chief Reyes shook his head. No, we currently don't have any spies joining the core of the Tianyi mercenary group, and all of them can be in the periphery at present. This clip is obtained by buying off the personnel in charge of filming. Admiral Guhongxi continued to ask. Then I would like to ask the Commander-in-Chief. The information currently held by our spies is that the Tianyi mercenary group is one of the companies under the Tianyi group. So who is the real leader? Mastered. Commander-in-Chief Lazy smiled wryly. The information we have so far is that the real leader of the Tianyi group is a young man under the age of 25. All the senior generals looked at their colleagues at the same table, and everyone's eye expressions showed surprise, disbelief, shock. And are you playing with me? Rez threw a shocking bomb. Some spies have contacted mercenaries from the mother base, and the information they got was that the Tianyi mercenary group, including most of the technology of the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, came from the mercenaries who were less than 25 years old. Hands of the young boss. Some senior generals at the scene directly complained about whether the country's spies are getting worse and worse. Even a 3-year-old child would not believe this kind of thing. Rez continued. Everyone, I don't know if you remember that Anton, one of the top 10 ace pilots recognized by MS, was seriously injured and paralyzed in a mission and was finally taken away by the Tianyi mercenary group for treatment. It took about a month. Anton returned to normal and moved freely. When many senior generals at the scene looked at the commander-in-chief, their expressions seemed to say, Commander-in-Chief, are you sure you are not joking with us? At this time, a pretty female general with yellow hair raised her hand. Admiral Rosa, please tell me, can Anton be cured because of the treatment in the medical cabin of nanomachines? Rez shook his head and replied, no, the injured must be treated in the first time or the shortest time according to the intelligence of the nanomachine medical cabin for medical treatment. Anton had already passed the optimal time for treatment at that time. It is said that another treatment technique was used, called Alaya consciousness system surgery. Every general on the scene was shocked again, not understanding why a mercenary regiment possessed so many advanced technologies. At this moment, a silver-haired general raised his hand. Admiral Felix, please. Can we send a large force to directly attack the home base of the Tianyi mercenary group to suppress it and take away all their advanced technology? No. In addition to the distance, more importantly, we are separated by many countries. So, is it possible to fight a proxy war? Rez smiled bitterly and said, this is even more impossible. The surroundings of the Tianyi mercenary group's mother base, and even all the sub-bases, are surrounded by weak countries. These countries not only cannot defeat the Tianyi mercenary group, but if they dare to provoke the Tianyi mercenary group, the country will be destroyed every minute. And the lessons learned from the Yoda Democratic Republic are still vivid, and no country will be foolish enough to provoke the Tianyi mercenary group. Admiral Felix continued to ask, as for Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, since they all come from Tianyi Group, they also have relevant advanced military technology. Is it feasible for us to bribe the local country to seize and confiscate them? That's even more impossible. Where the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company opens a branch factory, there will be a branch base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. At this moment, Rosa also raised her hand and asked, where are the other companies in Tianyi Group? The other companies are all private enterprises. According to other relevant laws, the country cannot force them to be seized and confiscated. The senior generals at the scene were all a little distressed. When they learned that there was such an advanced technology in the world, they just couldn't use it. This made them feel a sense of fear that came from nowhere. In addition to the high-ranking generals of the Wanluo Federation meeting to discuss the Tianyi mercenary group, many powerful countries in the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle are discussing the Tianyi mercenary group. The authorities of the Hanxia Empire also wanted to seize the technology of the Tianyi mercenary group. Several colonial satellites are located near the home base of the Tianyi mercenary group. Although they are separated by several countries, if a large army is to be sent to invade, basically no country can protest. However, the Hanxia Empire had some concerns. Many senior generals have conducted military push drills. Now that they have grasped the full strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, if they are to be completely defeated, the Hanxia Empire will lose 70% of its military strength. The Hanxia Empire really won, capturing the advanced technology of the Tianyi mercenary group. The Hanxia Empire simply couldn't digest the technology it had seized in a short period of time, and after a battle that severely damaged its vitality. The Hanxia Empire could not stop the invasion of another powerful country in the north, the Russian Soviet Republic. At that time, the snatched technology will become the wedding clothes, which will be snatched by the other party without any effort. After careful consideration, the authorities of the Hanxia Empire temporarily dropped the idea of attacking the Tianyi mercenary group's mother base. At present, all the powerful countries have their own ghosts. On the other hand, the Tommy's MS mothership developed by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps mother base, after a period of testing and verification, officially became Long Fei's exclusive warship. In addition, 3 Gundams, Wing Gundam, Shenlong Gundam, and Golden Heresy, have been manufactured, now making Hyperion, Aquamarine, and Guthan. Tao Xiang wears a VR headset, and the surrounding scene becomes a virtual battlefield. Tao Xiang held a rifle and borrowed the cover to shoot at the enemy. Using the small propeller behind the Spartan suit, she jumped to the 3rd floor. Run fast to avoid enemy fire. When rushing to the balcony, use the propeller behind you to jump up, and the summoning function on the helmet is activated to summon Z Gundam. The moment she landed on the ground, Tao Xiang quickly rolled on the ground, then drew out the pistol at her waist while running and shot, killing the enemies along the way. Z Gundam fell from the sky and landed not far from Tao Xiang. Z Gundam rushed to Tao Xiang, and Tao Xiang also rushed to Z Gundam. Z Gundam automatically opened the cockpit, and Tao Xiang entered the cockpit with a single jump. The Z Gundam with red eyes turned into blue eyes. The Zeta Gundam began to attack the ground target. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. Tao Xiang took off the VR from her head, twisted her neck, and walked out of the simulation room. Then another ace pilot entered the simulation room. Other ace drivers are not practicing shooting at the shooting range. They are working out in the gym or practicing fighting in the fighting arena. Since Long Fei put the new type of MD system developed into Gundam, he started to put it into actual combat and achieved extremely high results. All Gundam drivers must receive training in physical fitness, shooting, and fighting. When Tao Xiang entered the lounge to rest, she also saw Long Fei sitting on the sofa, drinking a sports drink. Tao Xiang sat beside Long Fei and said, "I didn't expect, boss, you also come here to practice. Well, I also hope that my skills can do it. Yo, are you dating?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Tao Xiang's expression. Long Fei followed the voice and saw that Li Xiuqing was joking. To be honest, sometimes when you two stand together, it feels like a good match. Li Xiuqing said half-jokingly. Peachy blush. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said, "I haven't thought about falling in love yet. There are still many things waiting for me to do." The 2 children, Li Xiang and Yu Yangchun, also walked into the lounge. Li Xiang yelled that she was tired and wanted to drink soda, but Yu Yangchun didn't yell tired, but his expression could already tell that he was too tired to talk. At this moment, Long Fei's cell phone rang, and he picked it up to see that it was Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming calling. Long Fei connected and listened to Li Jiaming's report. Long Fei immediately got up and went back to the office. Sitting in the boss chair, Long Fei turned on the computer and connected to the camera in Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming's office. In Li Jiaming's office, besides Li Jiaming, there is also a blonde young man. The blonde young man shook hands with Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and introduced himself. "Hi, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. My name is Lev Krivosekov, and I am from the Republic of Russia. I don't know the guests from the Russian Soviet Republic. I don't know if there is anything I would like to entrust to our mercenary group. Before commissioning, I would like to ask Commander-in-Chief Li if he knows the major events that have happened in the Earth's circle recently. You know, the South American Confederate Organization split. A civil war broke out, and then it was annexed by the United States that went north." Lev nodded, and then asked again, "Then do you know which country is the next target of the United States? Do you know what their purpose is?" Commander Li Jiaming thought for a while, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, "I don't know which country the United States will target next, but what the United States wants is probably an electromagnetic track elevator." Bar. Lev asked again, "Which other country owns an electromagnetic track elevator?" "Your Excellency's country, the Hanxia Empire, the Nanyang Alliance, the Great African United Front, and the European and Asian Cross Country." Lev then asked with a smile. Then, Commander-in-Chief Lee, which country do you think has the weakest national power among the countries with electromagnetic orbits in this Earth circle? Well, I don't know. Lev asked again. As far as I know, your mercenary group once took over the commission of guarding the Saint Ana. Do you know the armament of the Uya Cross Kingdom? A little understanding. Most of the armaments of the Uya Crusaders have not been updated. The next goal of the American Tower Lightning Kingdom. Do you think it will be the Uya Cross country? Li Jiaming roughly guessed Lev's hint and said, You want to entrust us to repel the United States, and the Russian Soviet Republic and the European and Asian Cross country have basically nothing to do with each other. Why do you want to help the Uya Cross country? The Uya Cross country is a well-known neutral country and never joins any party. The corner of Lev's mouth twitched, and he said, Indeed, the Uya Cross country and our country do not have an alliance relationship. The truth is that the lips are cold and the teeth are cold. Commander-in-Chief Lee understands this sentence. Orbital elevators. Then they are equivalent to mastering an extra space trade import and export, and the national strength of the United States will gradually increase. And then let the United States get an electromagnetic orbital elevator, which will affect the rest of our Earth circle. This is not a good result for the country. But your country seems to think highly of our Tianyi mercenary corps. Although we defeated the Yoda Democratic Republic, it doesn't mean that we can defeat the United States. The national strength of these two countries is very poor. Heaven and earth. Lev shook his index finger and said, We don't want your mercenary group to defeat the United States, but cooperate with our country to disrupt the deployment of the United States. Cooperation? What do you cooperate with? Lev gestures with his right hand outstretched for money. Then do you know how much Saintess Ana entrusted us? I would like to hear from you. Li Jiaming explained the commission price and conditions at that time. 300 million Earth Circle coins per day. Any loss can be reimbursed by the country. Li Jiaming nodded and said, This entrustment and the conditions given to us are indeed very tempting. But what? We have to know where the battlefield is, and we have to come up with a complete combat arrangement corresponding to the environment and occasion. Lev thought. It seems that this mercenary group dares to take orders casually because of its strong force. He took out a tablet, and a three-dimensional virtual image popped up on the tablet screen, which was a world map. Lev pointed to one place, then stroked to another. Li Jiaming touched his chin, thought for a while, then nodded and asked, When will it start? Next month. Yes, we accept your commission. Lev took out a mobile suit from his pocket and said, Commander Lee, I will give you this mobile suit. My superior will use this mobile suit to contact you and tell you the specific tasks. Okay, happy cooperation. The two shook hands, and the deal was concluded. Lev pointed his eyes at the computer, smiled at Li Jiaming, and left the office. He was escorted by Tianyi mercenaries all the way to the port of the mother base, and sat in his own car. The airship left the mother base. Long Fei was in his office, tapped his fingers on the table, and said in his heart, It seems that this guy has already discovered that I have been watching. Li Jiaming sent a contact request. Commander-in-Chief, I will not interfere with your decision for the entrustment of the Russian Soviet Republic. The Torres must be put into that entrustment to test its actual combat capabilities. The USS Torres, surrounded by 2 USS Albion, followed by 6 destroyers, 8 frigates, and 2 suppression landing ships. Colonel Shrek, as the head of the fleet, was incorporated into the commander of the 1st Brigade Fleet of the Mother Base. The destination of this trip is the Russian Soviet Republic in the Earth sphere. On the 7th day after Lev Krivosekov left, the mobile phone handed over to Li Jiaming received a call from Lev's superior. After listening to the assignment of Lev's superior, Li Jiaming began to arrange the next series of things. Colonel Shrek sat on the captain's chair, holding the mobile phone Li Jiaming gave him, waiting for Lev's superior to contact him. On the MS Mothership Torres, Long Fei was in the simulation room to conduct an ocean simulation battle with sisters Taoxiang, Yuyan Chun, and Dong, and several other MS Ace pilots. The phone in Shrek's hand rang. Your Excellency, you are Colonel Shrek. It was a young man's voice, and Shrek was a little surprised when he heard it. Yes, I am. We will have our warships guide your fleet into the electromagnetic orbital elevator later. Good. A domestic frigate of the Russian Soviet Republic, named Snow Bear Frigate, In the bow of the ship stood a handsome young man with brown hair next to a middle-aged captain. The middle-aged captain treated the young with a very respectful attitude. The captain of the frigate was a major, and the handsome young man with brown hair was a colonel. Colonel Alexei, in 15 minutes, we will contact the first fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps Mother Base. Alexei nodded. He really wanted to see the mercenary fleet that could defeat a middle power, and according to the information he had, the fleet he contacted brought Gundam into the battle. Alexei wanted to see the legendary Gundam for himself. 10 minutes later, Alexei and the captain frowned, and the radar soldiers reported that the radar did not detect the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. The captain immediately ordered the electronic telescope to be responsible for the search. Soon, some crew members reported that they had discovered the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. The screen was connected to a remote camera, and sure enough, the 1st Brigade fleet of the mother base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was discovered. Alexei frowned, looking at the Torres MS mothership, watching the battleship emit cyan particles. Alexei asked the captain, "Major, have you ever seen the 2 Gundams of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps emitting cyan particles?" "I have seen them from the photos, and they are called the goddesses of justice and judgment in the news." "Major, do you know the function of the cyan particle?" "It is rumored that the radar and related scanning instruments are disabled." The major's eyes suddenly widened at this moment, and then he looked at the cyan particles emitted by the thrusters of the Tommies on the screen and said in shock, "Could it be that the battleship emitting cyan particles also has the same function?" Alexei nodded and said, 8 or 9 is not far from 10. The communicator reported to the captain, "Captain, the commander of the Tianyi mercenary fleet has sent a communication request. Accept communications." After Shrek and the captain talked to each other, the frigate of the Russian Soviet Republic led the Tianyi mercenary fleet to the electromagnetic orbital elevator of the Russian Soviet Republic. Wherever they pass, there will be a fleet of the Russian Soviet Republic responsible for patrolling, and every warship will find that their radars have failed. The Tianyi mercenary fleet followed the frigate into the electromagnetic orbital elevator. After landing on the Earth, the Tianyi mercenary fleet followed the frigate to a snowy city near the sea. The name of the city was Loria Sea City. There is also a military port base next to the sea city of Loria. Under the lead of the base's MS, the Tianyi mercenary fleet landed at the arranged location. There were many soldiers on the base. Seeing the cyan particles emitted by the USS Torres of the Tianyi mercenary fleet, the soldiers all rushed to take pictures with their mobile phones. Many base soldiers watched the Tianyi mercenary fleet. "Rove, I wonder if the rumored Gundam will fly out of the battleship to meet us. How is this possible? It's not a war. I'm afraid the one who can see the Gundam is the enemy. Hey, you guys don't stand guard. You come here to be lazy." Flash. A group of soldiers who came to watch hurried back to their posts. Colonel Shrek met with the head of the base, Colonel Leonid. "Nice to meet you, Colonel Shrek." "Nice to meet you, Colonel Leonid." Leonid introduced the red-haired youth beside him to Colonel Shrek. "Colonel Shrek, let me introduce this person in charge of this operation, Brigadier General Victor." Brigadier General Victor extended his right hand and shook Colonel Shrek's hand. "Colonel Shrek, this way please. I will personally explain the combat mission." "Sister, do you think I look good in my clothes?" Li Xiang asked in front of her sister in a pink winter dress. "Well, it's pretty." Tao Xiang praised her sister, and she also wore a pure white winter coat. The 2 sisters walked out of the room and saw Long Fei wearing a black windbreaker in the aisle. "Oh!" Li Xiang immediately covered her mouth and then shouted to Long Fei, "Captain Long." Long Fei looked at Li Xiang and called him. "What's the matter, Li Xiang?" "Captain Long, are you going out?" "That's right. The mission is going to start in 3 days. Anyway, it's rare to come to the Republic of Russia. In these 3 days, let's have fun in this sea city of Loria." Li Xiang invites Long Fei to play together. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang. "Captain Long, if you don't dislike our 2 sisters, we are honored to play with you." "Why would I despise you 2 sisters? Let's go. Let's go together." After Long Fei finished speaking, he shook his head. Long Fei took out his mobile phone to contact the staff in the hangar and assembled his motorcycle with 3 wheels. Long Fei was driving the motorcycle, and Sister Taoxiang sat on the 3-wheeled seat. When the soldiers at the base looked at Long Fei's motorcycle, their eyes showed surprise and envy. Wow, what a cool motorcycle. It's very technologically futuristic. Long Fei arrived at the checkpoint on his motorcycle, took out their passes, and the soldiers at the checkpoint immediately let them go. The soldiers who were in charge of standing guard and checkpoints watched Long Fei drive his motorcycle out of the base. Their eyes were wide open, and they looked at Long Fei's technologically sounding motorcycle. Suddenly the siren sounded, which startled the soldiers. Seeing that the officer was sitting in the Jeep military vehicle, they immediately checked the pass and saluted and let them go. There were 2 men and 2 women in the military Jeep. The blue-haired second lieutenant in charge of driving said, "I never thought that the Tianyi mercenary group would have such a cool motorcycle." The second lieutenant Huang Fanon in the passenger seat said, "However, have you seen the 2 girls sitting on the third wheel next to the motorcycle, and one of them is a little girl?" The 2 female second lieutenants in the back seat looked at the yellow-haired male second lieutenant, and one of the black-haired female second lieutenants said, "Could it be a young soldier?" The blue-haired male second lieutenant said, "It's possible. I heard that human trafficking is legal in the colonial circle. I heard that many mercenary organizations bought some trafficked teenagers as their cannon fodder." The red-haired female second lieutenant frowned as she listened to the conversation of several people, feeling disgust, and disgust flashed in her heart. "Sister, look at the city is so beautiful." Li Xiang excitedly pointed to the snow-covered city not far away. "Well, it's really beautiful." Tao Xiang also looked at the city full of snowflakes and was deeply attracted. "Sister, the meat here is so cheap, and the food is so expensive." Li Xiang looked at the large skewers of meat and the small dish of celery on the dining table, and said to her sister. Tao Xiang also felt that the meat here was too cheap, but the dishes were ridiculously expensive. Long Fei explained, "The Russian Soviet Republic's huge land area is suitable for grazing, but not suitable for growing crops. Many fruits and vegetables need to be imported from abroad, which leads to a huge difference in the prices of their meat and vegetables." Tao Xiang looked at the prices of soda and wine on the menu, frowned, and said, "Their soda is more expensive than wine. The main reason is that most of their land area is covered by snow. Compared with soda, wine can warm the body better, so they not only open more wineries than soda factories, but also many people today, by the way. As for vegetables, although most of them are imported, potatoes are not imported, because they use most of the land that can be planted to grow wine and potatoes are also considered vegetables. Vegetables that absorb the most calories." Then there were a lot of dishes on the table for the 3 of them, all of which were mainly meat, such as roast leg of lamb, meat skewers, steak, a large plate of crabs and lobsters, a small plate of salad, and a large plate of mashed potatoes. Li Xiang was too young to drink, so she ordered a large glass of soda for Li Xiang. On the table was a bottle of flesh-colored vodka liquor from the Republic of Russia, with an alcohol concentration of 45 degrees. Tao Xiang asked, "Order so many dishes, can we finish eating? Besides, won't drinking affect our work? There will be other people coming later, and the wine is just to warm up our bodies. Here, don't you think we are very cold even in cold clothes?" Long Fei poured out a small glass and gave it to Tao Xiang. Indeed. Tao Xiang took a sip and drank it down. Her expression was a little ugly. "Wow, why is this wine so strong? Alcohol is not strong at 45 degrees. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei with wide eyes, and Long Fei asked with a smile, "Have you drank it? Is your body warm?" "It's getting a little warmer." At this time, 2 men and 2 women walked into the restaurant, soldiers in military uniforms, and sat at Long Fei's table to order food. Then a few more people came in, and Dong, Zhouya, Zhona, and Pani all sat at Long Fei's table. When the 4 officers saw Anton, their expressions were shocked and whispered. The yellow-haired second lieutenant asked the blue-haired second lieutenant, "And I Bok, didn't Anton say that he was disabled in an accident?" "Karis, how do I know, wow?" The black-haired female second lieutenant asked the red-haired female second lieutenant, "Ivan, did your family hear about Anton? How did Anton stand up?" "Marlena, it is said that Anton underwent some kind of advanced surgery so that Anton can return to normal." Carlos found a postcard with Anton's picture from his military uniform, took the postcard, walked up to Anton, and asked for his autograph. Anton looked at Karis, took the postcard with a smile, picked up a pen, and signed it. Carlos saw a bulge on the back of Anton's neck. pointed at the back of his neck and pretended to ask, "Mr. Anton, what's the matter with your back neck?" Anton's eyes quickly aimed at Long Fei, and Long Fei nodded. This move could not be hidden from Karis. Anton pulled down the back collar, exposing the terminal device, and said, "This is what will make me stand up again." "What is this, please?" Anton smiled and said, "This is a company secret, no comment." Ivan took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his superiors and family under the table. Long Fei's table began to feast on the delicacies on the table, while Iwan stared at the people at Long Fei's table from time to time, especially when he saw a trace of pity flashing in Li Xiang's eyes. Such a young child. The Tianyi mercenary group can be ruthless and throw it into the battlefield. The Tianyi mercenary group is really a bunch of scumbags. Iwan thought in his heart. The dining table came in again, a group of 7 people. The leader, a blond young man in a mink coat, walked over to Ivan when he saw a table full of people. "Ivan, I didn't expect to meet you here." Ivan looked very disgusted. It seemed that she hated this blond young man. "Boris, what are you doing here?" Boris knew that Ivan hated him very much, but he still deliberately said disgustingly, "Of course I come here to eat. Why? Can't the fiancé come to say hello to his fiancée?" "Boris, I have never agreed to a family marriage." Ivan screamed. Everyone in the restaurant saw Ivan's side. Boris continued to tease. "If you don't agree, go protest with your family. Is it useful to argue here?" Ivan's face was flushed with anger, but he was speechless, and the other colleagues hurried to appease Ivan. One of Boris's subordinates pointed to Long Fei's table and said, "Master Boris, don't you think this is Anton?" When Boris saw Anton, his eyes lit up. The family had received information that Anton had undergone some kind of surgery from the Tianyi mercenary group and returned to normal. Boris quickly took out his business card and pressed it in front of Anton. Anton smiled and politely refused. Boris said to Anton, "Mr. Anton, GED, guaranteed delivery, is willing to hire Mr. Anton at a high price." "No. Thank you for your company's kindness, but I am very good here in Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and I never thought about leaving." Anton continued to refuse. Boris still did not give up and said, "Mr. Anton is worried about liquidated damages. Our GD company can be responsible for liquidated damages, and we are more willing to offer a very high salary to Mr. Anton." Anton still refused. "No, no matter how high the price Mr. Boris asks, I, Anton, will never betray the Tianyi mercenary group. Without the Tianyi mercenary group, I, Anton, will be useless in my life. For me, the Tianyi mercenary group is my reborn parents, and it is against my principles to betray the Tianyi mercenary group." Anton also stated his principles. Everyone at Ivan's table nodded and looked at Anton respectfully, appreciating and admiring his principles. But Boris said with disdain for Anton's principles, "Can principles be eaten? Besides, the Tianyi mercenary group is not large. How much salary can they offer you?" Anton stood up directly from the chair, exuding an extremely fierce aura, and said, "Mr. Boris, you are a businessman, and you can give up all principles for the sake of profit, but I, Anton, can't do it. Besides, when I'm lying on the bed when I was in the hospital, did any of you come over to care about me, Anton, and say a word of condolence? Not a single one. The Tianyi mercenary group accepted me and let me be reborn. Now that you see me reborn, you want to pick up a ready-made one. Do you think I'm the same as you businessmen? For money, you can break your promise." In the last sentence, Anton slapped the table heavily with one hand. Boris was taken aback, and he took a step back. Looking at Anton's unreliable, he said angrily, "Mr. Anton, I sincerely invite you. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. At least not yet." Said, a plate hit Boris directly on the head. With a bang, Boris fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands and screaming. It turned out that it was Zhouya who hit Boris with a plate. Boris's attendants quickly helped Boris up, and one of the attendants punched Zhouya in the face. But Zhouya had sharp eyes and quick hands, and subdued the servant with a single arthroplasty. Zhona kicked the subdued servant on the head hard, and the servant was kicked unconscious. Li Xiang watched and clapped her hands. Tao Xiang immediately covered her sister's eyes with her hands. "Don't watch, don't learn." Boris, who was bleeding from his forehead, shouted ferociously, "Bastard!" just as the attendant was about to make a move. Hey, the owner of the restaurant directly stopped them and warned with a shotgun in his hand. If you want to fight, ask me about the shotgun in my hand first, if you agree. Boris and his group saw the shotgun in the restaurant owner's hand and were about to die down. But Long Fei stood up and suggested to the restaurant owner, "Boss, I heard that your Russian Republic likes to use fights to solve things." Long Fei pointed to he proposed an empty table and proposed, "Move that empty table away and have a fight in a temporary ring. Whoever loses will be responsible for the loss of the restaurant and the expenses of the winner and all customers. What do you think of the boss?" All of a sudden, all the customers in the restaurant couldn't sit still, and they all made a fuss. And if there was anything serious, they made a bet. The boss saw that all the customers were so enthusiastic. He nodded. "Yes, but the group of people who just came in, you haven't ordered yet." Boris immediately said, "Give me 10 servings of the dishes ordered by this group." The boss burst into laughter at this moment, and then said, "Okay, then move that table away, and I will be the referee." Ugh! The whole restaurant erupted. The winner, the blue team, wins 3 times in a row. The restaurant owner announced Zhouya's victory. Zhouya gasped a little and received several punches on the face. When Boris was about to send a 4th person, the restaurant owner immediately raised his hand to stop him and asked Zhouya, "You have won 3 games in a row. Do you need to rest and replace?" "Sister, change me. I want to hit someone too." Zhouya high-fives her younger sister to replace her. Anton stood beside Long Fei and apologized. "I'm sorry, my matter dragged you into trouble. Don't worry, we actually want to hit people too." In less than a minute, Zhou Na punched her opponent unconscious. Some of the bettors cheered and some wailed. Boris's last follower came on the stage next and was beaten to the ground by Zhou Na in less than a minute. Boris's face is very ugly at the moment, and he can't fight again and again. If he refuses to play or withdraws, he will be booed by everyone present. Boris can't get off the stage at this moment. Zhou Na hooked her fingers at Boris. The corners of Boris's eyes twitched, and his expression was very ugly. A kick came from nowhere and directly hit Boris's ass. Let Boris stagger into the ring. Ivan hid in the crowd and sneered. "She kicked that kick just now." In the end, Boris passed out with a bruised nose and face swollen by Zhou Na. Then, he took out the credit card on Boris and swiped it. And then many customers took the opportunity to order food and wine. The boss smiled so hard that his teeth could not see his eyes. After paying by card, Boris and his gang were thrown out of the restaurant like garbage. Then, Long Fei brought sisters Tao Xiang to the square. Tao Xiang bought a lot of clothes and toy dolls for her younger sister, while Long Fei bought some souvenirs. Long Fei and Tao Xiang's sisters also saw other Tianyi mercenaries shopping. For all Tianyi mercenaries, these few days are the days of relaxation before they go to the battlefield. The day before departure, Colonel Shrek and Brigadier General Victor led their respective troops to communicate. The exchange of troops is also indispensable to the display of each other's armaments. Long Fei saw the 4 second lieutenants he met in the restaurant a few days ago. Long Fei thought to himself, "It seems that these people are soldiers who fought with us." Many soldiers of the Russian Soviet Republic took out their mobile phones and scrambled to take pictures of the Gundam. Although it was the Hayakushi and Mk2G, many soldiers of the Russian Soviet Republic crowded together to take pictures. If the Tianyi mercenaries hadn't stopped them, these soldiers might have gone to the cockpit to drive the Gundam. Brigadier General Victor looked at his soldier's appearance and smiled apologetically at Shrek. "Colonel Shrek, I made you laugh." "It's okay. There is a word circulating here." Brigadier General Victor asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "The MS driver is only a real driver if he drives a Gundam. The Gundam of your mercenary group. To be honest, many MS pilots in this country are very envious and want to drive the Gundam." Long Fei leaned against a wall, looked at the armaments of the Russian Soviet Republic, and had an idea of the country's armaments. The individual weapons of the battleships, MS tanks, and tanks all belong to equipment more than 10 years ago. In addition to a brand new mobile suit mothership, the total length is 380 meters, and the fixed weapons belong to this generation of weapons. It is estimated to be the most advanced mobile suit mothership in the Russian Soviet Union. Just as Long Fei was about to return to the Torres, A somewhat naive brown-haired male soldier in Ms. Pilot uniform came to Long Fei. "Excuse me, are you Captain Long?" Long Fei frowned, but asked out of politeness. "I am. Who are you? Do we know each other?" "Captain Long, you certainly don't know me, but I know you. You drove a Gundam to stop terrorists in the Dunk Country, and even helped a little sister find her mother." It was only then that Long Fei remembered what happened at that time. He was indeed photographed by the reporter. As long as anyone with the ability will do this kind of thing, it's no big deal. "That's not it, Captain Long. Your behavior has made many of us admire you, especially my sister who admires you very much." "Oh," Long Fei nodded, and returned to the MS Mothership Torres. "Captain Long, wait a minute, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Gorky." Gorky chased Long Fei. "Captain Long, can you tell me what kind of MS Gundam is?" "Captain Long, how many Gundams have you driven?" Long Fei was completely deaf to it. "Brother, what are you doing? It's embarrassing." A beautiful brown-haired girl sergeant ran over and grabbed Gorky. "Sister, it's Captain Long." "Captain Long, huh?" "It's Captain Long, the high-cold Gundam pilot who dealt with terrorists in the country of Donkey." "Yes, that's him." The beautiful girl sergeant caught up with Long Fei. "Captain Long, my name is Ruona, and I'm your #1 fan." Long Fei stopped and looked at Ruona and asked, "What #1 fan?" "Captain Long, you bravely dealt with terrorists and stunk, and helped a little sister find her mother. Later, when you were in the restaurant, you gave food to that little sister, and even glared at the old man who stole the little sister's bread. This makes many of us feel that Captain Long is cold and gentle," Ruona said, looking at Long Fei with staring eyes. Long Fei was still a little embarrassed, so he just said, "It's not a big deal." Long Fei continued to head towards the Torres. Ruona was about to catch up, but was stopped by her boss. "Hello, Second Lieutenant." Huna saluted Ivan. "Sergeant Ruona, don't get too close to these mercenary groups, especially the Tianni mercenary group that puts children on the battlefield." Long Fei was in his room, looking at the combat mission information. The 1st Brigade Fleet of the Mother Base would fight together with the 1st Fleet at the port of the Loria Base. Among the battleships of the 1st Fleet is the most advanced mobile suit mothership of the Russian Soviet Republic, and the name of this mobile suit mothership is Goddess of the Sea. At night, in the official residence of Brigadier General Victor, an elderly man in a wheelchair was talking to Brigadier General Victor in the study. "Grandpa, in this battle, can we really stop America's ambitions?" It turned out that the old man was the grandfather of Brigadier General Victor, and the old man's name was Yevgeny Olginonos. Looking at the snowflakes outside the window, Yevgeny asked his grandson, "Do you know why Grandpa named you Victor?" "Grandpa wanted me to be a winner." "Well," Yevgeny nodded and said, "the arrow that shoots the bow cannot be turned back. This battle can only be won and not lost, and we are not the only ones who want to stop the ambition of the United States and the Soviet Union. Grandpa means that there are other countries that are secretly taking action. The Hanxia Empire secretly took action to help the remnants of the South American allies, allowing these remnants to fight guerrilla warfare and disrupt the deployment of the United States." Victor's mind flashed at this moment, and he asked his grandfather, "Grandpa, are you secretly cooperating with the Hanxia Empire?" "It is better to say that we have a common enemy than that we cooperate secretly. Grandpa, if the Hanxiao Empire is really doing something secretly, then the success rate of this battle will increase a lot. Well, I'm curious whether Gundam is really as powerful as the rumors and images," Yevgeny said with some doubts. "Grandpa, once a battle occurs, I will have people record the Battle of Gundam, and even record the battle data of Gundam as a reference for the development of our next generation MS. And they have also invested in a new type of MS mothership." "Victor will tell Grandpa." Yevgeny nodded after hearing this, then took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to his grandson. Victor took the photo and looked at it, with a surprised expression on his face. "This is—" The 2 Tianni mercenary MS drivers looked at the demon crabs and turtle bullies in front of them. "I really don't understand why the boss wants to develop an amphibious MS. That is, as long as the backpack of the 105 Dagger is replaced or the GM2 is modified and the backpack device is replaced, it can still fight on the surface and underwater." At this time, a lieutenant came over and warned, "You guys, don't arrange the boss casually." "Lieutenant, We are not the editor boss. We don't understand why the boss wants to make these two kinds of mobile suits for amphibious use. Have you tested and simulated these two MS? Tested. How do you feel? If you really want to fight water battles, these two mobile suits are indeed very ideal. In terms of land battles, they are no less than the special suits of the Gym Land Battle and the Short Sword series of mobile suits. That's it. Don't forget, our battlefield is not in the universe, nor is it on land. Most of the places are on the sea surface and under the sea, and the boss must have his purpose in developing these two mobile phones. Lieutenant, boss, what's the purpose? I don't know. Why don't you guess what the boss thinks? The MS mothership Torres, the cyan particles emitted at this moment, maintain a normal density. Under the control of the operation, the cyan particles have not caused radar and other interference at this moment. Lieutenant Colonel Isis, the female captain of the MS Torres, is 26 years old with long wavy hair, tall and long legs, a devil-like figure, and piercing eyes. Lieutenant Colonel Isis and Colonel Shrek were on the phone. Everyone, prepare for a first-level battle. A blonde captain asked the captain, Lieutenant Colonel Markov, the Tiani mercenary group, can you really rest assured to fight with them? The captain is Lieutenant Colonel Markov, the captain of the Ocean Goddess MS mothership. Lieutenant Colonel Markov said, Captain Locke Casey, at first I thought that the higher-ups hired the Tiani mercenary group at a high price. In addition to the MS Short Sword series and the GM2 equipment for water warfare, among their MS there are two one-eyed amphibious MS. At this moment, the radar soldier reported, I found the American fleet and gave us an order to turn back, otherwise we will attack us. Order the entire ship to launch an attack, and the MS troops are dispatched. The Ocean Goddess Fleet and the 1st Brigade Fleet of the Tiani Mother Base, now called the 1st Brigade Fleet, launched an artillery attack and attacked the patrolling border fleet of the United States. The patrolling border fleet has only 2 surface destroyers, 5 surface frigates, and 1 surface aircraft carrier. A round of bombardment directly severely damaged the patrolling border defense fleet. Most of the warships sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving only 1 surface aircraft carrier, the hull of which was braving raging fire. A helicopter scrambled into the air, and several Flying Cat MS stepped on the flight pedals to the helicopter away from the scene. The MS mothership USS Torres ejected AZ Gundam in the form of a fighter plane to pursue it. At the same time, the fleet of the 1st Brigade dropped a lot of magic crabs and tortoises into the seabed, with the purpose of annihilating the submarines of the patrolling border guards. The 2 submarines launched countless torpedoes to attack the magic crab and the turtle bully. The magic crab and the tortoise are amphibious MS, not only can dodge torpedoes flexibly, but also launch water interceptor missiles to shoot down torpedoes. The magic crab and the tortoise bully used their sharp claws to break through the armor of the submarine, and then destroyed the broken armor from the inside. In a short while, the 2 submarines of the Border Patrol fleet were wiped out. Z Gundam destroyed all the fleeing helicopters and Flying Cats at the same time. The magic crabs returned to the mothership respectively, and the water blue painted Star Goddess Gundam flew out of the USS Torres MS mothership and landed underwater. Xingshui Goddess Gundam is driven by Taoxiang, and after receiving the weapons dropped by the mothership, the Turtle MS follows Xingshui Goddess Gundam to perform other tasks. The Ocean Goddess Fleet and the 1st Brigade Fleet then went to their destination. Taoxiang piloted the Star Water Goddess Gundam. The seabed did not affect the operation of the solar furnace, and the cyan particles emitted affected the underwater detection radar, communication lines, and sonar. Thanks to superconducting communication, Taoxiang can communicate with her subordinates. Lieutenant Momoka, we found the enemy's sonar and radar. Load disruptors and deception devices. Turtle Bully installs jamming or deception devices on underwater radars and underwater sonars. On the way, I also found the American submarine of the United States. In order not to startle the enemy, I lurked in one place and waited for the submarine to leave before proceeding to the next destination. The pilots of the Turtle MS were a little nervous. This was their first time fighting in the deep sea, and Taoxiang was also a little nervous. Everyone has gone through countless deep-sea simulated battles, but everyone is still very nervous. People tend to make mistakes when they are too stressed. During the deep dive, The driver made a mistake and was discovered. Star Water Goddess Gundam immediately fired a water arrow gun and shot down the Sea Cat MS who was in charge of patrolling the deep sea. Lieutenant Tao Xiang, it's not good. The enemy has already conveyed the information of our discovery to their headquarters. Inform command that the mission failed. Colonel Shrek communicated to Lieutenant Colonel Markov, informing him that the mission had failed. Understood, then implement Plan C. On the snowy continent, the headquarters of a military port base, Dalika, received intelligence and a report from the Border Patrol fleet before it was completely wiped out. Colonel Tom, the person in charge of the port, immediately issued a first-level combat readiness and received a notification from his subordinates that he found a mysterious army somewhere in the deep sea. Hold an emergency meeting with other school officers in the command room. Colonel Tom frowned as he looked at the photo. Everyone, have you seen this one-eyed MS? The other school officers looked at the photo and frowned. One of the majors raised his hand and replied, a company in the Hanxia Empire, Feichi Military Technology Company, is developing a Cyclops mobile suit. Colonel Tom asked, Major, do you think that the Hanxia Empire sent troops to sneak into the deep sea of our country? The major fell silent, not daring to answer. Colonel Tom asked his subordinates to turn on the screen, which displayed the photos taken by the Border Patrol fleet before it was destroyed. Every school officer, besides recognizing the warships of the Russian Republic, also recognized the warships of the Tianyi mercenary group. A lieutenant colonel said, could it be that the Russian Soviet Republic hired the Tianyi mercenary group? Colonel Tom said, be confident and get rid of it. The major who spoke before raised his hand. Colonel, could it be that the one-eyed mobile suit you discovered is a mobile suit newly developed by Tianyi Group? I guess so. At this time, the communication soldier in the command room came to report. The several Sea Cat MS teams that went to search for the mysterious army were all wiped out. All prepare for battle. The Giba MS troop, led by Tao Xiang, has already landed at this moment. Before going ashore, they also eliminated several Sea Cat MS teams who came to search. There are a total of 18 Tortoise MS, none of which were killed. One of the Turtle MS released several small drones and flew in different directions, using a remote high-definition camera to take pictures of the snowy military port base 20 kilometers away. Tao Xiang looked at the sky above and thought, I don't know if the satellites in this country are being interfered with, otherwise they will find us. There was a ding sound from the cockpit, and Tao Xiang looked at the scene captured by the drone camera on the screen. TSK, it seems that the opponent is in a state of first-level preparations. Tao Xiang continued to look around the target-based Dalika. Afterwards, Tao Xiang gave instructions to form the Turtle MS into 3 teams. Each team had 6 Turtle MS teams. Tao Xiang led the first Turtle MS team. The third Tortoise MS team dived into the bottom of the sea, and the first and second Tortoise teams headed in different directions. In the deep sea, a Sea Cat MS team discovered several submarines that had been destroyed into wreckage. A Sea Cat MS pilot reported to the headquarters, "This is Squid number 1. We found that our submarine has been destroyed and there are no survivors." Suddenly the siren came from the cockpit, and the driver saw several water missiles attacking him. The driver's reaction was quick, including the Sea Cat MS dodging the water missile, but his colleague reacted slowly, and his colleague had no time to dodge, and was hit by the water missile, and directly hit the cockpit. Blood spilled from the damaged cockpit. Before the pilot called his colleagues, he saw another wingman's chest being pierced by a steel claw, and he lost consciousness before he could react. Because his Sea Cat MS was also pierced through the cockpit by another Magic Crab MS steel claw. Dalika Base received news that other Sea Cat MS squads were under attack. In addition to mobilizing troops in the command room, Colonel Tom also uploaded the matter to the headquarters. In addition to surface ships and submarines, flying warships were also dispatched. The missile shaft at the port base was opened, and countless attack missiles were ejected, attacking in the same direction at the same time. Then, many Flying Cat MS teams in the port base attacked, and all the Flying Cat MS dispatch stepped on the flying pedals. The Ocean Goddess Fleet and the 1st Brigade Fleet dispatched a mobile suit unit to shoot defensively at the front to shoot down all the attacking missiles. Sister Zhouya drives the Gemini Gundam and assembles a naval battle module for submarine warfare and Lon Heretic also assembles a naval battle backpack. Long Fei flew the Goddess of Justice F-type Gundam to attack, and the other Gundams responsible for air combat were the same as other MS. They all stepped on the flight pedal. From the screen, Long Fei saw that the Russian Soviet Republic dispatched mobile suits. In addition to the standard-equipped bare mobile suits, there were also new types of mobile suits. It is known from the display that it is a new type of mobile suit developed by the Republic of Russia, and its name is Flying Fox Mobile Suit. Flight pedals allow for long flight. Gorky, look at the red Gundam in front of you. Like our Flying Fox MS, it can fly without flying pedals. Not only is it faster than us, but its stability is much better than ours. Gorky stared intently at the Goddess of Justice Gundam Type F. Hey, Gorky, concentrate on me and fight this battle well. A girl's stern voice came from the channel. Yes, Second Lieutenant Ivan. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type driven by Long Fei took the lead. Numerous Flying Cat MS locked the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type shooting. Countless shells hit Lady Justice Gundam F-Type, and Lady Justice Gundam F-Type flamboyantly dodged all the incoming shells. The GN rifle and GN launcher of Lady Justice Gundam F-Type hands fired one after another, knocking down 8 Flying Cat MS in an instant. ZZ Gundam pilot Rika shouted, "Look at me." The double-barreled beam gun fired and directly shot down 2 Flying Cat MS. Immediately afterwards, the MS of the two armies of the two sides began to shoot at each other, and there were strips of light, beams, and fireworks in the sky. On the bottom of the sea, the Magic Crab MS is very active in the underwater battlefield, and its results are even better than that of the GM2 and 105 short swords equipped for water warfare. The Sea Cat MS is in a hard fight, and the driver of the Sea Cat MS is very helpless when the Magic Crab MS swims like a dolphin. A Magic Crab MS Steel Claw is inserted into the target MS body. The beam gun tube of the Steel Claw MS emits a beam, and the body of the Sea Cat MS emits strong water vapor and water bubbles. The camera eyes of the Sea Cat MS are directly dimmed. Wow, I didn't expect the amphibious MS specially developed by the boss to have such amazing results. Joya looked at the screen display and expressed her feelings. Sister, now is not the time to lament. If we don't work hard, the results of the Magic Crab MS will climb on our heads. Makes sense. Gemini number 1 Gundam, firing water arrow guns one after another, one shot at a time, hits a Sea Cat MS. All the drivers of the SEAL mobile suit team of the Russian Soviet Republic were stunned. They felt like they were redundant. The battle had been going on for nearly 10 minutes, and all the MS in the SEAL MS team shot down no more than 5 enemy poster MSs, and 2 more SEAL MSs were shot down. The Sea Cat MS team even initiated a distress signal requesting support. It's a pity that the request for support failed, because the Sea Cat MS team elsewhere was also ambushed. The 3 Sea Crab MS jumped out of the water and stood on the destroyer. The steel claws directly penetrated the destroyer's armor, and a few beams directly blasted the destroyer. The 3 Sea Crab MSs jumped to the target warships with their propellers. This suddenly caused the surface fleet to fall into a panic. ZZ Gundam detached its flight pedal and landed on a Ms. surface carrier. The beam saber cut off the bow of the ship and then attacked the target on the deck. Anton drove the Strike Gundam Oops backpack, and with a knife in his hand, he split the bow of the surface frigate with a knife. Relying on its own speed, the Flying Fox MS dodges the attack of the Flying Cat MS. Although the Flying Fox MS is fast, it has mainly made certain sacrifices, and the fast speed also consumes energy. The weapons used by the Flying Fox MS are mainly live ammunition. Live ammunition is not as good as energy weapons with the same caliber. Therefore, when the Flying Fox MS hits the target, it may not be able to shoot down the target. Although the Flying Fox MS has an extremely high advantage over the Flying Cat MS in sky battles, but this is only in terms of speed and dodge. The Flying Fox MS's armor is weak, and 1 or 2 150mm caliber shots can penetrate the Flying Fox MS's armor. As a result, in the battle between Flying Fox MS and Flying Cat MS, 1 versus 5 was used as a swap, and the results were very unsatisfactory. Because of such achievements, it was only with the help of the Tianyi mercenary group that they achieved such results. If there is no Tianyi mercenary group, the results of the Flying Cat MS will be discounted. Although the 1st Brigade fleet suffered losses at present, several GM2s and daggers were shot down, but fortunately no pilot was killed in battle, and all of them pressed the button to eject the escape cabin before being blown up. In the command room of Dalika Port Base, Colonel Tom received a report from the frontline battle, and the frontline troops were almost completely wiped out. Colonel Tom asked the correspondent, "When will help come?" "Colonel, we need to wait until..." Before the correspondent finished speaking, there was a strong vibration in the command room. "What happened?" "Reporting to the colonel is bad. The base is under attack." Colonel Tom looked at the video that popped up on the screen, which showed a blue mobile suit leading 6 smaller mobile suits to attack the hangar of the base. Colonel Tom saw Star Goddess Gundam for the first time, and he was surprised. Could it be Gundam? "Colonel, the sea surface and the bottom of the port have been attacked by unknown MS. The enemy ran in. Why didn't you find out?" Colonel Tom asked questioningly. "Colonel, I don't know why. The radar is suddenly disabled." The sergeant in charge of the radar replied with a sad face, thinking that he didn't know what happened to the radar. Colonel Tom said to himself, "The Gundam that emits cyan particles can really paralyze the radar, as the rumors say." Damn it! Colonel Tom slapped the table angrily, and then immediately ordered the mobilization of troops. "Go, brothers on the sea and under the sea, just leave this place to me." "Yes, Lieutenant, X6. Dalika Military Port Base. At this moment, many places are in a mess, and many destroyed tanks and mobile suits are already emitting strong fireworks. At the port, the surface ships and mobile suits were very troubled by the rapid surface parade of the Turtle Master mobile suit. Like a mouse, they emerged from the water and then burrowed into the bottom of the sea. Moreover, not all the Turtle MS drilled into the bottom of the sea or emerged from the water, but some of them were on the water surface and some were on the bottom of the sea. Then there were 6 Turtle MS on the ground, firing cold shots and sneak attacks from time to time. It was the first time Legion National Army encountered such a method of warfare, and they were in a hurry when they were beaten. Star Water Goddess Gundam fired the GN grenade gun in his hand, threw it on the ground, pulled out a pair of GN pistols at his waist, and instantly destroyed the Flying Cat MS attacking from left and right. Then, the cockpit siren sounded, and 6 Flying Cat MSs came from the sky. Star Goddess Gundam flew into the sky and shot down 6 Flying Cat MS with 2-handed GN pistols. Tao Xiang received a distress signal from the driver of the Turtle MS on the ground and found that many Flying Cat MS were besieging the 6 Turtle MS on the ground. Goddess of Starwater Gundam immediately went to the rescue, replaced the GN pistol in his right hand with a GN meteor hammer, swung the meteor hammer with his right hand, and hit the cockpit of a target directly. The ground exploded into a cloud of fireworks. The GN pistol in the left hand shot down another Flying Cat MS. The addition of Gundam caused panic among the Flying Cat MS pilots. Seeing Gundam's support, the Turtle MS team on the ground boosted their morale and launched an active counterattack. It was another meteor hammer that knocked down another Flying Cat MS. More and more Flying Cat mobile suits were shot down on the ground, full of raging fire and thick smoke. Colonel Tom looked at the screen as the goddess of Ayurveda killed all directions. At this time, there was another report that a MS squad of Tianyi mercenaries was heading towards the Dalika military port base, and several photos were placed in front of Colonel Tom. When Colonel Tom saw it, he was almost about to greet his ancestors. The photo showed several Gundams rushing to the Dalika military port base. Then came the bad news. The submarine force responsible for defending the military port base was attacked. Star Water Goddess Gundam held a GN beam saber in her right hand and chopped open several Flying Cat MS one after another, just as the next target was about to be cut in half by him. Tao Xiang suddenly sensed that there was a crisis behind her, and before the alarm sounded in the cockpit, the Star Goddess Gundam moved aside. A cyan light beam slid across the side of Star Water Goddess Gundam, hitting the target that Star Water Goddess Gundam was about to cut down. Tao Xiang saw 3 silver-gray MS of the same model from the screen. The design of the 3 silver-gray MS is a bit like Gundam, and the eyes on the head are shaped like sunglasses, showing a red light. Cool. The legendary Gundam is really advanced. It can suspend stably in the air for a long time. Our Raptor MS can't do this. a red-haired woman said to a blonde man who split the video. The golden man named Ka frowned and said, Megni, I'm only curious about this blue Gundam, which uses energy weapons that consume a lot of energy. After such a long battle, won't it run out of energy? At this time, another segmented video popped up on the screen. A black man said, 2. The superior gave us an order to take down and capture this Gundam before the other Gundams arrive. Got it, Matthew. The 3 Raptor MS Gundams on the ground attacked the Star Water Goddess Gundam. Xingshui Goddess Gundam dodged for a moment and switched to a pair of GN pistols to fight back. The 3 Raptor mobile suits dispersed separately and then cooperated with each other to attack. The moment the Star Goddess Gundam GN double pistols were about to hit the target, another Raptor MS immediately blocked the successive beam rays with its shield, and the beam rays scattered like water hitting the wall. This shield is coated with an anti-beam coating. Tao Xiang looked at the opponent's shield and said, another Raptor MS soared into the sky and came behind Star Water Goddess Gundam. Star Water Goddess Gundam turned around and kicked the Raptor MS away. Then GN shot at the Raptor MS one after another with both pistols. The Raptor MS immediately blocked the cockpit and head with both arms, and the GN beam hit the wall like water and spread out. It seems that the body is also coated with an anti-beam coating. Tao Xiang frowned and said, then sensed the crisis coming from below and immediately avoided it. Several beams of light flashed in front of Star Water Goddess Gundam. Matthew, who was shot several times in succession, broke out in a cold sweat. If the body hadn't been coated with an anti-beam coating, the body would have suffered great damage if it hadn't been blown up just now. Looking at the monitor, it was found that the anti-beam coating of the body had been severely damaged, and it had lost the ability to resist the speed of light. Matthew immediately controlled the Raptor MS, trying to stay away from the goddess of Star Water Gundam. The other 2 Raptor MS immediately attacked the goddess of Star Water Gundam, lest the other party chase their companions. The cooperation is pretty good. It is estimated that they have fought countless times like this, otherwise their tacit understanding would not be so good. Tao Xiang evaluated the opponent while fighting. Xingshui Gundam changed weapons, held a GN meteor hammer in his right hand, and smashed it at another Raptor MS. Oops, it's too late to dodge. Megni immediately pressed the shield button and used the shield to block the meteor hammer, but the impact of the meteor hammer was too violent, directly smashing the shield, and the remaining force of the meteor hammer still hit the Raptor MS. Megani's Raptor MS was injured and fell to the ground. Seeing Goddess Gundam rushing towards her with a beam saber, Megani wanted to control her MS to escape. However, Star Water Goddess Gundam was faster than her, and she was not given a chance to survive. Seeing the beam saber of Muroshui Goddess Gundam cutting towards her, Ku controlled his Raptor MS to block in front of Megni, and used the beam saber to block the beam saber of Star Water Goddess Gundam. An alarm sounded from Ku's cockpit, and the monitor showed that the output of the beam saber was not as good as that of the opponent, and even warned the driver to back away. Otherwise, the arm of the output part would be unable to bear the load and explode. Megan shoots Aqua Goddess Gundam with a beam gun. Star Water Goddess Gundam moved aside immediately. Ku's forehead was covered with cold sweat. If Megan was slow for 2 seconds, the right arm of his Raptor MS would explode because it couldn't bear the load. Star Goddess Gundam dodged the attack just now and then moved to the other side. Ku, Matthew, and Megan, what are you doing? Can't the 3 of you take down a goal? If you think you can do it, you go. Ku Buquan retorted directly. Tao Xiang looked at 2 Raptor mobile suits appearing above. Bach, it seems that this Gundam is a new type of Gundam. Look at the bodies of Ku and the others. They suffered a lot of damage. The cooperation of the 3 of them was suppressed by the Gundam. It seems that not only the performance of the Gundam is stronger than the rumors, but even the strength of the pilot is not a joke. Of course I know. Bach, that fellow in Rio ran to help Colonel Tom in this base evacuate, and now we have to join hands with Ku to take down this Gundam. A split video popped up on Ku's cockpit screen, and it was my communicating with him. Ku, we must work together to take down this Gundam, so we can go to work. You don't need to tell me. I know it too. Before, Tao Xiang was able to suppress her opponent with 1 against 3, but now it was 5 against 1, and Tao Xiang was directly suppressed. Lieutenant, we are here to help you. The captain of the first Tortoise MS team communicated. No, I have my own way to deal with them. You continue to perform your tasks. Star Water Goddess Gundam could only desperately dodge the attack at this moment, and Tao Xiang locked on one of the targets. At the moment of dodging the attack, seized the opportunity to rush to the target. At the same time, 5 Raptor MS lock on the Star Water Goddess Gundam to shoot. The moment several beams of light were about to hit the Star Goddess Gundam, the GN stand was opened, and the dense cyan particle shield blocked it. What? X5. GN stand spread out, Star Water Goddess Gundam bullied the target, and cut the target in half with a sword. Ku yelled, Megni, watching as Megni's Raptor MS exploded into fireworks. Ku was very angry, and rushed to the Star Water Goddess Gundam's desperate attack, wanting to avenge his companion and lover. Tao Xiang saw that her opponent had lost his mind. The others rushed to support Ku. Tao Xiang didn't want to waste time. Let's make it quick. Trans M. Goddess of Star Water Gundam has 3 red states all over her body. Matthew and the others were amazed. Even Ku, who was angry, forgot to be angry and couldn't recover for a while. Ku paid for his absence with death. Star Water Goddess Gundam quickly flashed across Ku's Raptor MS in an instant, leaving an afterimage. Ku's Raptor MS and Megani's Raptor MS ended in the same end. No attack, Matthew shouted. The remaining 3 Raptors fired at the Star Goddess Gundam. The Star Water Goddess Gundam in the 3 red state left only an afterimage. The speed is too fast. The Manhunt locker can't catch it at all. Ma yelled, Bach. The MS of the companion who saw it with his own eyes was dismembered by Goddess of Star Water with 2 beam sabers and turned into a ball of fireworks. Ma watched Star Water Goddess Gundam rushing towards him and immediately fired to shoot Star Water Goddess Gundam down. But what the light beam penetrated was only the afterimage left by Star Water Goddess Gundam. My back. These were the last words Ma heard Matthew tell him in his life. Star Water Goddess Gundam pierced the driving field with a sword from the back of Mai's Raptor MS, and the Raptor MS fell directly to the ground. Matthew knew that if he continued to fight, he would only die, so he fled the scene immediately, but his retreat was blocked. The way to intercept him is not Star Water Goddess Gundam, but Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type and ZZ Gundam. Matthew fell into despair, but he didn't find that Goddess of Star Water Gundam came behind his MS and cut it into pieces in an instant. Tao Xiang in the cockpit watched the segmented video that popped up on the screen. Long Fei communicated with Tao Xiang. Thank you, Tao Xiang, you did a great job. Thank you for the compliment. Long Fei looked at the Delica military port base, which was already in a mess, and looked at the damaged Raptor MS around. Long Fei asked Tao Xiang, how's the performance of these MS? Tao Xiang replied, compared with the earliest Zongha of Yuanzhu Gundam RX-78, the performance is still a bit worse. I really didn't expect that Maida-Deng Legion could develop such a powerful mass-produced machine. Tao Xiang couldn't help but rolled her eyes when she heard this, and said, no matter how strong it is, it's not as strong as the mass-produced Gundam 100 Shiki and MK2G. How strong are the pilots who just fought against you? Even if not an ace, at least an elite driver. At this time, a split video popped up on the screen of Long Fei's cockpit, and it was Anton who contacted him. It turned out that Anton found Colonel Tom, the person in charge of this military port base, and was about to board his escape plane, escorted by a Raptor mobile suit and a Flying Cat mobile suit team. Anton led a 105 Dagger MS team to stop and destroy the Raptor MS and Flying Cat MS team and captured Colonel Tom. Soon, the Caledon military port base issued a signal of surrender. Long Fei looked at the military port and base in a mess. Almost 90% of the surface battleships had sunk to the bottom of the sea and turned into scrap iron. The submarines received information, and all of them had been wiped out. The GM2 and various series of short sword MS teams landed on the ground one after another, and the Magic Crab and Turtle Bully came ashore one after another. The Fierce Bears and Flying Fox MS rushed to the Caledon military port base one after another and landed on the ground to maintain order. The Sea Goddess Fleet and the 1st Brigade Fleet arrived at the Caledon military port base, and the Sea Goddess Fleet was responsible for arranging the captives who surrendered. Ivan took off his helmet and watched the GM2 mobile suits on the screen successively put the damaged new mobile suits Raptors of the United States of America onto the battleship one after another. Ivan immediately informed his superiors of the matter. Lieutenant Colonel Markov asked Colonel Shrek to share some of the Raptor MS. Colonel Shrek refused to share, but directly told Lieutenant Colonel Marklov that if he wanted, he could use money to negotiate. Lieutenant Colonel Markov immediately informed his superiors of the matter. The instruction given by the superior to Makalov is that money can be used to negotiate, but the most complete one must be obtained. In addition to one Raptor MS being pierced through the cockpit by Tao Xiang, another was also pierced by the strike Gundam driven by Anton with a sword. A total of 2 ratio MS remained intact. Lieutenant Colonel Markov negotiated and bought one of the mobile suits for nearly 200 million yuan in Earth Circle coins. The occupied Daleka military port base will be managed by a force arranged by the Russian Soviet Republic. The Ocean Goddess Fleet and the 1st Brigade Fleet will set off for the next battlefield in 2 days. In this battle, the 1st Brigade Fleet lost 3 GM2s, 2 105 daggers, 1 dual dagger, 2 turtle bullies, and 1 magic crab MS. Colonel Shrek looked at the report. He didn't expect the loss to be less than what he estimated, but Colonel Shrek still asked the mother base to send more MS and drivers. On the other hand, the war between the Russian Soviet Republic and the United States shocked the entire world. What shocked the world even more was that the Russian Soviet Republic was able to hire the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to join the war. On the first day of the war between the two countries, there were fierce confrontations on the front lines in many districts. It is unbelievable that the Daleka military port base, one of the most important forward bases at the forefront of the United States, has been occupied. The Daleka military port base was defeated and occupied in 1 day. Many people knew that this must be the Tianyi mercenary group participating in the battle, and the Gundam was dispatched to achieve such a result. At this time, the ruling and opposition members of the U.S. National Congress were arguing, and the Daleka military port base was occupied in 1 day, which shocked the U.S. government and the opposition. Many congressmen wondered whether to call back part of the troops occupying the South American allies to fight against the front lines of the Russian Soviet Republic Army. There are also many congressmen who object, thinking that recalling even a part of the troops occupying the South American allies will give the remnants of the South American allies a chance to fight back and recover their lost ground, which will waste a lot of money and support before. There are also members of parliament who think whether to use the troops preparing to attack the Uya cross-country against the Russian Soviet Republic Army. However, there are still many congressmen who object, thinking that it is impossible for the Russian Soviet Republic to fight a long war with them, because the longer the war, the Russian Soviet Republic will become more and more dangerous. Because the Hanxia Empire in the south of the Russian Soviet Republic will definitely look at it like a tiger. Once the Russian Soviet Republic loses too much and its national strength weakens, the Hanxia Empire will definitely take advantage of the Russian Soviet Republic's illness and kill the Russian Soviet Republic. For a time, there was no consensus in the entire Congress. Ask for support here. Ask for support. We can't hold it anymore. The Tianyi mercenaries are charging too hard. Our defense line is about to be overrun by them. An island military base, Yellowan, is the most important first-line defense base of the United States. Once the Yellowan Island military base is occupied, it can be said that the first line of defense is like being choked by the enemy. The first line of defense will face collapse at any time. The person in charge of the Yellowan Island military base, Major General Daniel, in addition to urgently dispatching troops, also requested support from other areas. Nearly a dozen Storm Dagger MS foot pedals are used to support the frontline 105 Dagger, Dual Dagger, and Jim 2 MS squads with long-range artillery. Not to mention that the performance of the Flying Cat MS is far inferior to Gundam. Even the performance of the famous series of short swords and the GM2 is far behind. Countless Sea Cat mobile suits under the sea were destroyed, even several submarines were sunk. A Turtle MS driver turned on their general channel and asked, "Hey, equipped with underwater equipment, GM2 and 105 short sword, how many MSs did you personally kill the enemy?" Another Magic Crab MS driver said half-jokingly, "I guess there are very few. It seems that we are right to choose this kind of MS for amphibious combat. I just killed the fourth one. If there are such records in the following days, maybe I will become a Gundam pilot. TCH, Poco, don't think too much about it. At most, you're just entering the elite army. If you're lucky, you'll just be driving a mass-produced Gundam. That's Gundam 2. The GM2 and 105 Dagger pilots in underwater combat listened to the conversations of the pilots driving the Magic Crab and the Turtle Bully, and each of them was very unhappy. Everyone, cheer up and fight. Don't be looked down upon by these guys who drive short winter melon mobile suit. Who are you talking about driving a short winter melon MS? X Infinity. Whoever drives a short winter melon and sells it, I will scold him. You are so impatient, X Infinity. What are you guys arguing about? What are you making a fuss about in battle now? The commander's scolding sound came from the general channel. All the pilots in the underwater battle shrank their heads and hurriedly continued to fight. The Navy mobile suit driver of the Russian Republic of Soviet Union watched the Magic Crabs and Tortoise mobile suits of the Tianyi mercenary group fighting underwater, watched them harvest countless enemy mobile suits, and then looked at the SEAL mobile suit he was driving. MS are stronger than them. There really is no comparison and no harm. The Navy MS pilots of the United States of America Tower Lightning showed a wailing sound, watching their colleagues being killed one by one, and it was only a matter of time before they were killed. The surface fleet of mutating Legion Kingdom was attacked by Magic Crabs and Tortoises at the bottom of the ship, and some of the Magic Crabs and Tortoises flew out of the card and landed on the top of the surface ship, directly knocking the bow of the surface ship. Destroy it. Ivan drove the Flying Fox mobile suit and watched the Tianyi mercenary mobile suit destroy the enemy's defense line like a bamboo shoot. I managed to take down the third Flying Cat MS, and I was a little complacent, but I heard from my colleagues that the Tianyi mercenary group is equipped with MS in mass production, and each of them has at least 4 Flying Cat MS. She has been hit a lot. She didn't understand that the Flying Fox mobile suit was one of the latest next-generation mobile suits developed by the Russian Soviet Republic, but its performance was far inferior to a privately armed mobile suit. A split video popped up on the screen. It was a middle-aged captain with a beard, Second Lieutenant Ivan. Go to the enemy's second line of defense, make sure to break through in the shortest possible time, and don't let the Tianyi mercenaries laugh at us. Got it, Captain. Ivan became more and more disgusted with the Tianyi mercenary group. A few days ago at the Caledon military port base, the soldiers of his country had a fight with the Tianyi mercenaries for some unknown reason. Advantage, but still lost to the Tianyi mercenary regiment, and many domestic soldiers were beaten to the ground by the Tianji mercenaries. Although the superiors on both sides punished the subordinates who made trouble, many Tianyi mercenaries used this incident to laugh at their own soldiers as weak chickens, mocking them for not being able to fight or fight. When the MS attacked before, the Tianyi mercenary driver laughed at them on the public channel. The Gemini Brothers Gundam flew by Ivan's Flying Fox MS. The Gemini Brothers is now equipped with a flight module, which allows the Gemini Brothers to fly for a long time. The second line of defense of the Yellen Island military base is now receiving reinforcements. The missile beams flew randomly, presenting a chaotic scene. There are only 2 Gundams on the battlefield, the Gemini Brothers, and the National Army of the United States will concentrate their firepower to take down the 2 Gundams, hoping to destroy the 2 Gundams to hit the morale of the Tianyi mercenary group and improve the morale of our soldiers. Sister, it seems that the enemy has already concentrated their firepower and is going to shoot down our sisters. If they think it's okay, they can try it. The Gemini Brothers stand against each other, holding a beam rifle in one hand and a beam submachine gun in the other. Use the beam submachine gun to shoot down all the incoming missiles, and use another beam rifle to shoot down the enemy's Flying Cat MS. Dididi, the cockpit of the 2 sisters received new information from the radar, and 10 Raptor mobile suits were rushing towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters immediately activated the PX system of the Gemini Brother machine. 10 Raptor MS came out, and Colonel Shrek also dispatched Hyakutake, Mk2G, and Astaroth to attack. Anton drove the Astaroth to attack, and the terminal connection turned on the Alea consciousness system. Astaroth stepped on the flight pedal to attack. 10 mobile suits were suppressed by the Gemini Brothers with the PX system turned on. Help me. A Raptor mobile suit driver uttered his final cry before he died, and was directly chopped off by the Gemini number 1 machine with a sword. The Gemini brothers intersect each other like two shooting stars, and the remaining 9 Raptor MS are currently under suppression. Originally, Major General Daniel wanted to use the only 10 Raptor MS in the base to take down the Gundam in order to boost the morale of the soldiers. As a result, the morale of the entire army was now in a state of low. The other mobile suit suffered continuous strafing from the Gemini number 1 machine. Before the colleagues had time to rescue it, the Gemini number 2 machine pierced the cockpit with a sword. There are 8 mobile suits left, and the pilots are shocked and frightened by the incomparable blow at this moment. The next thing was even more desperate. Bishur, Mk2G, and Astaroth rushed to the scene. Astaroth jumped out from the flight pedal, pulled out the magic knife of destruction with a fast rotation, and directly cut a Raptor MS in two. The bird MS upper body was used as a pedal, and the thrusters were turned on to fly to another target at full speed. One turned around and chopped off the other Raptor mobile suit. Seeing Astaroth's performance, Joya couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, it's indeed Anton, but I wouldn't be able to do this." Jonah, a face of agreement. Anton's appearance. In less than a minute, the remaining 8 Raptor MS were all killed. Anton alone killed 4. The 2 sisters each killed 2, and the rest were Bishur and Mk2G, who each killed 1. Major General Daniel sat down on a table and chair after watching all 10 Raptor MSs be killed. Then the informer sent him a news that made him despair. That is, there was a shore of the Yellen Island military base that had been invaded by the enemy's MS. Looking at the magic crab MS on the screen, Major General Daniel could only cheer up and dispatch troops of MS and chariots to wipe out the magic crab MS troops invading the shore. The Ocean Goddess Fleet and other fleets of the Russian Republic that attacked the Yellen Island military base received a report from the Tianyi mercenary group, and the morale of the entire army increased. The commander immediately dispatched troops to penetrate the Yellen Island military base through the breached gap and occupy the Yellen Island military base in the shortest possible time. A magic crab MS steel claw pierced through the armor of a flying cat MS and was attacked by other flying cat MS immediately. The magic crab MS immediately used the flying cat MS on the steel claw as a shield and drew out the steel claw to avoid the attack immediately. The other wingmen immediately launched missiles or beams to attack other flying cat MS. The rocket launcher vehicles and tank troops on the base fired all the rockets and artillery shells with all their strength to attack the invading enemy MS. The magic crab MS came ashore one after another, excluding the destroyed ones. There were 20 magic crab MS on the shore. At this time, a water column erupted on the sea surface, and a huge human-shaped shadow rushed out of the water column and landed in front of the magic crab MS. Gundam. The frontline soldiers at the breach of the base exclaimed when they saw Gundam. "Humph, I'll let you taste the taste of the heavy Gundam equipped with the Hedgehog cannon module." Yu Yangchun licked and said, "The heavy gunner's foot module gears rotate quickly, and the heavy gunner runs as fast as a skateboarder, holding up the fast-firing and powerful Gatling machine gun to shoot." In an instant, many rocket vehicles, tanks, and flying cat mobile phones exploded one after another like an ignited powder magazine and turned into raging black smoke. The heavy gunner Gundam broke into the enemy's enemy line with one machine. Major General Daniel at the command post watched heavy gunner Gundam enter the base like no man's land. Tanks, gunships, and flying cat MS were shot down by him one after another. Major General Daniel immediately dispatched a large force, ready to encircle and annihilate the heavy Gundam. Heavy gunner Gundam glides to a relatively wide open space. Countless flying cat mobile suits, tanks, armed helicopters, etc. surrounded and suppressed the Gundam. In the cockpit, Yu Yangchun looked at the countless MS tanks surrounding him on the screen without a trace of panic, but said to himself, "The easiest way to destroy a small number of enemies is to cut off the road and concentrate the firepower encircled and wiped it out." It seems that the commander is indeed right to adopt such a tactic, but the commander also made a mistake. The mistake is that he should not adopt such a tactic before he has mastered the firepower of my heavy gunner Gundam. After finishing speaking, he pressed the button for full missile launch. All the Hedgehog cannon modules equipped by Gundam were opened, and countless missiles shot out in all directions. In an instant, thick smoke rose around Gundam, and nearly 99% of the Flying Cat MS tanks surrounding Gundam were wiped out. The war reporters filming from afar were dumbfounded at this scene. Major General Daniel in the command room put his hands on the table and looked at the screen and exclaimed, "How could this happen?" The defense force in the Yellen Island military base directly lost 35% of its defense force under the full missile launch of the Hedgehog cannon equipped with Gundam. At the place where the Magic Crab MS team landed before, the base's defense forces were already powerless and unable to stop more and more Magic Scorpion MS from advancing step by step. Then, other mobile suits, including those from the Russian Soviet Republic, successively entered the Yellen Island military base through this breach. Major General Daniel then received news that made him even more desperate. Another base defense site was wiped out by the Turtle MS troop. The enemy MS also entered one after another. Equipment. The war correspondents dispatched by the American media are desperately broadcasting the news that the Yellen Island military base will be occupied at any time. A 100 style flew over the heads of the war reporters. Heavy Gunner Gundam removed the Hedgehog cannon equipment. The Gatling machine gun had 300 bullets left. Only 16 missiles remained on the shoulder, and the rotary machine gun bullet on the chest did not consume a single bullet. Gundam turned on the propellers of the backpack and flew into the sky to find the target. It was discovered that a group of 12 Flying Cat MS was preventing the Tortoise MS team from advancing. The Gunner Gundam fires the final 16 missiles into the sky. When the 12 Flying Cat MS received the sound of the siren, the driver who reacted faster avoided the missile attack, and the driver who reacted slower was directly hit by the missile and died of the explosion. Heavy Gunner Gundam landed in front of the remaining 4 Flying Cat MS and fired with gray machine guns and chest revolving machine guns, directly shooting the 4 Flying Cat MS full of holes, and then exploded into fireworks. Astaroth landed on the ground of the base, and the 210mm rifle destroyed the Flying Cat MS one after another, and then rushed to the target ahead, drew out the destruction sharpener, and cut the target in half. Many soldiers in the base put up a desperate fight. Major General Daniel looked at the situation on the entire battlefield. The reinforcements who arrived were basically wiped out, and the soldiers on the front line were also in a state of defeat. Many soldiers in the base chose to fight to the last man and followed the enemy to the end. Major General Daniel looked at the soldiers who were still fighting and felt extremely distressed in his heart. He didn't want these soldiers to die on this defeated battlefield. Major General Daniel ordered his adjutant to signal surrender, then walked back to the office by himself, sat in his seat, and looked deeply at the national flag in front of him. Major General Danielle stood up and saluted the flag, then drew the pistol on her waist and shot herself in the temple. A 500-meter-long space carrier of the Russian Soviet Republic, the head of the ship is a beautiful Major General with her hair up, listening to the report from her subordinates. Major General Nadalisa, the commander of the Yellen Island military base, has committed suicide. I see. I will deal with it next. American war reporters followed their own soldiers in despair. The war correspondents of the Russian Soviet Republic celebrated with their own soldiers. The entire United States of America was hit hard. The country's most important first line of defense, the most important base, was captured by the Russian Soviet Republic. The first line of defense began to collapse. The worst news is that the remnants of the South American allies also took the opportunity to gather troops to fight back and recover several lost territories. At this moment, the country will fall into a third-line war at any time, and most members of Congress believe that the plan to attack the European and Asian cross-country is temporarily shelved. Members of Congress even proposed to allocate funds to entrust the mercenary group to participate in the war. The reason is that the Russian Soviet Republic can spend money to entrust the Tiani mercenary group to participate in the war, so the country can also spend money to entrust mercenary groups at home and abroad to participate in the war. Many members of Congress also agree with this proposal. If the number of soldiers killed in the country is increasing, the burden on the country to provide pensions to the families of the fallen soldiers and a series of support for the relatives of the fallen soldiers will become more and more serious. If the mercenary group was entrusted with money, even if the mercenary group died on the battlefield, the country would not have to pay pensions and be responsible for the dead mercenaries. The proposal was quickly approved by more than two-thirds of congressmen with a show of hands. On the other side, the Ocean Goddess Fleet and the 1st Brigade Fleet will rest for a period of time at the occupied Yellen Island military base and replenish their sources of troops. There are quite a few budget-minded people in the higher-ups of the Russian Soviet Republic. During the period when the 1st Brigade Fleet was being repaired and waiting for the replenishment of soldiers, they stopped entrusting them, so that they did not have to continue to pay the Tianyi mercenary group. When the Ocean Goddess Fleet can set off again, they will continue to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group. On the other hand, the government authorities of the Russian Soviet Republic opened a celebratory banquet to celebrate today's victory. The result of today's battle: some people are happy while others are sad. At the military base on Yellen Island, the surrendered U.S. National Army was dejected. Under the instructions of the Russian Soviet Republic Army, they boarded the captive ship and sent them to the captive place. At this time, Long Fei bumped into a female red-haired second lieutenant at a bend in a place, and Long Fei recognized that she was one of the 4-person second lieutenant who met in the restaurant at that time. Sorry. Long Fei apologized, bent down, and reached out. Although Ivan didn't like Tianyi mercenaries, he also walked without looking at the road and bumped into people, and when he saw the other party stretching out his hand, he didn't like to turn his face towards him and reached out to hold the other party's hand. Thanks. Long Fei nodded and left the scene. Iwan looked at Long Fei's back, and she also remembered that Long Fei was the MS driver sitting with Anton in the restaurant at that time, but Iwan always felt familiar. Suddenly a hand was placed on Ivan's shoulder, which startled Ivan. Wow! Ivan turned his head and saw that it was Marina. Marlena, you scared me to death. Ivan, why did you look so engrossed? Could it be that you saw a handsome guy? Marina said jokingly. Ivan rolled his eyes and said, That's not it. Look at that person just now. Isn't he the same person we met in the restaurant at that time, the MS driver who had dinner with Anton? Marina looked at Long Fei's back, frowned, and when she saw Long Fei walk to another aisle and saw Long Fei's profile, she said, Captain Long. You know him? At the beginning, it was in the restaurant, and I always thought it looked familiar. Later, when I returned to the base, I only remembered the incident in the Donkey Kingdom when I checked my phone. Marina said what happened at that time. Only then did Ivan suddenly realize. So that's it. No wonder I always find him so familiar. He is the ace pilot of the Gundam. No wonder Gorky said that he met Captain Long. And then, the girls in the team became Nympho. Speaking of which, Ivan, would you like to go to the place of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps? There is their MS simulation battle. Many of our colleagues go there to learn. In the simulation cockpit, you can choose their Gundam battle. Ivan's eyes glowed and he asked Marina excitedly, Is what you said true? You can drive their Gundam. He reached out and grabbed Marina's shoulders. Ivan, calm down. It's not really driving a Gundam. It's just that in the simulated cockpit, you can choose a Gundam as a battle body. It doesn't matter. Take me there quickly. I want to try driving a Gundam. Okay, I'll take you there. Follow me. Marina said inwardly while leading Ivan. I usually say I hate the Tianyi mercenary group, but as long as I can drive a Gundam, it's a simulated cockpit. It's so exciting to operate the Gundam. I hate it on the lips, but my body is very solid. Marina took Ivan to a factory temporarily remodeled by the Tianyi mercenary group. There were indeed many simulated cockpits inside. There are also many huge three-dimensional projection screens inside. There are different displays on the screen. There are MS battles 1 vs 1, 2 vs 2, and team battles. The two girls saw that the majority of people in the factory were Tianyi mercenaries, and the minority were soldiers from their own country. The factory was also very lively. Many Tianyi mercenaries shouted loudly to the screen, Kill him, kill him. FCK the soldiers of the Russian Soviet Republic like homeless dogs. Dry it until they go home and cry to find their mother to drink milk. Ivan couldn't help frowning and asked Marina, These Tianyi mercenary pilots, did they really beat our own pilots very badly? Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. Ivan couldn't accept it in his heart when booze came from not far away. It turned out that it was displayed on the screen that a GM custom mobile suit defeated the mobile suit. Then the related two simulated cockpits opened, and two Tianyi mercenary MS drivers stepped out respectively. Hey Ma, why are you so bad? No matter how you say it, no matter what you say about the Raptor MS, it has a performance that is closer to Gundam. You will lose, and you will really fall through everyone's glasses. Lao Ma scratched the back of his head and said, that's not the case. To be honest, although the ratio MS has performance close to that of Gundam, it's more difficult to operate. Many colleagues did not believe what Lao Ma said. Some colleagues chose to operate the Raptor MS and fought a simulated battle. The pilot who chose the ratio MS won and lost. But regardless of winning or losing, there is a unified conclusion that the Raptor MS is really difficult to operate. Ivan and Marina heard the words of these mercenary MS drivers and couldn't help running to ask these parties. Originally, the Tianyi mercenary MS driver didn't want to pay attention to Ivan and the two girls, but Marina acted coquettishly. Brother, tell me, my sister wants to know. It made people very embarrassed. You can operate it yourself, and you will know. The two girls glanced at each other, then entered the simulated cockpit and chose the Raptor MS. Ivan and Marina operated the Raptor MS in the simulated cockpit, and it turned out that the performance of the Raptor MS was much better than all the MS currently in service in this country. However, when the two girls operated the Raptor MS, they felt that there was no difficulty in controlling the Raptor MS, which was similar to the operation of the MS in their own country. When the two girls walked out of the simulated cockpit, they said that the operation was not difficult. The Tianyi mercenary MS pilots heard the explanation of the two girls, and some didn't quite believe what the two girls said. A Tianyi mercenary MS driver proposed that the two girls choose to drive their mass-produced MS. Ivan and Marina each chose different series of short sword mobile suits. The two girls couldn't believe that the short sword mobile suits could be manipulated. They didn't expect it to be so simple. The two girls felt that even if the dagger MS was controlled by children, as long as the children were not too stupid, basically children could control the dagger MS. After the two girls finished the simulated battle, they walked out of the simulated cockpit to explain that the operation of the Tianyi mercenary group's short sword MS is very simple. That is, because of the simple operation, we are also handy in combat. Many pilots can survive the battlefield because of the simple operation. The drivers arranged by the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene all showed approval and complacency. Only then did Ivan remember that she wanted to drive a Gundam, and went into the simulated cockpit to choose a Gundam, but Ivan found that the weapons that Gundam could choose were limited. Then, her opponent was the Tianyi mercenary MS driver, who also chose a Gundam. Although Ivan's Gundam driving is somewhat complicated, it is not as complicated as the MS operation in his country. If it is to be evaluated as a control, the mass-produced MS of the Tianyi mercenary group is easy to operate. The Gundam is generally operated, and the domestic MS is difficult to operate. Although Ivan was still defeated by the opponent in the end, she could see how powerful the Gundam is from the simulation operation, and it is not an exaggeration to comment that the Gundam is an impossible MS in this generation. Moreover, it is simply impossible for the performance of the Raptor to be close to the Gundam. The performance difference between the two is too far. After the Russian Soviet Republic took over the Yelin Island military base of the United States, the Hanxia Empire followed suit. The United States was suddenly attacked by one of the two most powerful countries in the Earth's sphere, and the local garrison of the South American Allies, which had finally been annexed by the United States, had to transfer 3/4 of the garrison to the front line. The remnants of the South American Allied powers, who originally recovered some of the lost land, gathered a lot of guerrillas for the restoration of the country at once and recovered more than half of the land. For the American authorities, the biggest threat is the Russian Soviet Republic, and the threat of the Hanxia Empire is not that great. The Hanxia Empire will take action, mainly because they don't want the Russian Soviet Republic to take down all the encirclement lines that originally surrounded their two countries. The so-called encirclement line is the alliance relationship formed between the United States and the Dongyang Empire and some countries of the Nanyang Alliance on the island military base. The two-line encirclement line planned by the United States, Li Jian, and the Communist Party. The first line has cooperated with the above-mentioned countries. More than half of the first-line island military bases belong to the United States. The second line of encirclement, all bases all belong to the United States of America. When the Dongyang Empire and some countries of the Nanyang Alliance were attacked on the first line of encirclement, they did not immediately rescue the alliance. The first reason is that none of the attacked island military bases belong to them, and the second reason is to stay on the sidelines. When the first encirclement line collapsed, these so-called allied countries immediately declared to the outside world that they had withdrawn from the alliance in order to protect themselves wisely. After hearing the news, when the Hanxia Empire sent troops to attack other island military bases, the authorities of the Mita-Dingligian Kingdom immediately gave up all the island military bases attacked by the Hanxia Empire, and then sent these troops were transferred to fight the frontline troops of the Russian Soviet Republic. The U.S. authorities made such a decision, mainly because the think tanks saw that the Hanxia Empire did not want the Russian Soviet Republic to take down all the country's first-line island military bases. If the Russian Soviet Republic is allowed to succeed, then the waters of the Hanxia Empire will be monitored by the Russian Soviet Republic, which is an unacceptable result for the Hanxia Empire. The Hanxia Empire has always wanted to take down the island military base on the first line of encirclement of the Mita-Dingligian Kingdom. This time the heavens have such a good opportunity, of course the Hanxia Empire must seize it. The think tank of the United States also analyzed that the Hanxia Empire did not want the Russian Soviet Republic to achieve a major victory. If the Russian Soviet Republic wins many second-line bases, the Hanxia Empire will not send troops to grab these island bases, but will take the opportunity to attack the Russian Soviet Republic, which has transferred most of its troops to the front line to fight, and the defense is empty. Therefore, the United States will first concentrate its efforts on dealing with the Russian Soviet Republic. On the fourth day of the Sea Goddess Fleet's base at Yellen Island, not only did they come to replenish the supply of troops, but they also came with a new type of mobile suit. The new MS is 19 meters high. There is a long antenna on the left and right sides of the head. The camera on the head looks like a version wearing sunglasses. There are 3 pairs of propellers on the back, and a pair of small propellers on the waist and legs. The name of the new MS is Stellaberg. Unlike the Flying Fox MS, which sacrificed its defense for speed, the Stryborg MS not only possessed faster speed than the Flying Fox MS, but its armor was newly developed and equipped with more powerful weapons. There are a total of 10 Stryborg MS. Ivan was very excited to test in the cockpit of the Stryborg MS, and found that the performance of the Stryborg MS was slightly better than that of the Raptor MS. On the other side, the supplementary sources of the 1st Brigade Fleet and MS also arrived at the Yellen Island military base on the same day. It also brought Gundam Gushin, reforged type. Gundam Guzin was driven and tested by Anton himself, and reporters from the Russian Soviet Republic of the Russian National Fleet were interviewed at the base, and he learned of the test of Gundam Guzin. The reporter immediately ran to the scene and conducted a live broadcast. The reporter explained on the spot with a good look. At the beginning, the reporter was excited and said that he was able to live broadcast at such a close distance. Seeing the latest Gundam of the Tianyi mercenaries, he could feel the performance of this new Gundam up close. Then compared with the latest Stryberg MS that was about to be put into the battlefield in his country, his face immediately turned into a beaten expression. Although his face was ugly, the reporter still told the truth. Although the Stryberg MS in my country is excellent, it is undeniable that there is still a long way to go compared with the performance of Gundam, but I believe that my country will definitely be able to develop a stronger MS Republic. Come on. The reporter clenched his fists and shouted loudly with an expression of disbelief at the last sentence. Members of the authorities of the Russian Soviet Republic continued to entrust the 1st Brigade Fleet. The entrusted task at this moment is not to attack the next target, but to defend the Yellen Island base. The Yellen Island base is not only the throat area of the 1st encirclement line, but also a battleground between the Russian Soviet Republic and the United States. The Russian Soviet Republic gets the Yellen Island base, which can be used as a springboard, and the troops can be directly divided into 3 groups to attack the 2nd encirclement line. As long as the 2nd encirclement, the existing island base, is captured, it will threaten the United States. The mainland of Dingligian. The U.S. Tower Lightning Kingdom has obtained the Yellen Island base, which can use the Yellen Island base to provide troops and resources for the frontier island bases, and can independently attack other local frontier bases in the Russian Soviet Republic. Both the Russian Soviet Republic and the United States are gathering large forces at this moment. For the Yellen Island military base, the former is bound to hold the occupied base, while the latter is bound to regain lost ground. A tough battle is about to come, and many countries and media in the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle are beginning to pay attention to this upcoming war. Long Fei is currently in his room, checking the AG system and sending all the battlefield data and the data of all the MS that have fought to the AG system. Looking at the AG system found that some theoretical weapons have been designed that cannot currently be developed and manufactured. Long Fei felt that these weapons could only be produced by improving his own technology. Long Fei stretched his waist. It is estimated that there will be a tough battle tomorrow. Long Fei walked out of his room and went to the restaurant. The restaurant has a lot of delicious food, and besides wine, the Tiani mercenaries can drink whatever they want. This is a hearty meal for the mercenaries preparing to go to the battlefield tomorrow. Many mercenaries were feasting on delicious food. Long Fei also picked out his favorite dishes and found a seat to sit down. It happened that Sister Taoxiang came to the restaurant and chose their favorite dishes and sat next to Long Fei. Li Xiang intentionally let her sister sit beside Long Fei, and herself sat opposite her sister and Long Fei. Li Xiang looked at the two people in front of her while eating delicious food. Li Xiang noticed that the food on their plates included grilled sausage, fried salmon, medium-rare steak, fried onion rings, mapo tofu, and scallion pancakes. The drink was watermelon juice, and the dessert was lychee puffs. Li Xiang didn't expect her sister and Long Fei to like the same dishes, even the drinks and desserts they liked. Tao Xiang saw that her sister had nothing to eat, but looked at her and Long Fei with her hands on her pillow. Li Xiang, eat quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold. Li Xiang picked up her roasted chicken drumsticks and said while eating, Sister, you and the boss like to eat the same things. Only then did Long Fei and Tao Xiang realize that they both like to eat the same food. When Long Fei picked up the watermelon juice and drank it, he choked on what Li Xiang said. Looking at it this way, I think my sister and the boss are a good match. Cough, cough, cough. Long Fei was so coughed that he couldn't speak. Tao Xiang looked embarrassed and shy, glared at her sister and said, Li Xiang, what are you talking about? Zhouya, who was not far away, heard what Li Xiang said just now, and she booed a little. Little sister, you just said that. I also think that your sister and the boss are really a couple when they are together. Zhona next to her also blew whistle and boo. Tao Xiang stood up and shouted shyly, Zhouya, what are you talking about? And Zhona, what are you talking about? Tao Xiang yelled so shyly that some mercenaries who didn't think it was a big deal also whistled and booed. At this time, Long Fei raised his hand to stop and came to rescue Tao Xiang. At this time, the booing mercenaries all fell silent, but many mercenaries looked at the boss, wanting to see what the boss's attitude was. There's a tough battle coming up tomorrow, so don't make a fuss about it. Besides, I haven't thought about falling in love first. Seeing what the boss said, many mercenaries who had just started feeling bored, so they could only continue to eat. But Zhouya asked gossipingly, The boss, if you want to fall in love, what kind of girl will you find? Zhong Zhona, who was next to her, even fanned the flames and said, Boss, what kind of girl are you looking for? Is it like us, or like Tao Xiang, or what kind of girl? The mercenaries who felt bored just now looked directly at Long Fei again, and the soul of gossip in everyone's heart was burning. Long Fei looked at Sister Zhouya, then at the other female mercenaries around, and finally at Tao Xiang. I should look for a gentle and strong girl like Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang's whole face was flushed, and she was very shy. Seeing Tao Xiang's shy appearance, Zhouya deliberately asked Long Fei, Boss Tao Xiang, do you think it's pretty? Or is it the type you like? Long Fei looked at the shy Tao Xiang, and then replied, If you want to talk about the type you like, I really don't have any favorite type. Maybe I am a person who looks at the inside. Of course, Tao Xiang's appearance is indeed, she is very beautiful. I admit this, but I still say what I just said. I like a gentle and strong girl like Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang hurriedly left the scene shyly. Sister. Li Xiang put down the grilled chicken legs and hurriedly chased after her sister. Seeing Tao Xiang leave shyly and embarrassedly, Long Fei couldn't help asking the people around him, Is what I just said a little too much? It's not just over the top, it's just embarrassing for thin-skinned people. What you just said may indeed cause the person concerned to misunderstand boss. Everyone at the scene said so in their hearts, but no one dared to tell Long Fei the truth. Long Fei saw that there was no one answering his question, and then looked at the dishes that Sister Taoxiang hadn't eaten. Long Fei stood up and took a tray, put all the dishes of the two sisters on the tray, and went to find the two sisters Taoxiang. After the mercenaries watched the boss leave, everyone whispered and discussed whether the boss had taken a fancy to Taoxiang or would Taoxiang become their boss wife in the future. After Long Fei asked other people, he learned that Sister Taoxiang had returned to his room. Taoxiang lay on her bed, feeling that she was a little ashamed today. Although she didn't do anything else, what happened just now really made her feel ashamed. Li Xiang looked at her sister lying motionless on the bed and wondered if she shouldn't have said those words just now. For a while, Li Xiang didn't know what words to use to comfort her sister, so she could only stand there and worry. At this time the doorbell rang. Li Xiang opened the door and saw Long Fei standing in front of the door, holding a tray. Boss. Taoxiang looked up and found that it was Long Fei standing in front of the room door. His whole face sank on the pillow immediately. Long Fei came in, put the tray on the table, and said, "You haven't eaten a few bites, so I'll bring it over for you." Li Xiang glanced at the food on the table, rolled her eyes, and asked Long Fei, "Boss, is there anything you need to do next?" "Nothing now." Li Xiang immediately picked up her original dish and drink and said to Long Fei, "I'd better go to the restaurant to eat. Boss, you better persuade my sister to eat." Li Xiang. Taoxiang immediately raised her head and called her sister to stop her, but her sister had already slipped out of the room, and when she saw the room, only she and Long Fei buried their heads on the pillow in embarrassment. Long Fei persuaded, "Come over and eat. It's not good for your health." Taoxiang timidly got up from the bed, covered her flushed cheeks with her hair, walked to Long Fei's side, sat on the chair, and began to eat. Taoxiang ate a few fried onion rings and summoned up her courage to ask, "That boss, you probably didn't eat much just now, did you? Would you like to come over and eat together?" "No need, I will." Before Long Fei finished speaking, the door of the room opened. Li Xiang took it, and Long Fei brought in the plates and drinks that he hadn't eaten just now, and put the room next to his sister's table, and said to Long Fei, "Boss, I brought your things. You and sister eat together bar." "Okay, thank you." Li Xiang hurried out of the room and closed the door, and then made a cheering gesture in front of the door, as if to cheer for her sister. Sister Zhouya also came to the scene at this time, and when she saw Li Zi's cheering gesture, she immediately ran to Li Xiang and asked, "Is the boss in there?" Rika replied, "Well, the boss and sister are both in the room." Sister Zhouya was very gossip, leaning directly in front of the door to eavesdrop. Aviana happened to pass by, frowned, and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" After Zhou Na explained in Aviana's ear, Aviana also leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Just when Taoxiang was about to get up to get a tissue at this time, she suddenly couldn't stand upright and almost fell. Long Fei quickly supported Taoxiang. The resulting noise misunderstood the people outside the room. "No way. Boss and Taoxiang are progressing too fast, right? Do you want to have a fit directly?" "What is a fit?" Li Xiang asked innocently. Aviana immediately covered Li Xiang's ears and said, "Children, you won't know until you grow up. Now go to the restaurant to eat delicious food." Rika tilted her head and looked at Aviana, then thought about it, and decided that she was really not full, so she decided to go to the restaurant to eat again. Then the three women continued to lean against the door to eavesdrop. The other colleagues who passed by felt very strange. After learning about the incident, every colleague immediately leaned against the door or by the door to eavesdrop. When Colonel Shrek happened to pass by, seeing such a situation, he couldn't help asking, "What are you guys doing?" After a subordinate explained in Colonel Shrek's ear, Colonel Shrek scolded directly, "This kind of thing is the boss's private matter. How can you gossip so shamelessly?" As a result, everyone at the scene raised their middle fingers directly at Colonel Shrek. Because when Colonel Shrek was scolding others, his body and ears were directly leaning against the door to eavesdrop. Enough gossip. At this time, Taoxiang accidentally hit the edge of the bed with her toes while holding something. "It hurts." All the people outside the room opened their eyes wide. Could it be that the boss and Taoxiang's lair was pierced? Long Fei asked Taoxiang to sit on the bed, put Taoxiang's injured foot on his lap, and rubbed it for her. "Be gentle, it hurts." The expressions of everyone outside the room changed. Everyone thought in their hearts, is this Tao Xiang's first time? Only the first time a woman will feel the pain and ask the man to lighten it. Is this strength possible? Well, yes. Tao Jiang's mouth continued to hiss, woo, The expressions of everyone outside the door are very exciting. Could it be that the two of them are exercising very intensely? Suddenly the door opened, and everyone leaning against the door fell down. Wow! Many people screamed, Dialan. Long Fei looked down at these people, frowned and asked, what are you doing? Tao Xiang sat on the bed, looking at these people with question marks on her face. Everyone immediately stood up and saluted Long Fei. Colonel Shrek smiled at Long Fei at this time. Boss, there will be a big battle tomorrow. You must maintain your physical strength. You don't need to tell me, of course I know. Then Long Fei asked everyone, what were you doing leaning against the door just now? Zhouya answered irrelevantly. Boss, you have to know that when a girl is going for the first time, you have to be careful not to hurt the girl. Long Fei was a little confused. Tao Xiang was also confused. She stood up and took a few steps and asked a little bit. What are you talking about? Zhou Na said to Tao Xiang with a somewhat exaggerated expression. Oh my God, Tao Xiang, the boss is really serious. After knowing that this is your first time, he still treats you so rudely. You can't even walk properly. No matter how straight he is, Long Fei understands what they mean. Tao Xiang also understood what they meant at this moment. Her whole face immediately turned red, and the top of her head seemed to be about to smoke, and then she shouted in a high-pitched voice, things are not what you think. Everyone at the scene covered their ears. I really didn't expect that Maida Deng Lijian would also hire colleagues. Even if we hire more colleagues, we will still be beaten by us. The pilots of the two GM2s shot down the target while communicating and talking. The two even teased that the mobile suits sent by each company were uneven. Maybe they shot down so many mobile suits this time, and the evaluation above would have to be re-examined. Long Fei drove the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type and shot down 30 mobile suits. Among them were the United Kingdom's mobile suits and counterparts, and the majority of them were counterparts. Long Fei pressed his MS and said, it seems that Maida Deng Lijian has hired so many colleagues. It seems that they want to contain us and consume us by the way. The number of the United States Army and the hired mercenary regiment is more than twice that of the Russian Soviet Republic and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps combined. All the mercenary regiments hired by the U.S. Tower Lightning Country restrained the 1st Brigade Fleet. Ivan drove the Streiberg MS to fight a Raptor MS, and the beams of the two shells crossed each other, and neither of them hit each other. At this moment, the armies of the two countries are fighting in waves in the sky and on the sea, and neither side can suppress the other at present. However, in terms of the seabed, the Russian Soviet Republic has gained an advantage, mainly due to the magic crabs and tortoises of the Tianyi mercenary group. Most of the mercenary regiments hired by the United States of Lightning and Legion do not have mobile suits for underwater combat. Even if they do, they are relatively backward mobile suits, and they are not at all the opponents of the Agile Magic Scorpion and Turtle Bully mobile suits. In addition to launching torpedoes desperately, the submersible fleet on the seabed of Maida Deng Lijian is more like a surface fleet asking for military support. The surface fleet can only drop missiles and mines against the seabed. There is no other way. The authorities of the United States of America feel very troubled and at a loss for using very flexible magic crabs and tortoise MS on the seabed for amphibious warfare. This is the first time they have encountered such MS, and they have no effective means to fight against them. Several magic crabs and tortoise mobile suits broke through the enemy's line of defense and jointly destroyed a mobile suit submarine. The other MS submarines immediately released all the remaining Seacat MSs in the ship, making sure to wipe out the mice that ran in. It took Ivan a lot of effort to shoot down his opponent, and his Streiberg MS was shot off his right foot at this moment. The mothership communicator sent an order, ordering Ivan to return to the mothership for repairs. On the way back to the mothership, Ivan also saw two Gundams, Gundam Guzan and Gundam Strike, shooting down a total of 4 Raptor MS. Iwan looked at it and said to himself, strange, aren't the Tianyi mercenaries restrained by their colleagues? Returning to the Ocean Goddess MS mothership, Ivan walked out of the cockpit, took the kinetic energy drink given by the staff, and watched the staff quickly replace the damaged parts while drinking the kinetic energy drink. Ivan knew that it would take an hour at the fastest, so he walked to the temporary lounge by himself. There were also a few colleagues drinking drinks and sitting on the sofa to rest when they had time. One of the male colleagues turned on the three-dimensional projection screen and watched the current battle situation. Ivan asked his male colleague, "Widani, what is the current situation of the war?" Vitani looked up. It turned out to be Ivan. Then he pointed to the situation on the sea and said, "At present, we are at a disadvantage in the war on the sea. After all, this is their domain for many years. They are more familiar with this area than we are. The frontier battlefields, and in terms of numbers, they are indeed more than us." Then Vitani pointed to the battle situation at the bottom of the sea and said, "In terms of submarine warfare, our side has a strong advantage. The main reason is the relationship between the magic crab of the Tiani mercenary group and the turtle mobile suit. The flexibility of these two mobile suits underwater, the excitement made it difficult for the enemy's torpedo missiles to hit them, and many mobile suits and submarines were destroyed by them." At this time, another colleague said, "I heard that the Superior is very concerned about these two mobile suits. I heard that the Superior has sent representatives to negotiate with the top management of the Tiani Mercenary Corps. It is said that they want to purchase these two mobile suits in large quantities." Vitani looked at Ivan and asked, "Have you received relevant news about this matter?" "I don't know. I haven't been able to contact my family during the battle these days. Speaking of which, how is the current battle situation in the sky?" Vitani replied, "The battle situation in the sky. Let's talk about the Tiani mercenary group first. Although they were besieged by a group of colleagues, they are just a group of rabble in the end. The MS they use is not to mention compared with the Tiani mercenary group. Even the standard equipment of our general troops is not as good as the mass-produced mobile suits of the Tiani mercenary group, which beat these fellow mercenary regiments to pieces, not to mention that Gundam basically slaughtered them one-sidedly." Ivan said, "On the way back, I saw some Gundams coming to our combat area." Vitani nodded and said, "Actually, when I returned, I also saw Gundam running to our combat area. The main reason for this is that those mercenary groups can't pose any threat to the Tiani mercenary group, so the commander transferred some Gundams to our combat area. And by the way, there are actually several Gundams fighting on the seabed in submarine warfare, and the fact that the submarine warfare can be at a favorable advantage is also due to the Gundam." The colleague who spoke before said at this time, "However, the main reason for submarine warfare is to rely on those two amphibious combat mobile suits. Indeed, this is the main reason." At this time, a logistics soldier knocked on the door and came in, telling some drivers that their mobile suits had been repaired and they were ready to attack. The colleague who had just spoken said, "Ivan, Vitani, I have struck out. When we come back victorious, let's have a glass of vodka to celebrate. Okay, I wish you prosperous martial arts." Ivan bent down to look at the current situation of the battle. Looking at the situation of the sky battle and submarine war, it has gradually become clear, and our side has gained a favorable advantage. However, Ivan didn't feel very happy. The main reason was that they were able to gain an advantage, and this was also due to the Tiani mercenary group they hired. Because there is no Tiani mercenary to join us in the sea battle, we are in a disadvantageous situation. If we don't hire Tiani mercenary, they may be in a disadvantageous situation in the air battle and submarine battle. It is more likely that they have already lost the battle. Ivan was very worried at the moment. The Tiani mercenary group was always a private armed mercenary group that used money to do things, and today they could use their own money to fight against the United States. Tomorrow, the United States can also be used to attack our country. Once such a thing really happened, would the country's army be able to withstand the MS of the Tiani mercenary group? On the other side, the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type shot down 4 Raptor MS in 1 minute. With 2 GN rifles in hand, he shot the 5th Raptor MS one after another, directly blowing up the target. Long Fei received a notification from Lieutenant Colonel AICC, the captain of the Torres, that another group of colleagues from the enemy camp joined the battle. Long Fei thought to himself, "They want the ants to kill more elephants. I know the Lieutenant Colonel. I will go to deal with them personally. Captain Long, I will send 2 Gundams and 2 MS teams to support you." The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type quickly flew to the destination, leaving blue trails where it passed. We have invested so many mobile suits and fighters. Can't we beat the opponent's Gundam? It's really a big loss this time. I knew I shouldn't have accepted this business. Many mercenary regiment leaders or bosses wailed, because looking at the situation in front of them, even a Gundam couldn't be shot down, but their fighters and MS were shot down one after another. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type caught the rocket launcher and GN beam cannon sent by the drone, holding these two weapons in both hands, and shot down the mercenary mobile suits and fighter planes one after another. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type single machine broke into the enemy's line of defense. Quick, quick, stop that Gundam. A mercenary captain issued a hysterical order, because the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type is coming towards his battleship. Countless beams of shells failed to hit the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type. No, this was the last cry of the mercenary captain before he died. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type pierced through the bow of the target battleship with one shot and moved on to the next target. Countless warships of the mercenary regiment had no choice but to fire beam cannons and missiles to form a barrage, making it impossible for the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type to approach. Suddenly, a cannon shot pierced through several mercenary warships one after another. This suddenly made many mercenary regiments fly like dogs. The cannon shot just now was fired from the head of ZZ Gundam. Then, Anton drove Gundam Gushin with a long-range electromagnetic sniper rifle and shot through the bow of the target ship with a long-range shot. Then the bows of the second and third ships were pierced. A 105 Dagger MS squad protects Gundam Gushin from other mercenary MS and fighters. With the cover of ZZ Gundam and Gundam Gushin, Long Fei found a gap. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type immediately broke through the gap, and then several mercenary battleships were shot down by Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type. A mercenary battleship fired a signal flare and ordered its troops to retreat and leave the battlefield. Once the 1st Mercenary Regiment retreats, the 2nd and 3rd Mercenary Regiments will retreat and leave the battlefield one after another. Because no one wants to die on the battlefield, not to mention that the mercenary group only wants to make money, but they don't want to die if they don't make money. More and more mercenary regiments withdrew from the battlefield. The National Army of the United States Tower Lightning discovered the change in the situation and immediately contacted the group of mercenaries, ordering them to return to the battlefield. The mercenary group either refused to connect to the communication request of the American Lightning National Army or directly yelled at the person in charge of the American Lightning National Army during the communication. The money I want to earn is to spend my life to earn it, not to go to the battlefield to die. I'll give you your money back. I announced that the branch will withdraw from the United States. The person in charge of the mutating Legion National Army did not expect to meet a group of dead pigs who are not afraid of boiling water, not to mention that these mercenary groups are really unreliable, and they will not do things well after paying the money. Following the battlefield, after the mercenary regiments withdrew from the battlefield one after another, the 1st Brigade Fleet began to dispatch MS troops to deal with the American fleet. The U.S. surface fleet is under attack at this moment, and the direction of the attack is from the bottom of the sea. The submarine fleet has basically been wiped out in 7s and 80s, and the Magic Crab and Tortoise MS troops have concentrated their firepower against the surface fleet at this moment. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield has become clear. The balance of victory has been tilted towards the Russian Soviet Republic Army, and the U.S. Army is losing ground. Tao Xiang drove the Xingxue Goddess Gundam, and the GN rocket launcher pierced through a Raptor MS, and then replaced it with a GN rifle to shoot down 3 Flying Cat MS in a row. Ivan happened to be driving a Streiberg MS and saw this scene, and she was filled with endless envy and hatred. If her country could develop a high-performance MS like Gundam, letting her drive it would reduce her life by 10 years, and she would be willing to. Beep beep. A warning sound came from the cockpit. A Raptor MS attacked Ivan's Streiberg MS holding a beam saber, and the Streiberg MS immediately drew out the beam saber to block it. Suddenly, a rocket passed behind Ivan's Streiberg MS and directly hit the Raptor MS in front of him. Ivan was taken aback, and the machine immediately turned around and found that the attack just now was done by Star Water Goddess Gundam. When Ivan was about to send a communication request to protest to the other driver, Goddess of Star Water Gundam flew directly in front of her to another place. Ivan scolded directly. Damn it, if I made a mistake just now, I would be the one who died. After this battle is over, I have to settle accounts with you. Tao Xiang didn't know that the other party hated her. Tao Xiang knew that she wouldn't mistakenly hit her allies in the attack just now, so she opened fire without hesitation. Yu Yangchun drove the strike Gundam to change the sword and put on a backpack and cut down 2 Raptor MS one after another with the ship cutter. A Type 100 fired mega cannon directly hit a MS surface carrier in the United States, and the MS surface carrier was torn in half like paper. There are also several other Gundams that use anti-ship rifles to penetrate the bow of a battleship with one shot. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type held a GN launcher and swept the 2 battleships in the sky directly in half. Any Gundam is invincible in combat, taking down MS and battleships one after another. Lieutenant General Chui Fu, the combat commander of the U.S. Tower Lightning Legion National Army, watched the battle from the command room, and the diving boats on the bottom of the sea were basically wiped out. Of the 6 surface fleets, 4 were completely wiped out, and 2 were facing collapse. Of the 9 sky fleets, 5 were completely destroyed, 3 were half damaged, and 1 was relatively intact. Lieutenant General Trevor said angrily, I really didn't expect Gundam to have such a powerful combat power. A captain came to salute the commander and said, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, we have 4 supporting sky fleets rushing to the battlefield, and the battleship Goddess of Victory has already been organized in 1 supporting sky fleet. Lieutenant General Trevor immediately issued an order. Order the battleship Goddess of Victory to fire the main guns remotely to cover the retreat of all fleets fighting on the front line. At the bow of the USS Torres, the crew issued a warning. A powerful energy is attacking our ship. Lieutenant Colonel AICC immediately issued the order. The GN position is opened to the maximum, and emergency evasion is performed. A huge golden light beam came towards the GN stand Torres, emitting dense cyan particles. The moment the golden light beam collided with the GN stand, the solar furnace of the Torres was running at high speed, emitting more dense cyan particles. The golden beam cannot penetrate the GN stand. Lieutenant Colonel AICC had lingering fears. He didn't expect the defensive power of the GN position to be so high. Many people on the battlefield were taken aback, especially the high-ranking officers of the mutating Legion National Army. The name is Destroyer. What shocked them even more was that the latest warship of the Tianyi mercenary group had a protective cover that they hadn't developed yet. Lieutenant General Trevor immediately regained his composure in the moment of shock. Just now, the battleship Victory Goddess will attack the Tianyi mercenary group's Torres, mainly because he hopes to take down Torres to attack the Tianyi mercenary group. He didn't expect the other party to develop a protective cover that hadn't been developed in his own country, and he seemed to have gnawed the hardest bone and couldn't go on. Lieutenant General Trevor immediately changed his action order, and the Goddess of Victory attacked the Ocean Goddess fleet of the Russian Soviet Republic with a destruction cannon. Long Fei and the other Gundam pilots rushed towards the battleship Goddess of Victory at full speed. The fleet where the Goddess of Victory was located and the other 3 surrounding fleets immediately attacked all MS teams to stop Gundam. Lieutenant Colonel Markov, the captain of the Ocean Goddess MS mothership, immediately ordered to launch the pulse gun of the main gun, aiming at the enemy battleship Goddess of Victory. Lieutenant Colonel Markov notified Colonel Shrek to arrange for the Gundam to avoid the firing direction of the pulse gun. In addition to notifying all Gundam pilots, Colonel Shrek also ordered his crew to prepare to fire the Albion's main gun. The U.S. fleet fighting on the front line began to retreat at this moment. Colonel Shrek worried that the mutual bombardment of the 2 warships would harm Yuchi, and ordered all Gundam pilots to return to their respective motherships. The Sea Goddess and the Goddess of Victory are fully charged at the same time, and the pulse cannon and destroyer cannon are fired at the same time. The 2 huge energies collided with each other, like a water column hitting a wall, and scattered in all directions, and the scattered energy hit the sea surface and set off a water column. Colonel Shrek seized the opportunity. The main gun fired. The Albion's main gun megaparticle cannon fired a huge laser cannon, hitting the hull of the Goddess of Victory. The Goddess of Victory was directly cut in half. Touch! Lieutenant General Trevor punched the table angrily. All the soldiers in the command post looked very ugly, and everyone was hit. The Goddess of Victory, which was cut in half, exploded violently the moment it landed on the sea. Lieutenant General Chui Fu knew that he would be defeated if he continued to fight at this moment. So he ordered all the troops on the front line to retreat and retreat to the second line to encircle. The war reporters from the two countries captured the whole process remotely. The people of the Russian Soviet Republic are cheering at this moment, celebrating the country's victory. In the United States of America, the whole people are mourning, and the internet is full of abuse. Most of the abuse is not about their own country's incompetence, but about the Russian Soviet Republic. Most of the netizens in the United States believe that the National Army was not defeated by the army of the Russian Soviet Republic, but was defeated by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The victory of the army of the Russian Soviet Republic was achieved by the hired Tianyi mercenaries. Soon, netizens from the two countries scolded each other on the internet. The Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle were once again shocked by the powerful strength of the Tianyi mercenary group. Many military experts believe that it was not the army of the Russian Soviet Republic that defeated the American army, but the Tianyi mercenary group defeated the American army. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps demonstrated the powerful technology of the new Gundam and new weapons, and the GN position of the Torres surprised the experts even more. It directly blocked the powerful main gun of the Goddess of Victory. Experts all agreed that the destruction gun of the Goddess of Victory was originally a sharp spear and believed that it was a weapon that nothing could block for generations. However, the GN position of the Torres slapped these experts in the face. On the other hand, whether it is the government or the military, the United States has suffered a serious blow at the moment. The battleship Goddess of Victory was destroyed, and the morale of the entire army was severely hit, because the battleship Goddess of Victory is the most important national propaganda in the country's media device. As a result, the country's most important weapon was destroyed by the enemy, and the morale of the country's entire army fell to the bottom. Colonel Shrek ordered his subordinates to count the losses. On the other side, at the bow of the Sea Goddess commanding ship, Captain Locke Casey asked Lieutenant Colonel Markelov, "Lieutenant Colonel, although we have won, I really can't feel any joy. Most of this victory depends on it is the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, and now I am worried whether the Tianyi mercenary group will turn around and accept the employment of the Maida Deng Legion Kingdom and turn around and attack us." Lieutenant Colonel Makalov didn't say a word, but his expression was worried. Lieutenant Colonel Markov took a deep breath and said, "We can only see how the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will go next. I heard that the superiors are very fond of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' amphibious mobile suits, the Magic Scorpion and the Turtle Bully. Interested, it is said that I want to buy a lot, and I heard that the two MSs are directly compared with the existing ones. Even if they are second-hand, they will be bought at a high price. Will the Tianyi Mercenary Group agree? I think they will agree that the Tianyi Mercenary Group will come up with these two amphibious mobile suits. I guess they want to attract buyers besides testing." "Hey," Captain Locasey sneered and said, "it seems that they are earning their own money with one hand, and at the other hand they regard the battlefield as their test platform. No matter what, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will not fall back and attack us in the past few months, and we have to return to our home port." Captain Rokasai said in surprise, "Go back to the home port now. Don't we continue to fight? Our purpose is actually to contain the United States and the United Kingdom. To prevent it from becoming bigger and stronger, they must have concerns so that they cannot attack the Uya Cross country with all their strength. Another point is that if we continue to fight the occupation, if there are more island bases, we must put more soldiers to guard the bases. At that time, our soldiers may be insufficient, and we must pay attention to our southern Hanxia Empire, which will attack our country when our country is short of troops." The 1st Brigade Fleet and the Sea Goddess Fleet returned to the port base in Haicheng, Loria. When Long Fei came out of the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-type cockpit, Tao Xiang happened to come out of the Star Water Goddess Gundam's cockpit at the same time. Tao Xiang blushed, shy and embarrassed when she saw Long Fei, but she still nodded her head to Long Fei. Long Fei also nodded in response, and returned to his room to rest. The other ace pilots watched the interaction between the two with playfulness. Long Fei went to the room and turned on his computer to check the report files uploaded by the presidents of each company. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming reported to Long Fei that the authorities of the Russian Soviet Republic wanted to purchase a large number of magic crabs and tortoise MS. Even the magic crabs and tortoise MS of the 1st Brigade Fleet are willing to buy these second-hand goods at a high price. Long Fei ordered, "We don't sell the magic crab MS at present, and we try to sell the turtle MS at a higher price as much as possible. But we must make a condition that the tortoise MS must not be sold to the other party, and the contract must be signed in black and white. I will also inform Sakiki." "Yes, boss, by the way, there is still something to report to you." "Explain." "In the past few days, some unknown forces have attacked our fleet in charge of guarding merchant ships. Find out who is up to something." Li Jiaming shook his head and replied, "Currently the captives have been caught, but they can't get any intelligence. They just received high-priced employment from the client. Some of these entrusted organizations found out that they are colleagues." "Well, I see. You continue to investigate." "Good." Then, Long Fei contacted Sakiki, and after ordering this matter, he looked at the document reported by the president of another company, Tianyi Software Chip Company. The content of the document is that the civilian chip developed has received great response and praise. There is also Tianbao Chip Company under the Schwanen Group managed by the Three Sisters, and the cooperation with Tianyi Software Chip Company has achieved great progress and a win-win situation. Long Fei said to himself, "It's been almost 3 years since I ran away from home. I don't know if the Three Sisters are doing well. It may take a few years before they can go home." Although Tianyi Group has many Miching companies investing in factories and setting up branches in the Hanxia Empire, only the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company have not yet established a branch base or branch in the Hanxia Empire. As long as these two companies can set up branch bases and branches in the Hanxia Empire, it will be time for Long Fei to return home. When the Sea Goddess fleet returned to the sea city of Loria, it was warmly welcomed by many people, and the soldiers at the military port also lined up to welcome the triumphant return of the heroes. The 1st Brigade fleet settled down at the arranged berth. With bright smiles on their faces, many soldiers of the Ocean Goddess fleet took the flowers prepared for them. Many major domestic media came to interview. Some Tianyi mercenaries watching from a distance spoke. "TCH, they won the victory. If it weren't for hiring us, it would be a problem to win. That is, without us, they might not be cheering, but howling." Cough, cough, cough. The boss coughed dryly behind these mercenaries and gave orders to go to work. The Russian Republic of Soviet Union will increase the live broadcast of the media, interviews and introductions, national heroes who have returned in triumph, and an admiral who personally bestows medals on heroes who have made military achievements. Then, the admiral made an impassioned speech on the podium, in which the admiral said, "Long live the Russian Soviet Republic." The soldiers in the audience shouted in unison, "Long live the Russian Soviet Republic." After the general finished his speech, the soldiers in the audience gave out shocking shouts. The general raised his hand, and the soldiers in the audience fell silent unanimously. The general announced, "The heroes who have returned in triumph, please enjoy the celebration banquet." Then, after accepting the reporter's interview, Colonel Leonid, the person in charge of the port base, came to the Albion in person to meet with Colonel Shrek for the delivery of the Tortoise MS. Colonel Leonid looked at the Tortoise mobile suit that had achieved impressive results in the submarine battle and felt both happy and regretful. "The joy is that I can get the Tortoise MS, which is amphibious MS, and has a very high level of concealment. Unfortunately, I can't get the Magic Crab MS with more powerful firepower and performance." The Ms. drivers of the Republic of Russia, one by one, drove the Ms. Turtle to the hangar. The MS pilots who did not participate in the war looked at the Tortoise MS in the hangar, and looked at this strangely designed one-eyed MS with a big head. It was really unbelievable that this MS could achieve impressive results in both land and water battles. Many mobile suit pilots who did not participate in the war went to the celebration banquet to ask their colleagues who participated in the war, and the answers they got were unanimously affirming the Turtle mobile suit. The SEAL MS in our country's underwater operations can reach the fastest speed of 40 knots in water, and the speed of Tortoise MS in water exceeds 50 knots. The capabilities in covert operations and reconnaissance are second to none. One part of the Yellen Island military base relies on the turtle-based MS to covertly fight and destroy the enemy defenders secretly, so that other troops can enter the Yellen Island base. I also saw with my own eyes that a turtle MS killed 3 enemy Seacat MSs on the bottom of the sea in one go. Colonel Leonid asked his subordinates to arrange for MS pilots who are good at underwater combat to be incorporated into the turtle-based MS team, and they will start simulation training tomorrow. Long Fei was sitting on a bridgehead fishing and looked at a sea fish that he caught earlier in the bucket. It has been an hour since the first sea fish was caught. Long Fei took a breath and exhaled a mouthful of white mist from his mouth. Long Fei thought to himself, fishing really requires patience sometimes, and having said that, it's really cold here, and what comes out of the mouth is white mist. Just as Long Fei was about to pack his things, someone behind him said, "You must be patient when fishing, otherwise the fish will not be able to take the bait." Long Fei turned his head and saw that it was Brigadier General Victor, followed by a familiar red-haired female, second lieutenant. Long Fei observed a man and a woman, who also had red hair, and looked somewhat like brothers and sisters. Commodore Victor also holds fishing gear and a folding chair. Ivan didn't know why his brother came here, and I saw a Gundam MS Ace pilot. If my brother wanted to win over the Gundam pilot, it would be reasonable to say that Anton should be the one to win over. Why is it a man slightly older than her? Long Fei asked. Your Excellency, if you don't go to the celebration banquet, drink your vodka, and celebrate your victory, why do you want to come here to fish? Victor chuckled, then opened the folding chair, placed it beside Long Fei, picked up the fishing rod to fish, sat on the folding chair, and said with a smile, "The real protagonists don't come to participate. How can I stay at the celebration banquet?" Holding the fishing rod, Long Fei said calmly, "Your Excellency, we are just a mercenary group. We should use money to do things well, and we should do our own duties well. The celebration banquet you held, you celebrate. We are embarrassed to participate." Ivan looked at Long Fei, a privately armed captain, talking to a general of a big country, without a trace of nervousness, and he was able to speak calmly. Iwan didn't understand whether Long Fei was a fool, or he didn't take it seriously, or he was a very calm person. It seems that your mercenary group is used to this level of war, and there is no need to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate. Long Fei glanced at Victor, then turned his eyes to the sea and said, "Your Excellency, you misunderstood. We have never encountered such a level of war as you mentioned, and we also have our own celebration banquet." "Oh, then why don't you go?" "I don't like excitement very much." Victor nodded and said, "Actually, our victory is mainly due to your mercenary group. We can still recognize this clearly. Your Excellency, the general said that these are hints, so please get straight to the point and don't beat around the bush." "Well, we can entrust your mercenary group, and the United Kingdom can also entrust your mercenary group. We are very worried that your mercenary group will accept the entrustment of the United States and directly point their guns at us." Long Fei nodded after hearing this, and said, "It is true that our mercenary group takes money to do things. It is natural for you, General, to be worried. You don't have to worry about it for 3 months. Wei Tito frowned and asked, "Why don't you worry about it for 3 months?" He really wanted to understand the meaning of Long Fei's words. Long Fei replied, "First of all, we will accept your commission. The most important thing is that we have some weapons that we want to conduct actual combat tests. We have developed 2 amphibious MS for actual combat tests, and the war reporters on the battlefield are our free and best weapons. If you are a good photopropagandist, then there will be more merchants entrusting work to our Tianyi mercenary corps, and more buyers will want to buy our weapons, and they will definitely go to Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to buy." After hearing Long Fei's explanation, Victor smiled and said, Okay, it's rare to get a personal answer from Boss Long, so I'm relieved." Long Fei's brows twitched a few times, and then he said, "I don't understand what your Excellency General is saying." Victor took out a photo from his arms, and the younger sister Ivan behind him shrank his eyes when he saw the photo. The military meeting of the Russian Republic of Soviet Union. During the meeting, the generals and staff looked at the Gundam in battle on the 3-dimensional projection screen, and the screen also displayed the data of the Gundam battle. Every general and staff member showed a dignified and serious expression, especially when the Gemini Brothers Gundam turned on the PX system and the Star Goddess Gundam turned on the Trans Am. The generals and staff members exclaimed when they saw the performance of the three Gundams greatly improved at once and watched the indicators on the displayed data climb steadily. The faces of the generals and staff officers all showed horror. After the battle screen ended, the dim conference room was lit up and the generals and staff officers were whispering to each other. Brigadier General Victor then explained all the reports on the battlefield at that time. At this time, a lieutenant general raised his hand and asked, "How about the test of the Turtle MS purchased in large quantities?" Brigadier General Victor replied, "Sir, the test pilots all gave extremely high evaluations, and after the actual combat tests, no matter whether it is the Seal MS designed for water combat or the Battle Bear MS designed for land combat, it cannot compete with it." Content. The lieutenant general asked again, "It is said that there is a magic crab MS with stronger performance and faster speed in water. Why don't you buy it?" "Sir," they refused. Admiral Andre raised his hand and asked, "Brigadier General, first of all, I have two questions to ask. First, the Turtle MS is said to have good covert operations. Second, is there any good reference for the Turtle MS?" "Sir, the Turtle MS does have quite good covert combat capabilities. After several simulation tests, especially at night or in dark places, the Turtle MS successfully sneaked into the enemy camp and killed the target in covert operations." After Brigadier General Victor finished speaking, he paused and looked at the generals and staff around him. Brigadier General Victor went on to answer the second question. "We disassembled several Turtle MSs and found that their search radar sensors are all advanced in our country and can be used as a reference for our new generation of search radar sensors. But what makes me even more unbelievable is the engine of the Turtle MS." When Victor said this, he paused on purpose and looked at all the generals and staff officers. Everyone's expressions were eager to know. Victor said something that shocked them and couldn't believe it. "The engine is 2 nuclear power, and it's not nuclear fission, it's nuclear fusion, a thermonuclear energy that is close to infinite energy." All the generals and staff officers at the scene were dumbfounded, and there was an immediate commotion at the scene. "How can this be? Commander, are you kidding me?" The general who presided over the meeting picked up the gavel and knocked on the table to silence everyone. At this time, the three-dimensional projection screen projects the engine of the Turtle MS, and there are more data displays and explanations. Hiss! Everyone at the scene gasped. Victor continued, "Currently, we don't know the principle of starting and running. Several engines have been handed over to the technical department for disassembly and research." At this time, a staff officer said, "Scientists in this country are still studying how to miniaturize nuclear fission on mobile suits, but the Tianyi Mercenary Corps directly miniaturized nuclear fusion. I really don't know where they found such powerful scientists." Victor said to the staff, "Your Excellency, the information has been collected so far. The Tianyi Mercenary Group. No, it should be the Tianyi Group. There is a very powerful scientist. Is there any intelligence from scientists? The information collected so far is unknown." Admiral Andre asked, "Brigadier General Victor, in your opinion, is the turtle-based mobile suit of great value as a reference for our country's new generation of mobile suit?" Victor replied, "It is very valuable, and the nuclear fusion engine, this off-the-shelf technology, can save our country from going astray in the research and development process. The new generation of mobile suits will definitely not need to assemble a nuclear fission engine." Then the meeting room continued to hold meetings to discuss the next policy. On the other side, it has been 5 days since the 1st Brigade fleet left the Earth's circle. Li Jiaming discussed with other high-level personnel and decided to take over the work newly entrusted by Victor. "However, you must first prepare for the next step." When the 1st Brigade fleet returned to the mother base, Hyperion Gundam was completed. The next Gundams to be built were Black Strike Gundam, Azure Dual Gundam, and Green Storm Gundam. After the actual combat on the Torres, Long Fei decided to transform it into the Torres II. Long Fei was eating in the cafeteria, and Tao Xiang happened to bring her younger sister to eat. But at this time the cafeteria was full of people and couldn't find a seat, so she sat down to eat. Just in time, The younger sister took her sister when she found that there was an empty seat. Long Fei was eating. When the people in front just left, Li Xiang dragged her sister to Long Fei. Tao Xiang felt very embarrassed, and what happened at that time still reminded her of being very shy. Li Xiang's child didn't know anything about adults, and just as another person left after eating too much, Li Xiang sat down honestly. Tao Xiang blushed and sat in front of Long Fei. It happened that there was another mercenary next to Long Fei, and he left after eating. Li Xiuqing sat beside Long Fei with a tray. Seeing this scene in front of him, Li Xiuqing remembered some gossip things his colleagues had told him. Li Xiuqing thought of something and asked Long Fei, "Old Fei, your birthday will be in 2 days. Don't you plan to celebrate?" It was only then that Long Fei remembered that June 20th was his birthday. His family members celebrated his birthday since he was a child, and after his parents passed away, it was his sister who celebrated his birthday together. He hasn't celebrated his birthday in the past few years since he ran away from home. If Li Xiuqing hadn't told him about it, he would have really forgotten it. I didn't think about it. Anyway, I haven't celebrated in the past few years. Why should I celebrate? Li Xiuqing joked. Are you afraid that others will know that you are over 23 years old? TCH, why should I care about my age as a man? Li Xiang interrupted at this moment. Boss, let's celebrate your birthday in 2 days. The chocolate mousse made by my sister is delicious. It can be your birthday cake. Long Fei laughed and scolded. I see you, you little brat. You are greedy for the chocolate mousse cake made by your sister, and you want to use me as a shield. Li Xiang laughed and stuck out her tongue, while Tao Xiang secretly pinched her sister's thigh. Forget it. Anyway, there's nothing to do in 2 days, so let's celebrate my birthday. Looking at Tao Hua in front of him, Long Fei asked, Can I ask you for my birthday cake? Tao Xiang blushed and nodded after thinking about it. Just make this chocolate mousse cake that your sister said you were good at. Then I'll inform my uncle. Li Xiuqing picked up his phone to communicate with Li Jiaming. Li Jiaming arranged for the cooking class to cook a sumptuous birthday banquet meal on the boss's birthday. In the mother base, there was a joyous excitement, and all the employees were celebrating the boss Long Fei's birthday. Some mercenaries or employees wanted to buy birthday presents for the boss, Long Fei. Long Fei ordered early on not to spend money on buying birthday presents for him. Tao Xiang was making an oversized dark chocolate mousse cake and pushed the cake trolley by herself to the seat prepared for Long Fei. Shi Tingfen also came to the mother base early in the morning, preparing to celebrate the birthday of her old classmates. There are several meteorites around the mother base, and special ecological transformation has been carried out. The environment inside the meteorites is like the ecology of the Earth. The meteorite where Shi Tingfen lives is the staff dormitory. After the mother base factory is off work, Shi Tingfen and many other employees of the Tianyi Arms manufacturing parent company will return to the staff dormitory meteorite. The environment in the staff dormitory meteorite is like a green environment. People who don't know it think they are in a beautiful environment somewhere on the Earth. Shi Tingfen has to go to another meteorite to relax on her rest day, because the environment there can be said to be beautiful, with lush grasslands, watching animals such as cattle, sheep, and deer grazing, and there are also farms such as chickens and ducks. Aquatic animals can be seen in artificial rivers. Today is the birthday of her boss and old classmate, which reminds her of her college days. This old classmate used to study and research in college, and rarely had any other entertainment life. He even refused to attend the birthday party that Zhao Xinlin prepared for him. At that time, Shi Tingfen thought that Long Fei was a withdrawn person, but he didn't expect that today he would let his subordinates arrange to celebrate his birthday. Long Fei came to the assembly place wearing his favorite black windbreaker suit. The mercenaries and other employees were already waiting for Long Fei's arrival. The boss is here. Boss, happy birthday. Everyone congratulated Long Fei. Long Fei showed a bright smile and thanked everyone. The cooking class and others arranged all kinds of food in the gathering place, and there were all drinks except wine. Long Fei sat on the chair prepared for him, looked at the dark chocolate mousse cake that Tao Xiang had prepared for him, and thanked Tao Xiang. Li Jiaming and Sakiki stood on both sides behind Long Fei. Tao Xiang blushed a little and nodded. Well, I hope you like it, boss. Tao Xiang put a candle on the cake and turned on the lighter to light the candle herself. Li Jiaming, who was standing next to Long Fei, raised his hand and made a gesture. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Everyone at the scene sang the birthday song in unison, clapping and singing very rhythmically. After everyone sang the birthday song, when Long Fei was about to blow out the candles, Li Xiuqing said at this moment, "Boss, before blowing out the candles, make a wish first." Long Fei smiled, closed his eyes and made a wish, and then blew out the candles. Everyone present applauded and whistled. Long Fei announced at this time, "I announce the start of the birthday party. Let's all eat and drink. Long live the boss." Everyone cheered and picked up the plate to put food on, and picked up the drink to drink. Long Fei cut the cake himself, and cut 2 larger cakes for Li Xiang and Yu Yangshan. Long Fei personally cut 2 more cakes for his 2 capable generals. "Come on, Commander-in-Chief, President Sakiki, yours." "Thank you, boss." The 2 took it with both hands. Then Long Fei cut another piece of cake and was about to give it to Tao Xiang, when someone started to incite it. Zhou said loudly, "You shouldn't feed Tao Xiang like this. You should feed Tao Xiang yourself. No matter what, they worked so hard to make such a big birthday cake for you." Tao Xiang blushed immediately. Everyone at the scene booed. "Feed her. Feed her." Long Fei had a helpless expression, but he saw Tao Xiang in front of him was very shy. If he didn't feed her personally, she would be in a bit of an embarrassing situation staying here in the future. Long Fei took a fork and cut off a small piece of cake and placed it in front of Tao Xiang's way. "Tao Xiang, hurry up and eat. The boss is already feeding you in front of your mouth. Eat, eat." Tao Xiang's whole face was flushed. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth and ate the cake. Many people booed and whistled. I have something to do. I'll leave first." Tao Xiang covered her flushed cheeks with both hands and hurriedly left the scene. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang, who was leaving, then looked at everyone around him, shook his head, and decided to follow. Sister Zhou, Ai Wei Na and other gossips all secretly followed. Tao Xiang was shy for a while. She didn't know where to go. When she stopped, her heart was beating nonstop. Recalling the episode just now, her heart beat even faster. Peach fragrance. Tao Xiang was startled. She quickly turned her head to see that it was Long Fei who came behind her. When Tao Xiang turned around, she didn't pay attention. Her feet slipped. "Oh, careful." Long Fei quickly stretched out his hand to grab Tao Xiang. He couldn't stand for a while. He staggered a few steps. His other hand hugged Tao Xiang's back, and he leaned forward. As a result, the lips of himself and Tao Xiang touched each other. "I go. The boss is too direct." Others hiding behind were stunned, and some even covered their mouths with their hands. The client, Tao Xiang, had her eyes wide open. She quickly pushed Long Fei away in fright and sat down on the ground. When she saw other colleagues hiding behind, Tao Xiang's face was flushed, and she was about to smoke, and she screamed, What are you doing?" Long Fei turned his head and saw a group of people hiding behind and peeping. "We didn't see anything." Everyone fled the scene quickly. Tao Xiang struggled to get up and ran away from the scene. Long Fei pointed to the escaped employees and cursed, "I will settle accounts with you later." Then he hurriedly chased Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang ran around in a panic. "Tao Xiang, wait a moment." Long Fei hurried to catch up. Tao Xiang quickened her pace and shouted, "Boss, don't." Wow. Her feet slipped and she fell to the ground. Long Fei quickly helped Tao Xiang up. Tao Xiang blushed, struggling shyly, and said, "Boss, please let me go." Long Fei, who caught Tao Xiang, seeing Tao Xiang's shy and embarrassing behavior, Long Fei understood that for such a thin-skinned woman as Tao Xiang, it will be difficult for her to be a human being in the days to come, and it will be even more difficult for her to face those employees, especially him. Long Fei's brain quickly wanted to find a way to solve Tao Xiang's embarrassment, but he really couldn't think of a good way. He just thought of a way that he didn't know if it was good or not. Long Fei directly hugged Tao Xiang with one hand on the waist and the back of Tao Xiang's head with the other, and kissed Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang's eyes widened in fright. She wanted to struggle to shake off Long Fei, but she couldn't shake off Long Fei's strong hands. She wanted to push Long Fei away with both hands, but she still couldn't. Then beat Long Fei's shoulders with both hands. Long Fei still did not let go of Tao Xiang, still kissing Tao Xiang's lips. For about 10 seconds, Tao Xiang resisted at the beginning, then compromised and lowered her hands. and finally embraced Long Fei's waist with both hands. It took about 30 seconds before the lips of the two parted from each other. With tears in her eyes, Tao Xiang raised her right hand, about to slap Long Fei. "Be my woman." Tao Xiang's raised right hand was fixed directly. Her eyes looked at Long Fei's whole figure as if she didn't react. Long Fei then kissed Tao Xiang's lips, and Tao Xiang's raised right hand hung down feebly. Then, when their lips parted, Long Fei said again, "I'll say it again, be my woman. If you don't agree, I will continue to kiss you until you agree." Tao Xiang gave a poochy smile, with a shy and embarrassed expression and tears in her eyes, but now she laughed out loud and said, "What kind of way are you chasing women?" Before she finished speaking, Long Fei kissed her mouth again. Tao Xiang's face turned red again, but at this moment Tao Xiang was clumsily catering to Long Fei. After the two kissed, Tao Xiang agreed to be Long Fei's woman. "Go back. How could my birthday party be without you?" Thinking of the embarrassing things before, Tao Xiang was a little shy and unwilling to go back. "Come with me. I want to announce the relationship between you and me in front of everyone." After finishing speaking, Long Fei took Tao Xiang's hand and brought Tao Xiang back to the birthday party. In fact, Tao Xiang didn't really want to go back, but she couldn't stand Long Fei's dominance, so she let Long Fei take her by the hand to go back. At the birthday party, everyone watched as Long Fei held Tao Xiang's hand, brought Tao Xiang back to his seat, let Tao Xiang sit on his seat, and announced to everyone, "Listen to me, everyone. I'm announcing today that Tao Xiang is my woman. I don't allow you to make fun of Tao Xiang. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Long Fei's announcement directly caused the scene to explode. No one thought that the boss, who usually looks like a straight man, would announce his relationship with Tao Xiang so forcefully and even warn them. Shi Tingfin didn't even expect that her old classmate from the university, who is usually a herbivore who only knows how to study and study, would take the initiative to find a girlfriend at this moment, and even announce the relationship so forcefully. Long Fei then asked everyone, "Did you all understand what I just said?" "Understood, boss. X infinity." "Very well, the birthday party continues." Then Long Fei looked at Sister Zhouya and the others. These people had embarrassing expressions and could only smile at Long Fei innocently. After Long Fei glanced at them, he ignored them. If Li Xiang walked in front of her sister, she would give her a piece of cake. Li Xiangtong said without hesitation, "Sister, the boss just fed you a cake, so it's your turn to feed the boss a cake." The clang fork fell to the ground. Since Long Fei announced his relationship with Tao Xiang at his birthday party, many people's attitude towards Tao Xiang has changed a lot. Many people's attitude towards Tao Xiang has become very respectful and flattering, and even Li Xiang's attitude has changed a lot. Li Xiang was a little proud at the beginning, but was accused by her sister Tao Xiang of not being complacent. Because Tao Xiang understood that the change of many people's attitude towards her was due to Long Fei's relationship, without Long Fei, she would be nothing. So Tao Xiang would not bully or offend others when she was in a good mood. If Long Fei cut ties with her, Tao Xiang knew that her fate could be imagined. Tao Xiang communicates with people as usual. On the other hand, Long Fei carried out some design modifications and improvements on the MS Yagama and the misunderstood Yagama MS. Then, together with Li Jiaming, Sakiki, and other high-level personnel of the company, watched and studied the simulated battle of two MS motherships. The conclusion of many people is that the latter is stronger and more suitable for development than the former. Li Jiaming said, "The MS carrier Nyagama not only has more ejection decks, in addition to improving combat efficiency, there are high-energy megaparticle cannons below the deck, which are simply strategic-level weapons." President Sakiki asked Long Fei, "Boss, I don't think you intend to develop and sell the Nyagama MS mothership?" "Yes. What do you think of the mobile suit mothership Yagama?" Saki replied. "In terms of data performance, it is stronger than the Albion MS mothership without the I-field generator installed, and it is also better than the former in terms of the combat power of projecting MS. It has not been strengthened. The Albion is not as good as the Argama in range." At this time, a subordinate of President Sakiki raised his hand. "Explain." "The information on the MS carrier Yagama is not loaded with the I-field generator." "May I ask the boss, is it true that it is not loaded?" "Yes. Unless an I-field generator with better performance is developed, the MS carrier Yagama will not be equipped with an I-field generator. Li Jiaming said to Long Fei. From the estimation of the development and manufacturing time of the MS mothership of the Argama, it will take longer than the initial period of the MS mothership of Albion. The mobile suit mothership Yagama also takes longer to manufacture than the current Albion. I know this, and I didn't think about making so many MS motherships like Yagama. Let's take 2 points as an example. The cost of manufacturing is much more expensive than that of Albion. All these are consumed and maintained. It also costs more than the MS Albion. President Sakiki asked Long Fei, "Boss, our company can manufacture the mobile suit carrier Yagama right away, but I asked the boss to give us the blueprint of the mobile suit ship Yagama first." Long Fei directly handed over the memory card of the Yagama MS mothership to President Sakiki. After the meeting ended, except for Long Fei, Li Jiaming, Sakiki, and a few high-level members of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, the rest of the people used the Tianyi Group's intranet to conduct online meetings. Long Fei called Li Jiaming to stop. "Commander-in-Chief, Victor's commission, how are you preparing?" "It's ready and ready to go in a few days." "Well, let me go too. And by the way, Wing Gundam will also be included in this operation." "Yes, boss." After Long Fei walked out of the conference room, he went to the Gundam factory. Looking at the 3 Gundams being manufactured, Long Fei estimated that he had completed Victor's commission, and the 3 Gundams would not be completed yet. Looking at the divided workshops of the Gundam manufacturing plant, the Strike Gundam Perfect Backpack has been manufactured, the 3 Dwarf Sword Stars of the Wing Gundam have also been manufactured, and the additional weapons of other Gundams have been manufactured, and some are still in production. Guyin Taoxiang came to Long Fei and handed the sorted documents to Long Fei. "Thank you." Long Fei took over and thanked him. After looking at the documents that Taoxiang had sorted out, he found that they were organized in an orderly manner. Long Fei looked at Taoxiang and saw that Taoxiang was a bit haggard. Long Fei suddenly felt a little distressed in his heart. Long Fei said to Taoxiang, "You have to train the driver and help me handle the documents at once. This kind of workload is too much. Let the staff deal with the documents. I don't want you to be too tired." Taoxiang shook her head and said, "It's okay. I just want to help you relieve some pressure. If you get tired, not only will you not help me relieve stress, but you will also make me feel distressed and blame myself, and I will not be able to work well." When Taoxiang heard Long Fei's words, she suddenly felt a little sweetness in her heart. Li Xiuqing suddenly came up behind the 2 of them and said, "Hey, I told you 2 not to spread dog food here." Taoxiang blushed. Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing a little unhappy. Hey, Lao Fei, why do you value and despise friends so much? Do you forget our friendship when you are in love?" Li Xiuqing looked joking. Long Fei teased Li Xiuqing. "People who don't know think your behavior is jealous, and think that the 2 of us are having a romantic relationship." Li Xiuqing immediately vomited, and then said, "Disgusting. I'm not gay. I like women." "Okay, let's stop joking. And then again, why did you come here?" Li Xiuqing replied, "Well, apart from the fact that I want to come here to see the new Gundam being manufactured, I also want to discuss with you the commission from the General of the Russian Soviet Republic in a few days. I will attack, but I want to drive the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, can I?" "Sure." Then, Long Fei, Taoxiang, and Li Xiuqing went to the cafeteria for dinner together. After having a full meal, Taoxiang took her younger sister to pay homage to the former colleagues of the Jupiter ship. Long Fei followed along and found that Taoxiang's sisters worshipped in the same way as the people of the Hanxia Empire. After the 2 sisters finished worshipping, Long Fei asked Taoxiang, "Your worshipping method is the same as that of the people of the Hanxia Empire. You have burnt paper money and the things that the deceased loved to eat as sacrifices. Your father is it from the Hanxia Empire?" Taoxiang replied, "Strictly speaking, my grandfather and grandmother were from the Hanxia Empire, and later immigrated to the Songhai Kingdom. My father and mother were also born in the Songhai Kingdom." "Where are your grandparents?" "Grandpa is from the Danyang Empire, and grandma is from the Uya Cross Kingdom. Both elders immigrated to the Songhai Kingdom." "So that's the case. Then you have been educated by your father since you were a child." That's why your surname is Li, which is the surname of all the families in the Hanxia Empire." Tao Xiang shrugged and said, "Our two sisters introduced themselves only by our first names, never by our surnames." Long Fei rubbed his chin and asked, "Then have you ever thought about going back to your grandparents' ancestral country and seeing your grandparents' ancestral homeland?" Tao Xiang thought for a while, and then said, "I didn't think so at first, but after hearing what you said, if there is a chance, I really want to go back and have a look. When I return to the Han Xia Empire, I will take you to find the ancestral home of your grandparents." Long Fei got up and looked at Sister Tao Xiang, who was still sleeping beside him. Long Fei carefully got out of bed, went into the bathroom, and after some grooming, changed into his uniform and walked out of the bathroom. Tao Xiang just woke up and woke up her sister to prepare for today's work. The 1st Brigade Fleet, the head of the Albion 1 millisecond mothership, Shrek, is preparing for the upcoming battle. Victor entrusted the work of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps in the hope of helping the Uya cross-country to repel the United States. Although the United States suffered a defeat last month, it still did not affect his status as the strongest and wealthiest country in the Earth's sphere. Although the remnants of the South American allies have regained nearly half of their territory, the most critical and important electromagnetic track elevator still cannot be regained. Moreover, many remnants were annihilated by the special forces of the United States, and the remaining remnants are not to be feared for the time being. This allowed the United States to control the 2 electromagnetic track elevators and still maintain an advantage. In the following month, the authorities of the United States and the United Kingdom were still preparing to attack the Uya cross-country. As long as the United States can win the Uya cross-country within 7 days, then the Russian Soviet Republic and the Han Xia Empire will be useless even if they want to rescue them. The national strength of the Uya cross-country is far inferior to that of the United States. Pope David announced in front of the national TV station that the Uya cross-country will not submit to the despotic power of the United States. The Uya Crusaders will never surrender until the end of the war. The Uya Crusaders are the general mobilization of the whole country. Pope David personally toured the entire front line, delivered speeches, and boosted the morale of the entire army. The Russian Soviet Republic has a close relationship with the Eurasian cross-country, and they want to send troops to rescue the European cross-country. However, in the battle last month, many soldiers were sacrificed. In addition, the Russian Soviet Republic is a large country, but its population is not large, resulting in insufficient military resources. The deployment of troops to guard the captured island base has already made the Russian Soviet Republic very reluctant. The Han Xia Empire did not sign any alliance treaty with the Uya cross-country, and there was not much entanglement in diplomacy. There is really no reason for the Han Xia Empire to send troops to rescue, unless the Uya cross-country asks the Han Xia Empire for help. In fact, Pope David wanted to ask many countries for help, but the Uya cross-country has always advocated neutrality and has not allied with any country. Even the Russian Soviet Republic, which has a relatively close relationship, is powerless to rescue. In addition, other countries in the Earth Circle do not want to offend the United States. Pope David had no choice but to go to the front line to inspect and give speeches after the national mobilization to improve the morale of the whole army. A fierce war is raging in space outside the Earth's sphere. The Uya Crusade Fleet and the American Tower Lightning Fleet are fighting fiercely. The American Tower Light Legion Kingdom directly attacked the Uya cross-country from the sea, land, air, and universe. Although the Uya cross-country is mobilized across the country, its overall strength can barely fight a defensive war. On the cosmic battlefield, although the Uya Crusaders' fleet is 3 times larger than the enemy's, they cannot gain any advantage. Because most of the Uya Crusaders' armaments and weapons are very outdated, Saint MS and Pegasus fighters accounted for more than 90%. The number of Saint Seiya MS and Pegasus II fighters is less than 10%. Most of the warships are very outdated. Some warships have been in service for more than 50 years, and the most advanced warships have also been in service for more than 10 years. On the other hand, in the United States, the oldest technology is only in service for 20 years or at most 20 years ago, and the proportion does not exceed 30%. Where the two armies meet, fireworks will burst out from time to time. Many of these mobile suits and fighter planes of the Uya cross-country were blown up by the enemy. Bella fought hard in the Saint Seiya MS, Although she had just shot down several flying cat MS, she didn't show any joy, because her side lost more than the enemy. Basically, it is 6 for 1. Seeing that the blue dots on the radar disappear faster than the red dots, Bella is getting more and more anxious at this moment. Bella, cover me for anti-ship replenishment. Bella covered her companions and returned to the mothership. At this time, an alarm sounded from the cockpit, and the Saint MS immediately dodging a beam cannon. Bella saw from the screen that what was fired at her earlier was a Raptor MS. Bella looked at the screen energy display, and the energy was only 40%. The Raptor MS shot at her Saint MS, and Bella could only control the Saint MS to dodge desperately. Saint Fighter MS will also shoot back when dodging. The pilot's dodging skills of the Raptor MS are not as good as Bella's. Guzheng/Span was shot in the leg and hand and exploded. Bella seized the opportunity when her opponent MS lost her hands and feet and couldn't balance. Saint MS immediately rushed to the target, took out the beam saber from his waist, and cut the opponent in half with one sword. Bella looked at the screen energy display, only about 20% left. Bella can only return to the mothership immediately to recharge. Bella came out from the cockpit, took the drink given to her by the staff, and looked at the other mobile suits in the hangar. Many of them were damaged. Many MS drivers were injured by the plane, causing the cockpit to explode and injuring the driver. Many injured drivers were unable to open the cockpit due to serious injuries, and had to be opened by staff from the outside to drag the injured driver out of the cockpit. On the battlefield where Bella is located, the Ouya cross-country side wants to defend the electromagnetic orbital elevator and not allow the United States to occupy it. Otherwise, the United States will be able to invade its own territory from the electromagnetic track elevator. A staff member came to Bella and reported, "Master Bella Knight, your MS has been fully charged and is ready to attack." Bella nodded her thanks and immediately drove the Saint MS to attack. Bella looked at the battle in the distance on the screen, and many of her fellow wingmen were blown up one by one. On the contrary, although many of the enemy's MS or fighters were blown up, they were not shot down as frequently as in their own country. Hateful. At this time the cockpit siren sounded. The Saint Seiya MS immediately dodges the beam ray attacking her, and it is another Raptor MS. Bella immediately fought back. "2 MS you say I will shoot. I will give you 1. Both want to shoot each other down." Asshole, the driver of this Raptor MS is much better than the previous one. Bella was a little annoyed. The 2 mobile suits were staggered, and the fight lasted for more than 5 minutes. In the end, Bella was superior, and the beam gun shot through the opponent's cockpit. Bella looked at the energy display on the screen and couldn't help but swear, because the remaining energy was less than 60%. The sirens sounded again. Saint MS dodges a beam ray, followed by another beam ray, but thanks to Bella's skill, she is dodging the beam ray again. 2 Raptor mobile suits rushed towards Bella's Holy Warrior mobile suit. Bella couldn't help but greet the other party's ancestors. Bella controlled the Saint Seiya MS, tried her best to dodge the opponent's attack, and even looked for opportunities to fight back. If fighting alone, Bella is definitely capable of killing her opponent. But at this moment, in a 2-on-1 situation, Bella is in a very disadvantageous situation. Although Bella also called for her companions to come to the rescue, the companions at this moment are also restrained by other MS and unable to come to the rescue. Bella can only fight desperately. Bella's beam saber pierces the opponent's cockpit on a mistake by one of the opponents. Then Bella used the Raptor MS in front of her as a shield and rushed to another Raptor MS. The driver of another Raptor MS knew that his companion was dead, so he shot desperately. The Saint Seiya MS pushes the killed Raptor MS forward, and when it is hit by countless beam rays and explodes, the Saint MS thruster sprints upwards with all its strength. When the target is attracted by the explosion, immediately shoot continuously to turn the opponent into a ball of fireworks. Damn it, I've run out of energy. The Saint MS has less than 5% of his energy left. Bella can only control the Saint Seiya MS to sprint back to the mothership with all her strength. However, another Raptor mobile suit locked on to Bella's Saint Seiya mobile suit and shot to block Bella's retreat. Although Bella tried her best to return to the mothership, she dodged several attacks in a row. However, Saint Seiya's MS has 0% energy at this moment, and she can't move directly. Bella can only watch helplessly as the Raptor MS prepares to give her the final blow. Is this the end? Bella said to herself. Suddenly, a cyan light beam shot through the Raptor MS in front of Bella's eyes. Then, a red mobile suit flew past Bella's eyes with a blue trail. This is Lieutenant General Bruce, commander of the U.S. Space Fleet, looked at the current situation on the battlefield. General, the Uya Crusaders' cosmic army has been retreating steadily, and it is only a matter of time before they occupy the electromagnetic orbital elevator. The announcer reported the current battle situation to Lieutenant General Bruce. Lieutenant General Bruce asked Lieutenant Colonel Weiss, the adjutant behind him, "Lieutenant Colonel, in your opinion, how long it will take us to take down the target?" "Up to an hour." At this time, the announcer announced the emergency. "General, another army appeared on the battlefield and launched an attack on our side." Lieutenant General Bruce raised his eyebrows and asked, "What army is it?" The announcer said nervously and excitedly, "The signal of this unit is the Tianyi mercenary group." Lieutenant General Bruce immediately asked, "Is there a Gundam on the battlefield?" "Yes, a total of 6 Gundams have been found so far." On the huge screen, a battle scene of Lady Justice Gundam F-Type appeared. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type held a GN beam gun in one hand and a GN launcher in the other. Either it shot down the Flying Cat MS one after another, or the GN launcher blasted the Raptor MS into slag. Moreover, the speed of the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type is very fast, and it is impossible to hit the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, even if there is a beam of light or a shell that is about to hit the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type. The GN force field immediately blocked it. Immediately afterwards, another Gundam Astaroth, Rebirth Type, appeared, flying past the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, holding a giant sword and machete and rushing towards several Raptor MS. Lieutenant General Bruce said in shock, "What's going on?" "The beam is invalid." The Astaroth Gundam on the screen was hit by the beam one after another without damage. In addition to cutting the target in half with the giant sword machete, Astaroth Gundam punched the Raptor MS with a fist with his left hand. The right shoulder bracket assembled the rifle and fired at another Raptor mobile suit. The bullets were still special explosive bullets, and when they hit the target, they exploded violently. The target is directly riddled with holes and destroyed. Immediately afterwards, a Flying Cat MS unit called for help urgently. Strike Gundam assembled the perfect backpack and carried out a one-sided massacre in a Flying Cat MS unit. The main weapon of the Flying Cat MS is live ammunition, which cannot cause any damage to the phase shift armor at all. Lieutenant General Bruce and his subordinates looked at the Strike Gundam. The Flying Cat MS troops were killing all directions like no one's land. The shells hit the Strike Gundam without any damage. Lieutenant General Bruce murmured while watching, "Is Gundam a MS that is immune to live ammunition, any energy weapon?" Lieutenant Colonel Weiss heard what his boss said and corrected him. "General, according to the information we have, many Gundams have different armors. Some Gundams have armor that is immune to live ammunition, and some Gundams have armor that is immune to energy weapons." After listening to his subordinate's correction, Lieutenant General Bruce wiped the sweat from his forehead and scolded himself for being confused. Then immediately dispatched troops and ordered the Flying Cat MS troops to fight against Gundams and find a Gundam that is immune to live ammunition, immediately withdraw from the battlefield, and the Raptor MS troops will be on top. If they encounter a Gundam that is immune to energy weapons, the Raptor MS will retreat next, on top of the Flying Cat MS. Lieutenant General Bruce eased the situation that was originally in an unfavorable situation. However, the Tianyi mercenary group did not only send Gundams to fight, but also sent GM2 and various series of short sword MS to fight. Whether it is a Flying Cat or a Raptor MS, once they encounter a Gundam that restrains their weapons and want to leave the original combat area, they will be intercepted by these GM2 or various series of Dagger MS teams. It formed a two-sided attack with tigers behind and wolves in front, leading to the end of complete annihilation. Guyu Li Xiuqing was very excited to drive the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type to fight, and shot down various enemy mobile suits and fighters one after another. Cool, this feeling is really cool. Momoka drives Z Gundam and her sister drives Z Gundam to fight together. With the tacit cooperation of the two sisters, Countless flying cats and raptor mobile suits were shot down one after another, turning into fireworks one after another. Maris was driving the Astaroth Gundam. Although he was besieged by some flying cat MS, fortunately, he was covered by MS such as the GM2. In addition, the armor of the Astaroth Gundam is hard enough, although there are some damages, but it is not a serious problem, and it even cut a lot of flying cat MS in half. Aviana was driving the Strike Gundam. Although the phase shift armor was not immune to energy weapons, the armor was coated with an anti-beam coating. Although it was hit by some beam weapons, the armor was not damaged. The 320mm positron cannon even blasted many Raptor mobile suits into slag, and the ship-chopping knife even split them into two sections. Ku Jeshiong drove the Red Heresy Gundam, slashed the target with a big sword in his hand, and then transformed the big sword into a bow shape, and shot down the target with a long-range shot. Lieutenant General Bruce looked at the situation at this moment. From the originally advantageous battle situation, under the disruption of the Tianyi mercenary group, the whole situation was directly reversed. With the help of her colleagues, Bella returned to the mothership to replenish her energy. Bella was a little puzzled as to why the Tianyi mercenary group appeared on the battlefield to help us fight. Bella had some doubts, whether it was the Pope or the Holy Maiden who hired the Tianyi mercenary group. At this time, another fellow wingman returned to the mothership to recharge. Bella asked her colleagues, "How is the situation now?" The tide of battle has been reversed, and the Maida Deng Legion National Army is now being suppressed by the Tianyi mercenary group. What about us? Of course, we took the opportunity to fight back with all our strength. Before we were beaten and retreated steadily. Now we are chasing the enemy to fight. The ups and downs are as exciting as riding a roller coaster. The heart is almost unbearable. The colleague's face showed smiling proudly. It seems that their current advantage was made by them. Just in time, the staff told Bella that the Saint Seiya MS has been fully charged. Bella immediately attacked, looking at the camera from the screen, and sure enough, she found that her army had counterattacked with all her strength and directly suppressed the Maida Deng Legion National Army. Many field reporters filmed the battle between the armies of the two countries in the distance. The Uya Crusaders, which were destined to lose, were disrupted by the appearance of the Tianyi mercenaries, and the battle was reversed. The Uya Crusaders immediately counterattacked with all their strength. Reporters in the field reported in the live broadcast, "Did the Uya cross-country invest in entrusting the Tianyi mercenary group?" The Legion National Army is retreating steadily at the moment when the U.S. Tower Light is being photographed remotely. Although Lieutenant General Bruce looked at the current unfavorable situation, he didn't feel a little panic in his heart because he kept his hand. When will Rear Admiral Donis's fleet arrive at its destination? Return to the General. Major Admiral Donis' fleet will reach its destination in 10 minutes. Okay, order the whole army to last 10 minutes. As long as we last 10 minutes, the victory will belong to us, and the battle will turn in our favor again. In the hangar of the Albion 1 millisecond mothership, Long Fei sat in the cockpit of the Wing Gundam, watching the current situation from the screen. Looking at the situation, Long Fei always felt that something was wrong, so he contacted Colonel Shrek. "Colonel, in the current situation, the opponent is so embarrassed by us, but he doesn't want to retreat. Do you think the opponent will have any tricks?" "Boss, according to the experience of my subordinates, the other party will have support to rescue them, and this subordinate believes that it may not be our side of the battlefield. The most likely is to directly attack the defenders of the electromagnetic orbital elevator in the Yuya cross-country. Military. If it's as the colonel expected, it's a bit of a shame to let you be the commander of a fleet. If it's really what you expected, after this battle is over, I will recommend you to the commander-in-chief to at least let you be a sub-base." "Commander." "Thank you, boss." Colonel Shrek's tone was a little excited. After Long Fei finished contacting, he ordered the maintenance team to prepare the Wing Gundam's dedicated destruction rifle and 3 dwarf sword guns. The Wing Gundam's dedicated destruction rifle, after Long Fei's transformation, has removed the magazine limit and is directly powered by the Wing Gundam's nuclear energy. The Wing Gundam transformed into a bird shape, and after assembling all the weapons, it was moved to the electromagnetic board. The garrison command of the electromagnetic track elevator of the Uya cross-country issued an emergency notification to the entire army, and a U.S. fleet appeared behind. The Uya crusading fleet that was fighting on the front line immediately turned around, and even called back all the mobile suits and fighter squadrons that were fighting on the front line. At the same time, Wing Gundam electromagnetic ejection attack. The war reporters who were broadcasting the battle situation on the spot were very surprised by the sudden appearance of another U.S. fleet. The war reporters from the United States, when their own army was in an extremely unfavorable situation, when they reported, their expression and tone were very depressed. When he saw another national fleet appearing behind the target, catching the target off guard, his expression and tone turned 180 degrees, and the plausible report seemed that victory was about to come to the national army. The fleet led by Rear Admiral Donis ordered the whole army to attack to take down the electromagnetic track elevator in the shortest possible time. General, I found a fighter plane rushing towards our fleet. The identification signal is Tianyi Mercenary Group. Major General Donis looked at the bird-shaped Wing Gundam on the screen and said with disdain, "Humph, a fighter." Wing Gundam transformed into a human shape. Rear Admiral Donis paused and continued. "It's a Gundam. Do you want to stop the attack of our fleet with just one? Does the Tianyi Mercenary Group think too highly of their own Gundam?" Wing Gundam stopped, holding a saboteur rifle in his right hand, and the three dwarf sword stars assembled the damaged rifles, aiming at the far right side of the fleet ahead. Countless mobile suits and fighter planes rushed towards the Wing Gundam with all their strength, and all the pilots were very excited. The opponent only sent one Gundam, so they used it to win by quantity and knock down the Gundam. Then when you go back, you can brag to all your colleagues that your troops have defeated the originally invincible Gundam. Long Fei watched countless mobile suits and fighter planes coming towards him from the cockpit, without a trace of panic in his heart. Looking at the monitor, the saboteur rifle had been fully charged and reached its peak. The muzzles of the sabotage rifle and the three dwarf sword stars emitted bright lights. A huge and terrifying beam of destruction shot out from the destruction rifle, sweeping directly from the far right side of the fleet to the far left side of the fleet. The destruction beam swept across, and Admiral Donis' fleet exploded one after another in the destruction beam. After the destruction beam was swept away, there was only a piece of wreckage and residue left on the scene. Except for the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, everyone at the scene was completely still. Lieutenant General Bruce and his subordinates watched in horror. Who am I? Where am I? Guyu, everyone's brain is like a crash. At the beginning, the war reporters from the United States reported excitedly. After the destruction beam swept past, the whole body seemed to be frozen, unable to speak. The Uya Crusaders were the same as other war reporters, and even the audience watching the live broadcast were directly petrified. Long Fei controls the Wing Gundam to rush towards the Bruce fleet. Lieutenant General Bruce reacted quickly and came back to his senses. Looking at the Wing Gundam rushing towards his fleet on the screen, Lieutenant General Bruce immediately ordered all mobile suits and fighters to stop the Wing Gundam. Then, order all warships to turn around and leave the battlefield. Other mobile suits such as Gundam and 10GM2 attacked the mobile suits and fighter planes of the U.S. Tower Lightning National Army. Many war reporters reported on the spot that the National Army of the United States was frightened by the attack of the Wing Gundam just now and hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield. Many war reporters reported on Wing Gundam's attack just now, and its lethality was comparable to tactical nuclear missiles. All the war reporters are tracking and filming Wing Gundam. Countless mobile suits and fighter planes rushed towards the Wing Gundam, and they were bound to stop the Wing Gundam. But these were all in vain. None of the mobile suits could reach within 3 kilometers of the flying wing, and all of them were shot down by the mobile suits of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Lieutenant General Bruce, who had always been calm, was flustered at this moment. Once the Wing Gundam rushed into the range, his fleet would be wiped out immediately. Hurry up! Under the cover of other mobile suits, the Wing Gundam rushed within the range of the Bruce fleet's destruction beam sweeping. A beam of destruction swept across the Bruce fleet. No, no, no. Lieutenant General Bruce uttered the last scream of his life. In the end, the Bruce fleet and the Donis fleet ended up in the same end. The mobile suits and fighter planes of the rest of the U.S. Tower Lightning Legion National Army directly signaled their surrender. The appearance of the destruction beam has dropped a shock bomb in the world of the Earth's Circle and the Colony Circle. destroy a fleet with a beam of destruction. If it was a huge warship emitting such terrifying beam energy, all countries would be able to accept such a result. But this is just a mobile suit, and it can emit such a terrifying energy weapon. The authorities of various countries can't describe the Tianyi mercenary group as powerful, but describe it as terrifying. Such a weapon, such a mobile suit, no country can possess, and it is a super mobile suit that cannot be developed at present. War reporters from all over the world are desperately reporting on the current situation, and many reporters have even requested interviews with the Tianyi mercenary fleet, hoping to obtain first-hand information. The fleet of the 1st Brigade sent a contact to the defenders of the Uya Crusading Kingdom, asking the defenders to deal with the surrender of the Maida Deng Legion Kingdom, and then unilaterally hung up the contact. Then, all the Tianyi mobile suits returned to their respective motherships. Besides repairing and taking stock of losses, they prepared for the next battle. The defenders of the Uya Crusaders sent a request to the 1st Brigade fleet to communicate, but did not receive any response. The 1st Brigade fleet landed directly towards the atmosphere. The American authorities, knowing that the entire army was wiped out in the space war, the 1st Brigade fleet fell towards the Earth. According to the calculations of experts, it is known that the 1st Brigade fleet will fall to Baruch, a marginal base in the Uya Cross country. The Baruch base is one of the important frontline bases that the U.S. Army is targeting. As long as the Baruch base can be captured, it can be used as a breakthrough point to invade the territory of the Uya Cross country. However, after seeing the destruction beam displayed by the Wing Gundam, the Supreme Commander of the U.S. Army immediately ordered that the entire army attacking the Baruch base immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Originally, when the frontline ground fleet attacking the Baruch base was about to be taken, they received an order from their superiors to retreat the entire army, which made the frontline commanders directly confused. The base that I am about to destroy with great difficulty. What do you mean by suddenly letting me withdraw? Did the brothers who died in the previous battle die in vain? The commander on the front line had such a thought in his mind, and he was very upset with his superiors. Why? To issue such an order. The frontline commander immediately contacted his superiors and asked them to give reasons. The superior didn't say much, and directly asked the frontline commander to see the plot of the entire space station annihilated before. The frontline commander saw the chills on his back and immediately ordered the frontline troops to withdraw from the battlefield immediately. The frontline troops who were fighting also protested to the frontline commander why they withdrew from the battlefield when the target was captured. The frontline commander didn't have time to explain, so he only issued a military order like a mountain, otherwise see you in the military court. No matter how upset the frontline troops are, they can only obey orders. The commander of the defenders of the Baruch base in the Uya Crusading Kingdom was about to be unable to hold on, and when he was about to surrender, all the troops of the Maida Legion Kingdom suddenly withdrew directly from the battlefield. The defenders of the Baruch base were dumbfounded. Colonel Martini, the commander of the defenders at the Baruch base, received instructions from his superiors that the Tianyi mercenary fleet that landed must be friendly and not offend the opponent. Colonel Martini was very puzzled and asked, "Why are you being so respectful and friendly to a mercenary regiment? Is it because they were hired by Her Majesty the Virgin?" "Humph, see for yourself." Colonel Martini was dumbfounded and immediately saluted his superior. "Yes, sir, this subordinate understands." Then, Colonel Martini ordered the entire army not to behave disrespectfully and unreasonably towards the Tianyi mercenary group. Otherwise, they would be dealt with by military law. On the other side, Pope David received a secret contact from Yevgeny Organonos. "My dear old friend Yevgeny, the Tianyi mercenary group you invited here really surprised me." "David, to be honest, I was also taken aback. I didn't expect the Tianyi mercenary group to have such a terrifying MS. No matter what, I still have to say thank you to you. Without your money to entrust this mercenary group, maybe my country, the Uya Cross country, is on the verge of extinction. I will help you, not only because of my old friends for many years, but also because I hope that the Uya Cross country you rule can form an ally with this country." Pope David showed embarrassment on his face. Yevgeny saw the embarrassment of his old friend and explained, "Don't worry, our two countries are allies. It doesn't necessarily mean that once your country sends troops to fight, You need your country to send troops to help. Only when your country is invaded at home will you need your country to send troops to rescue. After hearing this, Pope David eased his embarrassment and said, "If the alliance is based on such conditions, it's fine, but there must be an additional condition." What conditions? If your country is invaded by an enemy country and you need to send troops to rescue, the prerequisite must be that the other party invades you on its own initiative, not after you attack the enemy and suffer the enemy's counterattack. The former country can voluntarily send troops to rescue, and the latter country has the right to refuse. Send troops to the rescue. Well, this premise is acceptable. The two then discussed other matters of the alliance. The United States Army troops who attacked the Baruch base before. Many officers and soldiers are complaining about why the frontline commanders withdrew their troops when they were on the verge of closing the door. The frontline commander was also in a dilemma. If possible, he would like to show that clip to all his subordinates, but he was worried that it would cause panic among the officers and soldiers. Gu Shi could only silently endure the complaints from his subordinates. "Colonel, an unknown body has appeared ahead, and the identification signal is the Tianyi mercenary group." The frontline commander felt a chill in his heart and immediately ordered his subordinates to turn on the remote cameras to check what MS it was. When the remote camera captured the appearance of the mobile suit, the frontline commander yelled hysterically and immediately ordered all mobile suits and fighter planes to attack. After the fleet passed through the atmosphere, Long Fei manipulated the Wing Gundam to transform into a bird form and flew towards the target location. Wing Gundam is the only way to retreat when it falls on the target. When the ground fleet just attacked the MS and fighter squadron, the destruction beam swept across, directly destroying the target ground fleet. Long Fei looked at the wreckage and scrap iron in front of him that was a sea of flames and said a classic sentence: "Mission completed." Wing Gundam then transformed into a bird form and returned directly to the mothership. This scene was filmed live by many war reporters. A media outlet in the United States is currently protesting on the Tianyi mercenary group website because they have accompanying reporters in the ground fleet. The Tianyi mercenary group just responded that they didn't know about this. The U.S. authorities have no intention of fighting any longer at this moment. Once the fight continues, as long as Wing Gundam appears on a certain battlefield, they will all be wiped out with a direct shot, which is a fart. It's better to let your own fleet stay where it is, and let Wing Gundam directly destroy it with one shot. The U.S. authorities directly declared defeat to the outside world and ordered the remaining troops to withdraw to the country. Originally, the international community believed that this was a large-scale war, and it would take at least a month to decide the winner. Unexpectedly, in less than 48 hours since the start of the fight, and less than half a day since the Tianyi mercenary group appeared on the stage, Maida-Deng Legion directly declared defeat to the outside world. Even a person who does not know much about the military can understand that the defeat of the United States and Legion is justifiable. Wing Gundam's destruction beam is a weapon comparable to a nuclear bomb, but the destruction beam is not subject to international restrictions like a nuclear bomb. It doesn't matter how many times Wing Gundam wants to fire the destruction beam. In fact, there are high-level officials in the U.S. authorities who want to use nuclear bombs to fight back, but this proposal was rejected by many high-level personnel. The reason is that once the United States takes the lead in using nuclear bombs to attack the other side that has not launched nuclear bombs, then, in addition to being attacked by nuclear bombs, the enemy can use nuclear weapons to counterattack, and other countries in the world can also directly use nuclear weapons against the United States. And more importantly, the Tianyi mercenary group also has nuclear bombs. What's worse, the international treaty that restricts nuclear weapons only binds countries. There is no treaty governing private armed groups at all, which of course does not mean that the leaders of the international UN are idiots for not noticing this. In fact, there has never been a private armed organization with nuclear weapons, and the nuclear weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group were still taken from the Yoda Democratic Republic. It can be said that the Tianyi mercenary group is the first private armed organization with nuclear weapons in the world, so this has also caused many countries in the world to be very worried and fearful of the Tianyi mercenary group, and it is a private armed organization that makes them sleepless. This disastrous defeat in the United States has already caused their international reputation to drop a lot. Moreover, The United States has lost all battles from the war last month to this one, and the damage it suffered can be said to be a serious injury. It will take at least 5 years for the United States to restore its original national strength. Some unnamed experts in the United States said that at least 5 years, foreign troops cannot be used. After the United States announced its defeat in the war and withdrew its troops, the 1st Brigade Fleet did not stop in the Uya Cross Country and sailed directly to the electromagnetic orbital elevator of the Uya Cross Country. Pope David Ben of the Uya Cross Country sent an invitation to the 1st Brigade Fleet to come to the capital so that he could act as a landlord. But they directly rejected the Pope's invitation. Seeing that the other party refused, Pope David couldn't force it. He could only order the person in charge of the electromagnetic track elevator to give the 1st Brigade Fleet the highest treatment and respect. If the 1st Brigade Fleet puts forward any conditions, it must try its best to satisfy the other party. Colonel Shrek did not make any demands on the person in charge of the electromagnetic track elevator, except that he only asked the person in charge of the electromagnetic track elevator to give priority to the 1st Brigade Fleet to carry marine elevators. The person in charge made arrangements immediately, without daring to neglect anything. In the hangar of the Albion 1 MS carrier, some Gundam pilots complained to Long Fei. In this war, after the boss piloted Wing Gundam and fired a few waves of destruction beams, the war was over. Let them have no chance to play at all. Long Fei shrugged and said, I didn't expect that Maida Ding Legion would directly declare defeat and withdraw its troops without a fight. 1 month after Maitating Legion Kingdom announced its defeat, the scale of the Tianyi mercenary group has expanded. The 8th branch base that has been established, plus the parent base of the Tianyi mercenary group, has a total of 9 bases. In addition to the expansion of the scale of the Tianyi mercenary group, there are more door-to-door commissioned work, and the expansion is also overwhelming. Colonel Shrek made many great achievements one after another. In addition to being promoted to Brigadier General, he was also assigned to be the commander of the 9th branch base. Brigadier General Shrek is in full charge of the 9th base. The 9th sub-base was established on Wuning Satellite, the space colony of the Hanxia Empire, which is also the closest colonial satellite to the Earth circle among the colonial satellites of the Hanxia Empire. After countries around the world saw the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, many countries offered high prices to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group to attack a certain country. He was directly rejected by the Tianyi mercenary group. Representatives from various countries really wanted to know why the Tianyi mercenary group did not accept their country's entrustment at this moment. The Tianyi mercenary group did not give any reason, but directly sent the representatives of these countries back. But this does not mean that these rejected countries give up. There are still countless countries come to entrust. In the end, the Tianyi mercenary group announced directly on the official website that they will not be hired by other countries to attack another country at present. The official website gives a reason. The reason is just to test the newly developed weapons. It happened that another country commissioned our mercenary group to attack the United States, so they took the United States to practice their hands and try to see how the newly developed weapons are in actual combat. After Tianyi Mercenary Corps' official website announced this reason, many high-level officials in the United States of America were directly vomited out of anger. Feelings, you are treating the soldiers of your own country as guinea pigs for your tests. Gu Su/Span, the President of the United States, directly held a press conference, announcing that he would not forgive the Tianyi mercenary group and test their weapons with the sacrifice of their own soldiers. The president even said that sooner or later the Tianyi mercenary group will have to pay the price. Not long after the U.S. president's press conference was held, many national authorities or netizens in the world did not show any sympathy, but instead, didn't the United States always launch proxy wars in the past? Let those proxy countries test your new weapons. Soldiers and people from other countries sacrificed to test new weapons for you. It is a rare time that you soldiers come to test. You should be happy about someone else's new weapon. Why are you so annoyed? Many soldiers and civilians in other countries died from the new weapons you newly developed and tested. Why can't the same thing happen to you? Well, these weapons have been tested well, and they can be sold for sale. What? These weapons were not developed by the United States, and the test targets are the soldiers of the United States. Didn't expect that what the United States loves to do the most, would not expect to happen to them. But in the end, they would not allow others to treat him like this? Hee, this is in line with their cowboy spirit. Support the Tianyi mercenary group. If there are new weapons developed, remember to use the soldiers of the United States to practice their hands. There was overwhelming humiliation and ridicule against the United States on the internet. However, there are also some, such as the national media in the Democratic camp, who express sympathy for the United States and even condemn the actions of the Tianyi mercenary group, such as the actions of terrorists. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps refuted the accusations made by the media of the Democratic camp by releasing some poisonous gas, genocide, etc. that the Democratic camp had done in the past on the official website to refute. Moreover, the person in charge of the Tianyi Mercenary Group released a paragraph on the official website. Our Tianyi Mercenary Group admits that we are not good people, but we don't have the hypocrisy and disgust of countries in the Democratic camp like you, who talk about so-called human rights and democracy, but often do a bunch of dirty things and overthrow it in front of others. The excuse of tyranny to attack other countries is actually to occupy other countries' land, plunder other countries' resources, and even massacre the local people on the territory of other countries. Our Tianyi mercenary group is not as daring as you to do such things matter. This aroused international discussions, and many countries in the non-democratic camp agreed with the Tianyi mercenary group's remarks. The Tianyi mercenary group revealed the hypocrisy of democratic countries. Black Strike Gundam, Azure Dual Gundam, and Emerald Storm Gundam were completed. Next, they did not develop and manufacture new Gundams, but invested all the cost of developing and manufacturing new Gundams into the manufacture of Hayakushi and Mk2G. This matter is the result of discussions between Li Jiaming and Long Fei. The main reason is to continue to develop 3 new Gundams, and there are no more ace pilots to drive the new Gundams. Currently, there are more Gundams than ace pilots, causing many Gundams to stay in the mother base. On the contrary, the supply of the 2 mass-produced Gundams is in short supply. Whether it is elite troops or special forces, the mass-produced Gundams cannot be fully allocated to these troops. Originally, Li Jiaming wanted to put Gundams like Reaper, Aegis, Thunder, etc. into special forces or elite forces. However, it was opposed by Long Fei on the grounds that these Gundams are still in relatively advanced technology. Once an accident occurs in the special forces or elite forces and they flow into the hands of other forces, it will cause unimaginable losses to the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and hurt. For this reason, Li Jiaming discussed with Long Fei that the cost of developing the 3 new Gundams should be used to manufacture mass-produced Gundams. Because at the cost of manufacturing 3 new Gundams, at least 12 Gundams for mass production can be manufactured. Long Fei accepted Li Jiaming's proposal to manufacture mass-produced Gundams in 3 months, so that the elite troops and special forces could get these Gundams for missions. Since Shrek was promoted to Brigadier General and transferred to the 9th Branch Base as commander, the 1st Fleet was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel AICC, and Lieutenant Colonel AICC was promoted to Colonel. Torres was also converted into Torres II, serving as the flagship of the 1st Brigade Fleet. The 1st Brigade Fleet is returning to its mother base from Dukron Nation. Long Fei was sleeping in his room at this time. The body alarm clock woke him up, and Tao Xiang fell asleep with her head resting on Long Fei's chest. Last night, the two also did several intense exercises. Looking at Tao Xiang's sleeping face, Long Fei couldn't help reaching out to touch Tao Xiang's beautiful face. At first, Long Fei announced his relationship with Tao Xiang at his birthday party. At first, he just wanted to save Tao Xiang from the siege. After waiting for a while, he decided to discuss with Tao Xiang, and then declared a peaceful breakup. Originally, Long Fei thought so, but he didn't expect that the relationship between the two would get closer and closer, and finally they had a relationship. Long Fei's original thoughts changed completely, and Long Fei was also dating Tao Xiang for a period of time, and found that he really liked Tao Xiang and fell in love with this woman. Long Fei decided to stay together with Tao Xiang from now on, and what Long Fei didn't expect was that Tao Xiang's most important time as a woman was actually given to him intact. Let Long Fei decide to take good care of Tao Xiang. In addition to the task of escorting Duo Klongwo, it was also Long Fei who decided to take Tao Xiang on a trip in his busy schedule. Originally, Momoka wanted to take her sister with her, but Li Xiang didn't want to be a light bulb and refused her sister's proposal. Long Fei looked at the alarm clock, put Tao Xiang gently on the bed, and let Tao Xiang continue to fall asleep. I went into the bathroom to freshen up, put on a clean dress, and left the room. Not long after Long Fei left the room, the sleeping Tao Xiang turned over and suddenly felt that there was no one on the bed, and woke up in a daze to find that Long Fei was no longer on the bed. Tao Xiang wraps her body with a quilt and is startled when she sees the alarm clock. She actually overslept. Tao Xiang secretly scolded Long Fei in her heart. Damn, Long Fei didn't think it was enough to exercise once yesterday, and I need to do more, causing me to oversleep. Hurry up and get new clothes from the closet. Go into the bathroom to freshen up and put on clean clothes. The 1st Brigade Fleet returned to the mother base. Besides Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and President Sakiki, there were many men in suits and leather shoes and women in gorgeous costumes welcoming Long Fei back. The people beside Li Jiaming and Sakiki are the presidents of various companies of the Tianyi Group. Today, the parent base opened a general meeting of the presidents of all the companies from all walks of life of the Tianyi Group, and the presidents of the companies gathered together. Long Fei sat on the main chair, listening to the reports and the next policies of the presidents of each company. Tao Xiang was sitting beside Long Fei, like an assistant, recording everything for Long Fei. The entire meeting lasted 4 full hours before it ended. Then, Long Fei took a group photo with all the presidents. The presidents of each line of companies returned to their respective companies in their respective spaceships. Why do the presidents of these companies gather at the home base for meetings? It was mainly Long Fei's will. Long Fei wanted to meet with these CEOs face to face and hear about their future policies for the company they manage. After the meeting, Tao Xiang bought a lot of gifts for Yu Baixue and his comrades in addition to the presents he bought for his sister in Duolongguo. The topic of Wing Gundam destroying a fleet with one shot has not subsided much until now. Many countries are willing to pay high prices to buy this technology from the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The Tianyi Mercenary Group directly refused to sell this technology. There are also many countries or related companies who want to offer high prices and high salaries, from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, a subsidiary of Tianyi Group, to poach relevant technical personnel with high salaries. Although many technicians were poached at high prices, none of the countries or companies involved got the technology they wanted. The recruited technicians only mastered some of the more peripheral technologies of the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. There are also many countries or companies that want to poach talents from the Tianyi Mercenary Group's mother base at high prices. Some people in the mother base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were poached at high prices, but those who were poached were all below the middle level, and none of the high-level staff was poached. However, more and more people know that the boss of Tianyi Group is a young man. Regardless of whether it is the national media or the like, they all want to know who the boss of Tianyi Group is. As the person involved, Long Fei didn't want to hide it. For him, the boss of Tianyi Group will be found out and made public sooner or later. Long Fei let the whole situation develop. Soon, Long Fei's news and photos were also announced in various media. Gu Xia provided photos of those personnel who were dug out from the mother base at that time. It was as if a shock bomb had been dropped in the entire world. Long Fei's appearance, age, etc. were all announced. Originally, many people thought that the leader of Tianyi Group was at least a 40-year-old young man, but they didn't expect to be a young man under 25 years old. What is even more unbelievable is the Gundam, the new type of battleship, etc. Many advanced technologies were created by Long Fei alone. Some people who were poached uploaded the ecological environment inside the meteorite to various media. Every country has the ecological field technology, which can create the environment in the colony satellite. But there is no way to change the ecological environment like the Earth. All colonial satellites can only maintain one kind of environment, not to mention the sky environment where there are clouds and dark clouds like the Earth, and the weather is generally between 25 degrees Celsius and 33 degrees Celsius. The ecological environment in the meteorite around the mother base of Tianyi Mercenary Corps can change the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter throughout the year, and it can even change the weather such as rain and snow. This ultra-technological technology made those artificial ecological environment experts dumbfounded. Those authoritative experts said that if their country or company wants to achieve such a technology, it may not be able to do it in 20 years. A young man under the age of 25 will have such advanced technology. There are also medical nanomachines and therapeutic gels, all of which were created by Long Fei. Experts from all walks of life in the world were amazed that a young man under the age of 25 had such superb and advanced technology in military science and medicine. Then, many people found out the details of Long Fei. Long Fei came from the Hanxia Empire. Various media rushed to Long Fei's hometown to interview Long Fei's three sisters. In order to protect their younger brother and respect the privacy of their disciples, the three Longue sisters all refused to be interviewed by the media and turned a blind eye to the media's stalking interviews. Su Weiran, the emperor of the Hanxia Empire, held an emergency meeting with the ministers of the country at this time. Su Weiran sat in the main chair, and 2 rows in front of him sat the prime minister, the Taiwei, ministers of various departments, and important officials. Su Weiran did not expect that his empire would produce such talents, but the relevant departments of his country did not find out. Prime Minister Wei Kongping looked solemn. There is such a talent in Zhong Aiqing's own country. Since this country has not found it, I don't know Zhong Aiqing. Is there any way to recruit the talent back? The Prime Minister and the ministers of various departments frowned, and there were even other ministers whispering at the next table. At this time, Foreign Minister Li Rubin stood up. I have something to play. Li Aiqing, if it's something else, we can discuss it later. The matter of Qin Shizhua is related to the matter of calling Long Fei. Okay, Li Aiqing said. Wei Qin's subordinates have conducted some investigations before and found that Long Fei went to the same university as His Royal Highness the Third Princess, and they were also in the same class. Su Weiran frowned and suddenly remembered that his beloved daughter, the Third Princess, once drew a portrait of a boy. Su Weiran recalled that the appearance of the boy in the portrait was very similar to that of Long Fei. Is this related to my Third Princess and what we are discussing? Returning to your majesty, it's really not related, but it has something to do with Defense Minister Xu Tailong. Su Weiran and all the ministers looked at Xu Tailong. Xu Tailong coughed dryly and said, Your Majesty, Long Fei is the grandson of Long Dingquan, the head of the Long family business family in this country. Xu Qinxue, my beloved granddaughter, is indeed married to Long Fei. That means Long Fei is your future grandson-in-law. Yes, Your Majesty. Then ask your future father-in-law to call Long Fei back. Xu Tailong looked embarrassed. Has a problem? Wei Qin communicated with Long Dingquan before going to court and told him about it, and asked him to call his grandson back, but Long Dingquan told me directly that he couldn't call Long Fei at all. The grandson doesn't listen to him at all. At this time, Zhao Danqing, the minister of the intelligence department, said, Lord Xu, according to the information I have, the Thean MS developed by the Feiqi Military Science and Technology Company of the Long family is said to be from Long Fei. Yes, it turned out to be like this. Long Fei's relationship should have nothing to do with my family. Xu Tielong's expression was mixed. Su Weiran said, Xu Aiqing, if you have any difficulties, it's okay to speak up. Maybe everyone can help you. Xu Tailong sighed and told the whole story. Everyone at the scene had a playful look on their faces. On the same day that the emperor of the Hanxia Empire was meeting, Emperor Taxgas VI of the Garth Empire extended an olive branch to Long Fei. Send envoys to the mother base to express their intentions. Originally, Long Fei didn't want to meet him, but he thought that it was the strongest empire in the colonial circle. After thinking about it, Long Fei decided not to offend the other party, but to see what the other party wanted to do. The messenger is Earl Clahu III, who came to the mother base in an exclusive luxury spaceship. Earl Clahu III looked at the defense and formation of the mother base, thinking that he had come to an important base of a certain military power. Earl Clahu was originally born in a military family, and found that the weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group surpassed the weapons of his country in many ways. Count Crash III disembarked and was received by a lieutenant colonel. Earl Clahu was very surprised when he saw the design and construction of the mother base. There are a lot of equipment in the mother base, and the devices can be operated automatically. This can be said to reduce a lot of manpower consumption and improve work efficiency. I also found that the mercenaries here are as murderous and as soldiers. Earl Crash's bodyguards remained at the scene, and he followed the lieutenant colonel to a manufacturing workshop. Earl Krahu saw Long Fei wearing the Tianyi mercenary uniform and was adjusting the MS weapon. Earl Krahu discovered that this is not a mass-produced mobile suit weapon, and it is estimated that it is armed with Gundam. The lieutenant colonel reported the arrival of the distinguished guests to Long Fei. Okay, I see. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant Colonel. It happened that Long Fei was busy with the work in hand. After the lieutenant colonel left, Long Fei took off his gloves and shook hands with Earl Krahu. Sorry, Your Excellency, for neglecting you. It's okay. It's okay. Boss Long is busy, and the most important thing is to finish the work at hand. After the two were courteous, Long Fei asked, I don't know if Your Excellency the Earl represents the Emperor of your country. I don't know if you have anything to discuss with me. Emperor Taxgar's 6 hopes that Boss Dragon can immigrate to the Vegas Empire, as long as Boss Dragon is willing to emigrate and become a citizen of the Vegas Empire. His Majesty the Emperor immediately canonized Long Fei as Duke and chose 3 colonial satellites as fiefdoms. Earl Krahu explained the purpose of his visit this time. Thanks to the great love of the Emperor of your country, I have not thought about immigrating at the moment. Earl Krahu had already expected that Long Fei would refuse, so he didn't have the slightest inner fluctuation, but he continued to try his best. Earl Krahu took out 3 photos from his pocket, pressed them in front of Long Fei, and asked, Master Long, do you know who are the people in these 3 photos? Gu Jin. Long Fei took a look and found that the 3 photos had different looks, but they had the appearance of a stunning beauty according to Western aesthetic standards. The one on the left was the most mature, with a thick and beautiful golden long hair coiled behind his head, which looked noble, a pair of eyes as bright as sapphires, plump lips as passionate as fire, and a figure like a mature woman. The one in the middle is younger, with long wavy hair, bright emerald eyes, a model-like figure, and a pair of long legs. Among the 3 peerless beauties, she is the tallest. The one on the right is the youngest, with youthful and beautiful short shoulder-length blonde hair, a pair of big bright blue eyes, petite and exquisite but sunny figure, with a healthy and fit figure, the tallest among the 3 girls, the smallest. Long Fei also knew the identities of these 3 peerless beauties and replied, The 3 princesses of the Garth Empire. From left to right is the eldest Princess Fiaslir, the middle is the 2nd Princess Emily, and the right is the 3rd Princess, Miska. These 3 princesses are the dream lovers of your country, from the princes and ministers to the common people. Earl Krashu said directly, Marry you. What? Long Fei couldn't turn his head around. Earl Krahu explained, Your Majesty the Emperor said that if Boss Long is willing to immigrate to the Garth Empire, in addition to canonizing Boss Long as a duke and choosing 3 colonial satellites, Boss Long can choose any of the 3 princesses in his country as your wife. Even if Boss Long takes a fancy to these 3 princesses at the same time, the Emperor will immediately betroth the 3 princesses to Boss Long. The eldest princess will be Boss Long's first wife, and the 2nd and 3rd princesses will be the boss's left and right wives. Long Fei thought in his heart, In order to win me over, the Emperor of this empire really paid a lot of money, directly marrying his 3 daughters to me at the same time. In order to obtain my technology, this emperor really spared no expense. Earl Krahu looked at Long Fei silently thinking. He was very happy in his heart, and said in his heart, A human being has desires, money, power, status, women. Even a normal man can't avoid these things. When Long Fei spoke, Earl Krahu was stunned. Thank you to the Emperor of your country for thinking highly of me, but I still say the same thing. I still haven't thought about immigrating. I appreciate His Majesty's love, and I already have a partner. This. Earl Krahu was a little stuttering and said in his heart, How is this possible? Earl Krahu remembered Long Fei's last words just now, and immediately said, Boss Long has a partner. We are abrupt. If Boss Long is worried about this, we have no problem in the Garth Empire. The Garth Empire allows men 3 wives and concubines. As long as the 3 princesses are your main house, your object can still marry in. Even if there are any beautiful women in the future, Boss Long will be able to take concubines, and the 3 princesses will not mind. Long Fei thought to himself, Do you not understand what I just said? Forget it, just say it directly. Your Excellency, I still say the same thing. I haven't thought about emigrating at the moment. If the emperor of your country thinks that this method can allow me to immigrate to your country and serve your country, the emperor of your country will think too much. If the emperor of your country really wants to cooperate with Tianyi Group, you can clearly state that there is no need to use this method to seek cooperation. Earl Krahu was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and said with a smile, "We were the ones who were rude and offended Boss Long. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Boss Long's Tianyi Group is willing to invest and do business in this country, and we welcome it with an open door." The boss's Gundam doesn't know. Long Fei didn't wait for the other party to finish and interrupted directly. "Don't think about Gundam, not only your country, but we won't sell it to any other country. If it's something else, we can discuss it." Earl Krahu was a little disappointed. Gundam is a MS that is eagerly awaited by all countries in the world. It has the performance of blocking hundreds by one. This is already a MS that can play a huge advantage in tactics, not to mention the Wing Gundam. Strategic level. When he heard Long Fei say that the Gundam would not be sold to any country, Earl Krahu felt a little relieved. If Long Fei sold even one Gundam to a certain country, it would pose a potential crisis to the Empire. If no one sells it, no one will get this technology, which is not bad. Earl Krahu and Long Fei talked about some business cooperation. Long Fei directly discussed with Sakiki or arranged for the president of the relevant company. Earl Krahu was arranged by Long Fei to stay at number 1 Meteorite Ecology. Earl Krahu looked at the Meteorite Ecology number 1 in the prairie like the Earth and felt refreshed and happy in his heart. This feeling can only be felt when he travels to the Earth and is in a pleasant environment with natural scenery. Earl Krahu found that apart from the staff responsible for taking care of the livestock, there were only Tianyi mercenaries and factory employees who came here to relax on their rest days. When Earl Krahu deliberately chatted with some resting staff, he learned that there were still several meteorite ecological recreation areas. There is an environment that completely simulates the seaside, and there is also an environment with beautiful mountains, forests and waters, and so on. There are also meteorites as places of entertainment. In the next few days, Earl Krahu will arrange for remote communications with the presidents of Tianyi Group to discuss cooperation matters. On the other side, Long Fei started ordering the manufacture of 3 new Gundams in his office at this time: the Moon Goddess, the True Red Aegis, and the Black Thunder. These 3 Gundam Dragonflies have undergone certain design improvements. First of all, the psychic induction device is installed in the cockpit, and the number of floating cannons is increased to 8. The power supply of the True Red Aegis and the Black Thunder was replaced by the Miniv Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor. Even the Black Strike Gundam, Azure Dual Gundam, and Emerald Storm Gundam manufactured in the past few months, these 3 Gundams have not yet been put on the battlefield. Long Fei also decided to replace the power supply of these 3 Gundams with Miniv Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactors. At this time, the doorbell rang, and Long Fei pressed the remote control office door to open. Tao Xiang held a stack of documents and placed them on Long Fei's desk. Long Fei looked at the contents of the file. "Tell President Saki how much the Garth Empire wants to buy, and we will try to satisfy each other as much as we can." "Good." Long Fei twisted his neck. Tao Xiang walked behind Long Fei and stretched out his hands to massage Long Fei's neck. The feeling of massage made Long Fei feel comfortable and relaxed. When Tao Xiang was massaging Long Fei, she saw the design drawing of the Moon Goddess Gundam on the computer screen and complained a little, "Why is the design of this Moon Goddess Gundam so similar to those dancing girls in bee costumes in nightclubs?" saying, "Have you ever been to a nightclub and watched dancers in bee costumes before you designed this Gundam?" he said with more strength in his hands. Long Fei knew that Tao Xiang was jealous and was even a little upset. He had downloaded several pornographic videos or some special artistic photos on his mobile suit. When Tao Xiang checked his mobile suit, he found these pornographic or artistic photos. Tao Xiang didn't delete or say anything. Long Fei thought Tao Xiang didn't mind at first. Later, when Li Xiuqing sent the latest mobile suit he newly downloaded to his mobile suit, when Tao Xiang found out, she lost her temper with him directly. Long Fei was still at a loss. She didn't understand that when she saw it before, she wasn't upset at all. Why did she lose her temper when Li Xiuqing sent him a new phone number? Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei's sometimes straight man character, and Tao Xiang warned directly. "When you were not dating me before, I didn't mind those fragmented photos, and I don't blame you. Even if you take it again, it doesn't matter, but after dating me, I don't allow you to have these new videos and photos. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. It was only then that Long Fei knew why Tao Xiang lost his temper with him. So Long Fei directly deleted all the new videos and photos and informed Li Xiuqing. At this moment, Long Fei felt that his shoulders were getting more and more uncomfortable, and his chest was getting more and more painful. Long Fei knew that Tao Xiang was about to get angry. Long Fei's brain was running fast, and he immediately explained, "Actually, this is the Gundam I designed when I was a child. At that time, when I was watching B, I thought of an anime character named Xiaoi. I used this anime character as a prototype and created it on a whim. This Gundam was designed. Guyu, so that's how it is." Tao Xiang resumed her original massage strength, and while looking at the information of the Moon Goddess Gundam on the screen, she said, "Psycho-sensing device, floating cannon. You designed it on a whim when you were young. Gundam, use the powerful spiritual power of our new humans to control the floating cannon battle. You want our new humans to control this Gundam. I won't drive this Gundam, because it's too feminine. Both you and your sister can drive it. I think it's too childish, but it's more suitable for my sister." At this moment, Long Fei stretched out his hand to grab Tao Xiang's hands. Let Tao Xiang sit in front of him, and let Tao Xiang sit on his lap. "I have something to tell you." "What's up?" Long Fei told Tao Xiang about Earl Kraha's wooing him. Tao Xiang stared at Long Fei with squinted eyes and asked, "Then do you want to marry someone else's princess, and marry 3 princesses at once?" "If I really thought so, would I tell you? Besides, I wanted to tell you in person a few days earlier, but you took your sister to the ecological zone to play, and I will tell you when you come back." "Okay, I believe you." Long Fei put his arms around Tao Xiang's waist. Tao Xiang said to Long Fei at this time, "I don't mind you seeing other women, but I don't allow you to be unfaithful to me. Only you can touch my body, and only I can touch your body. I give it to you with all my heart. You must also give me your heart. Can you promise me this?" "I promise you, and I tell you, you are my first love, and you also gave me your most important time. For me, you are my priceless treasure." After hearing this, Tao Xiang quietly put her head on Long Fei's shoulder and kissed Long Fei's face lightly. At this time, Long Fei's cell phone on the table rang. Tao Xiang took it over to have a look and immediately stood up from Long Fei's lap, holding the phone in front of Long Fei. After Long Fei saw it, Li Jiaming called him. Tao Xiang leaves the office immediately, and Long Fei connects to the phone. "What does the commander-in-chief want from me?" "Boss, my family has something to convey to you." "Strange. I have nothing to do with your family. What do they want to convey to me?" Li Jiaming explained. "In fact, the emperor of our country, His Majesty the Emperor, wants to recall you to the country, and His Majesty the Emperor is willing to reward you with everything you want. Even if you want to marry the princess, the Emperor also agrees to you. I don't want to go back and be controlled by others. I don't want to be rewarded to marry the princess. The Garth Empire also used the same method to win me over. I have no interest in these things at all. I understand this, boss. It's just that my family asked me to bring you a message. In fact, various forces are trying to win over the boss, and I can see that they don't even bother to join any organization." "Okay, Commander-in-Chief, we won't talk about this topic. Do you have anything else to tell me?" "The other thing is that my subordinates have received some information that the forces of various countries know that you, the boss, are not willing to accept any entrustment from any country to attack another country, and some countries are going to start wars again." "Oh, it seems that there are other places to fight. So where do you think the war will start?" "The most likely one is our 6th district colony. It's probably a proxy war between those big and powerful countries." Li Jiaming added, "The biggest possibility is that they are ulterior motives. Their biggest target is probably us, and they want the technology you have, boss. The sphere of influence around the mother base belongs to small and weak countries, which cannot pose any threat to us at all. It is estimated that those countries acting as agents will find ways to annex the countries around us. Indeed, among the countries that want to launch a proxy war, the subordinates have also received news. Among them is our country, the Hanxia Empire. Get ready for everything." "Yes, boss." At this moment, the Festum Democratic Republic has received weapons gifted from the Wanluo Federation and some democratic powers. The Democratic Republic of Festum had paid attention to the Tianyi mercenary group very early on. It originally wanted to attack secretly, but too many countries were separated from it. This made it difficult to start. Later, as more and more Gundams were developed and manufactured, the Tianyi mercenary group gradually became stronger and bigger. Festum Democratic Republic can only give up the idea. A few months ago, the Wanluo Federation and other democratic powers secretly sent people to ask the Festum Democratic Republic to act as their proxy to launch a proxy war. The authorities of the Festum Democratic Republic originally rejected the requests of these countries. But with the Wanluo Federation and these democratic powers, the authorities and capitalists secretly stumbled. The adoption of financial means, commercial divestment, and related means of sanctions, etc., has greatly affected the economy of Festum Democratic Republic. In the end, the Festum Democratic Republic had to succumb to their methods and could only obediently act as their war agent. Soon, coups or revolutions suddenly occurred in some countries surrounding the Democratic Republic of Festum, and the Democratic Republic of Festum was also intentionally hurt during the military conflict. The Festum Democratic Republic was instructed by related democratic powers such as the Wanluo Federation to launch a counterattack war. In launching the so-called counterattack, the Wanluo Federation and many democratic powers launched a counterattack in support of the Festum Democratic Republic. However, it declared that it gifted weapons to support the Festum Democratic Republic. In the presidential palace of the Festum Democratic Republic, the bald President Amdandi looked at the report file uploaded in his hand. Amdandi felt very distressed. Although the content of the report document was a weapon gifted by the Wanluo Federation and other democratic powers. This gift is a gift on the surface, and the responsibility is to pay money to the Wanluo Federation and these democratic powers. The reporting documents in hand are actually bills. Amdandi felt very aggrieved in his heart, and his country was forced to be the agent of these powerful countries. They are the ones who make contributions, and they are the ones who die, but the interests belong to these powerful countries. On the surface, the Festum Democratic Republic is a democratic power in the colonial circle belonging to the 6th District, but it is actually a low-level country among many democratic powers. It can only be manipulated by these democratic powers at will. The Secretary of the President sent a report, and the Minister of Defense and the Commander-in-Chief asked to see him. Gu Qi let them in. Your Excellency, good news. The faces of the Minister of Defense and the Commander-in-Chief did not show a trace of joy. I see. Do you two have something to tell me? The Commander-in-Chief reported. Your Excellency, among the several countries I occupy now, there is a country next to it called Philolip Country. The Tianyi mercenary group has set up a 7th branch base in this country. Well, what then? In addition to the sub-bases of the Tianyi mercenary group, the Tianyi group also invests in many industries in this country. The boss of the Tianyi group, Long Fei, will definitely send his mercenaries to stop it in order to protect the investment industry here. Then, Commander-in-Chief, do you think the Tianyi mercenary corps will dispatch that Gundam named Fei to destroy our army with destroying cannons? I feel that as long as our army can hold the country's people hostage, preferably the employees of the Tianyi group, then the Tianyi mercenaries will be wary and dare not use the extremely destructive cannon. Amdandi looked at the Minister of Defense and asked, Minister of Defense, do you think such a plan is feasible? The subordinates think it's worth a try. As long as the employees of the Tianyi group can be held hostage, Long Fei, the boss of the Tianyi group, will not dare to launch powerful weapons indiscriminately and hurt innocent employees. This will affect his career. Okay, I get it. You guys are going to take care of it all. It has been more than a month since the counterattack by the Democratic Republic of Festum in the 6th District colony, and things are becoming clearer. More and more people understand that the counterattack by the Democratic Republic of Festum is a democratic power proxy war. There is even some news claiming that the weapons obtained by the Festum Democratic Republic were not gifts from the Wanluo Federation and other democratic powers at all. In fact, the Festum Democratic Republic had to pay secretly. All of a sudden, many civilians in the Festum Democratic Republic couldn't sit still and launched a demonstration, demanding that the national authorities stop the proxy war. In Festum's democracy, there are only some spies and secret service organizations of relevant democratic powers, as well as some non-governmental organizations supported by them, who incite other civilians on the internet. First, test those who launch demonstrations, shout slogans, and do not engage in proxy wars of other countries. The demonstrators are traitors who took money from other dictatorships to mess up their own country. This also caused another group of people to demonstrate, demanding that the country only arrest these people who oppose the war, thinking that these people who oppose the war are traitors to the country. In Festum Democratic Republic, the people and society were torn apart, and every colonial satellite could see people from two factions fighting on the streets from time to time. There are also family disputes and even divorces caused by different ideas between husband and wife, and family members have different views, which also cause rifts among family members, and even family members break away from the relationship because of this. However, how the civilians in the Festum Democratic Republic are making trouble, their proxy war is still going on. The Festum Democratic Republic has already launched a war against the country of Philip, and the reason for the war against the country of Philip is that it harbors terrorists and dictatorships to do things that violate human rights. The war between the two countries caught Long Fei's attention. Long Fei instructed Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming that once a colonial star in Philip is about to be attacked, once the colonial satellite Tianyi Group invests, it will send troops to protect the local employees and their families, and family members to a safe place. Also, if you can save the local people, you can save as much as you can. Long Fei even instructed Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming that as long as the army of the Festum Democratic Republic did not attack the Tianyi mercenaries or harm the employees and family members of the Tianyi Group, never take the initiative to fire the first shot. Colonial Satellite Number 9 of the Philip Kingdom is being attacked by the army of the Festum Democratic Republic at this moment. At this moment, Philip's army was beaten and retreated steadily. In Colonial Satellite Number 9, there is a battalion-sized fleet of Tianyi mercenaries, for frigates, for destroyers, and 2 transport ships, and a temporary fence is made, and 4 gates are opened on the 4 walls. At the moment, it is parked in an open space, and many employees and their families of the various companies under the Tianyi Group have gone to the fleet to seek shelter. Of course, many people from the colonial satellite also ran over. The 2 countries have been at war for nearly a month, and 3 colonial satellites in Philip have fallen. One of the colonial satellites was destroyed, resulting in the death of countless people. It caused panic among the people of Philip. Many people in the country have even received news that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps fleet will go to the colonial satellite invested by the Tianyi Group, giving priority to protecting and allowing the employees of the Tianyi Group and their families to board the ship. Moreover, the Tianyi fleet, which was responsible for sending it to a safe place, was not attacked by the army of the Festum Democratic Republic or other related criminal organizations such as pirates. When many people in the country see the Tianyi mercenary fleet, they will immediately try their luck to see if they can board the ship and escape. Because compared to the escape boats of our own country, the Tianyi mercenary squad fleet is safer. However, if the fallen colony is not destroyed, the army of the Democratic Republic of Festum promises to keep the population of the colony safe. Then, the employees and family members of Tianyi Group and the local people will disembark from the ship and return to their respective residences. Many media reporters or self-media are filming Tianyi mercenaries to give priority to Tianyi Group employees and their families to board the ship. Many employees of Tianyi Group squeezed into the crowd brought their own employee IDs of Tianyi Group held high by their family members, and many Tianyi mercenaries would immediately squeeze into the crowd to open the way for their employees and their families so that they could enter the gate first. There are also some Tianyi mercenaries sitting in the hovercraft, watching from above. If there are Tianyi employees and their family members among the crowd at the back, they will lower the ropes and descend from the sky, carry their employees and family members up to the hovercraft, and bring them into the pass. At the gate, there is a Tianyi Wing mercenary team responsible for recording and comparing the information of Tianyi Group employees and checking whether there are other Tianyi employees who have not yet boarded the transport ship. After all the Tianyi employees and their family members have been seen by the transport ship, the local people will be arranged to board the transport ship. Suddenly, the colonial satellite vibrated, causing panic among the local people. Several 105 short-sword MS ejected from a destroyer and flew towards the source of the vibration. It turned out that a hole was pierced in one part of the colonial satellite, and several 105 Dagger MS immediately sprayed out viscous glue to fill the hole. There are not many mobile suits in the country in the colonial satellite at this moment. Most of them have been put into the front line, and the rest are ground troops. The ground forces are also maintaining order and arranging for local people to take escape boats. At this moment, the Tianyi mercenary fleet has arranged for all the employees and family members of the Tianyi group to board the transport ship before arranging for the local people to board the transport ship. Many local people are scrambling to rush into the checkpoint. The Tianyi mercenaries let the old and weak, women and children board the transport ship first. The battle situation on the front line of colonial satellite number 9 in Philip country. Among the mobile suits used by the Philip army, the homegrown Lightning mobile suits accounted for the majority, and the Assault Dagger mobile suits accounted for a minority. The mobile suits of the Army of the Festum Democratic Republic are mainly the Centrino mobile suits that the Wanluo Federation is currently phasing out. The performance of Centrino MS is better than that of Shanlei MS, and no less than that of Assault Dagger MS. The numbers of the two sides are equal, but in terms of quality, the Army of the Democratic Republic of Feistam has the upper hand. The basic situation is 1 for 3. Some MS from the Army of the Democratic Republic of Festum have already broken through the enemy's defense line and rushed to the battleship group or the colonial satellite. The few mobile suits left in the colonial satellite could only be dispatched immediately to fight. Some mobile suits were too close to the colonial satellites during the battle, causing some mobile suits to explode when they were destroyed, which spread to the outer layer of the colonial satellite, and even blasted a hole in the outer layer. Although the 105 short sword MS in the colonial satellites were remedied, some of the broken holes were too large to be repaired at all. In the colonial satellite, the first level alarm has sounded at this moment, and the order inside has begun to become chaotic. When the Tianyi mercenary fleet was unable to take away more people, all the battleships were suspended. Many people who were unable to board the ship could only curse and watch the Tianyi mercenary fleet leave. More intense vibrations came from the colony. As the flames of war burned to the outer layer of the colonial satellite, the interior of the colonial satellite gradually began to disintegrate. The Tianyi mercenary fleet issued a notification signal, issuing a warning. The armies of the two countries should not hit them by mistake, otherwise they will take counterattacks. The armies of the two countries knew the terrifying strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, and they voluntarily tried to stay away from the Tianyi mercenary fleet as much as possible. However, there was still a beam gun from a Centrino mobile suit that accidentally fired at the position of the Tianyi mercenary fleet. Although the Tianyi mercenary fleet was not hit, it still caused the Tianyi mercenary fleet to immediately counterattack. The Army of the Festum Democratic Republic immediately issued a false attack statement, but the Tianyi mercenary fleet still did not accept their statement. The Storm Dagger MS waited on the Centrino MS with fierce artillery fire, and the Dual Dagger and 105 Dagger MS attacked from different angles. The Philip National Army, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately counterattacked with all its strength. Some of the 105 short swords are equipped with gun barrel backpacks, which attack the target from different directions, making the target hard to defend. The corpse armor equipped with the dueling dagger, the energy weapon of the Centrino MS, is difficult to penetrate the armor. The commander of the Army of the Feistam Democratic Republic saw that the troops under his command were being beaten back by the Tianyi mercenaries, and the commander immediately ordered to retreat. After watching the retreat of the enemy fleet, the Philip National Army let out cheers of victory. The Tianyi mercenary fleet recalled all the mobile suits to return to the mothership, and then headed for the 10th colonial satellite of Philip. The battle just now was filmed by the media inside the Tianyi mercenary warship. One mistaken attack on the Army of the Festum Democratic Republic was met with a fierce counterattack by the Tianyi mercenary group. It is indeed a mercenary group that dares to use the American army to practice and test new weapons. The Festum Democratic Republic immediately protested to the Tianyi mercenary group. The official website of the Tianyi mercenary group released the words directly. No matter which country's army hits us intentionally or unintentionally, we will immediately counterattack and will not accept any explanation from the other party. This time it is just a warning. Next time, even if it is far away, it will be punished. If you don't want to be beaten, see our Tianyi mercenary group and immediately detour, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The words of the Tianyi mercenary group made the world feel that this private armed mercenary group is too domineering. 1 millisecond mothership Albion, 6 frigates, 6 destroyers, and 3 transport ships. 2 sets of Mk-2G and 8 sets of 105 daggers maintained order outside the fleet, and many local people inside and outside the fleet left the scene one after another. Because colony number 4 of the Philolip Kingdom fell, the army of the Festum Democratic Republic used a radio to announce the end of the battle when they captured it. The Philolip National Army surrendered, and the colonial satellite was fine. The army of the Festum Democratic Republic has occupied the 4th colonial satellite, and even stated that it will not embarrass the local people and let the local people live as usual. Therefore, the Tianyi mercenary fleet had this scene. Many Tianyi Group employees and their family members were driven back to their residences by military vehicles driven by Tianyi mercenaries. The Tianyi mercenary fleet in colony number 4 of Philip Country is an elite unit of the Tianyi mercenary group, and the unit name is Wolf Hunt. The uniform of all members of this elite wolf hunting unit bears the black wolf's head stamp on the left arm. The uniform worn by all ground troops was the Spartan uniform. When the army of the Festum Democratic Republic was in charge of maintaining order, a military convoy from the elite Wolfborzers met with a patrolling military convoy from the Democratic Republic of Festum. The place where it happened was an overpass, and one side of the two-sided road of the overpass was damaged and could not be used. The remaining side of the road is 2 roads, one of which is temporarily a pedestrian road, and the other is a carriageway. The 2 military convoys happened to meet, and both sides blocked each other. Only when one of them retreated, the other could advance. Both sides honked their horns, and the 2 sides refused to give in to each other. The people nearby were all watching, and many people took pictures with their mobile suits. It happened that there were media reporters on the scene, and they even broadcast the news live. In the end, both parties sent representatives to ask the other party to retreat. Neither party agreed to the other's request. More and more members of the 2 convoys got out of their cars and began to confront each other. A lieutenant of the Army of the Democratic Republic of Festum, later known as the Army of Fez, pointed at a lieutenant of the wolf hunting elite unit and told them to back off. The lieutenant of the wolf hunter elite directly ringed off the finger of the lieutenant of the Fez army. Then, the 2 sides clashed, and the 2 parties were still restrained and did not use firearms. However, all the wolf hunter elite troops wearing Spartan battle uniforms, in addition to undergoing rigorous training and some drug transformation to obtain a physique far beyond ordinary people, plus the Spartan battle uniforms allow all members to have superhuman strength. Within a few minutes, the entire Fez army was beaten to the ground. This scene was filmed. The fight between the 2 parties also caused their respective MS troops to rush to the scene. The MS troops of the Fez army did not dare to act rashly. Although they had more than 20 MS units, twice as many as the opponent, but there was one Mk-2G Gundam on the opposite side. The members of the wolf hunting elite on the road turned the military vehicle of the Fez army over to the damaged road on the opposite side. Then, pointing to the Fez army who was beaten and lying on the ground, he warned, "See us and take a detour." The Mk-2G driver of the Wolf Hunter Elite MS team in the sky turned on the broadcaster. The MS team of the Fez army on the opposite side immediately disappeared from our eyes. If we see us in the future, we will take a detour, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Mk-2G directly sent out a beam of light, passing by the Centrino MS captain's machine. The Fez army MS team panicked all of a sudden. Some Fez army MS drivers were planning to fight back, but they also knew that the Tianyi mercenary MS was more advanced than them, and if there was a fight, it would be their side that would lose. The people on the ground were also frightened and wanted to flee the scene. Just now, this is a warning. I will give you 5 seconds to disappear from my face immediately. 5, 4, 3. Goody/span. The Mk-2G driver hadn't finished counting down yet. The Fez Army Ms team immediately turned around and left the scene. This scene was directly filmed, and many people directly posted this clip on the internet. All the pilots of the Fez Army MS team who fled the scene felt very aggrieved. If it wasn't for the order from their superiors not to clash with the Tianyi mercenaries, they would have wanted to fight each other a long time ago. Although all the drivers want to fight, they also know that if they really fight, they will definitely die. The reason why the army of the Democratic Republic of Festum was inaccurate and clashed with the Tianyi mercenary group was that there were several incidents that caused the Tianyi mercenary group to attack. Let the colonial satellites that had been occupied with great difficulty be directly destroyed by the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, and let the Philip National Army take the opportunity to take back the lost land. At this moment, the Fez army cannot cause any serious loss to any unit. Once any loss is suffered, the defenders of other occupied colonial satellites must be dispatched to the front line. Then the defenders of the occupied colonial satellites will be counterattacked by the resistance organization to recover the lost ground when the number of troops is reduced. The upper echelon of the Fez army issued an order that the troops were not allowed to conflict with the Tianyi mercenary group and must stay away from the Tianyi mercenary group. The Fez soldier who had just been beaten to the ground was taken away by the gendarmerie squad and was going to be dealt with by military law for disobeying the military order. Soon, the conflict just now spread across various networks, and the Fez army was ridiculed by many people. On the other side, in the 6th District Colony, in addition to the war launched by the Festum Democratic Republic, there is another democratic country that also launched a foreign war. The name of this democratic country is the Republic of Guizhou, and the reason for launching the war is similar to that of the Festum Democratic Republic. The support of many countries in the democratic camp of the Republic of China and Wanluo has also received support from the Wanluo Federation and other democratic powers, and they have obtained a lot of weapons. The Republic of China annihilated several non-democratic countries. The Republic of China is now attacking a kingdom called Maidalon. There is a domain in the Kingdom of Maidalon that is handed over to the domain of the parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The Republic of China is attacking the Kingdom of Maidalon with all its might. In the presidential palace of the Republic of Guizhou, the president is communicating with a mysterious person through a secret communication line. Your Excellency, after taking over the Kingdom of Maidalon, I not only hope to get your verbal support for the next plan, but also your actual support. Don't worry, Your Excellency, the president of this country will never break his promise. That's best. Inside the office of the president of the presidential palace of the Festum Democratic Republic, Dandy discussed with several important ministers, and everyone had a look of humiliation and helplessness on their faces. Dandy is annoyed that the Wanluo Federation and other democratic powers are using them, making them attract attention, and spending endless money and human resources to attack those countries, so that these democratic powers can use him as a springboard to secretly dispatch troops to prepare to eat Tianyi mercenary group. But I didn't expect that these democratic powers just used them to let the Festum Democratic Republic attack the Philip Kingdom. Let the Tianyi mercenary group waste energy and manpower in order to protect the Tianyi group's investment in the industry of Philip country and the safety of the employees of other companies in the Tianyi group. Then, support the Republic of China to attack those weak countries that are close to the home base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Then, when the Tianyi Mercenary Group dispatches troops to protect the safety of other Tianyi Group company employees, these democratic powers will secretly dispatch those special forces, and so on, taking the opportunity to take down the Tianyi Mercenary Group's mother base and advanced technology. Now, the Festum Democratic Republic has occupied these countries on the surface, and the money for rebuilding after the war is over is a bottomless pit. Dandy's face is very aggrieved, but he also understands that his country is not strong enough and can only be bullied and manipulated by these powerful countries. Long Fei and Li Jiaming are having a meeting with the top leaders of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps in the conference room. The Republic of China is now attacking the Kingdom of Maidalon. Everyone knows that the Republic of China is backed and supported by so-called democratic powers. Long Fei said to himself, Xiangzhuang's sword dance is aimed at Peigong. Li Jiaming, who was at the side, asked, Boss, what did you just say about dancing swords? Is it aimed at Peigong? Long Fei thought to himself, I forgot that the history of this world is different from the history of my previous life. There is no such sentence. In fact, it is only helping those democratic powers, Taking down the kingdom of Mydalon is only second, and the real purpose is actually to point the sword at our mother base. Brigadier General Fix, who is already the deputy commander-in-chief of the home base, said, "Boss, I think we should take action to stop the Republic of China, and we cannot let their tricks succeed, otherwise we will be very passive." Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, currently Major General, also agreed. "Boss, I also agree with Brigadier General Fix. They must be stopped, and the Kingdom of Mydalon has sent envoys to negotiate with us." Long Fei asked, "What are they talking about with you?" Li Jiaming replied, "They are willing to cede many meteorite mining fields to us, and they will not have to pay taxes for 10 years in terms of investing and making money in their own country." Well, anyway, we are about to stop the commission and additional conditions sent by the Republic of Guizhou and the Kingdom of Mydalon, so why not do it? Li Jiaming had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at Tao Xiang, who was beside Long Fei, and said to Long Fei, "There is an additional condition for those conditions imposed by the Kingdom of Mydalon." "What additional conditions?" "It's their princess betrothed to you, the boss." "Ah." Long Fei couldn't react. Tao Xiang narrowed her eyes and looked at Long Fei beside her. The other high-level members of the Tianyi mercenary group in the meeting either shook their heads and smiled secretly or looked at the ceiling. Long Fei sensed the murderous intent surrounding him. He knew that Tao Xiang was jealous. If he dared to say a word, Tao Xiang would definitely quarrel with him. Long Fei secretly reached out his hand and patted the back of Tao Xiang's hand to comfort him. Tao Xiang still squinted her eyes at Long Fei, waiting for Long Fei's reply. Long Fei coughed dryly and said, "Tell Mydalon Kingdom that we don't accept this additional condition, but others can. If we don't delete this additional condition, then we won't accept their entrustment, and we will watch them be punished by the Republic of China. Let's destroy the country. If they can remove this additional condition, then let's do it." Only then did Tao Xiang look away. "Yes, boss." Then, Long Fei said, "If dispatched, I will also join this operation." "Okay, boss." Long Fei stood up, and Tao Xiang beside him also got up and followed Long Fei out of the meeting room. Some people in the conference room were talking quietly. "I didn't expect the boss to be a strict wife. I haven't married into the family yet, and I'm so afraid of my own woman. If I marry into the family, wouldn't my wife be a slave?" But Tao Xiang is really jealous. And the boss listens to Tao Tao in many things. Is there? I don't think the boss listens to Tao Xiang in everything. What kind of things do you mean? Gu Cheng, the boss certainly doesn't listen to Tao Xiang when it comes to big things, especially work matters, but he always listens to Tao Xiang when it comes to small things. Li Jiaming looked at these nosy subordinates. As a superior, he should blame these subordinates for not being so gossip about the boss's private affairs. But his heart of gossip made him unable to bear to listen to what these subordinates said. Colonel Isis then told what she had seen. "Everyone, let me tell you something." Everyone in the conference room looked at Colonel Isis. Colonel Aicc said, "One time I was escorting a huge merchant ship to the country of Duolong. After the mission was completed, we temporarily repaired at the port of the country for 2 days. It happened that after I finished my work, I planned to go out and relax. In a square, I saw the boss and Tao Xiang shopping." Colonel Aicc paused deliberately. "What happened? Don't stop talk," many colleagues urged. There happened to be a beautiful woman coming in front of the boss. When the boss passed by, the boss looked at the beautiful woman. When the beautiful woman smiled at the boss, Tao Xiang was jealous and very upset. She stretched out her hand and pinched the boss' ear as a warning. "Don't watch other women laugh." In the last sentence, Colonel Izc did Tao Xiang's actions at that time, and also imitated Tao Xiang's jealous expression. Everyone at the scene laughed. Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened, and everyone's laughter stopped abruptly, because it was Long Fei and Tao Xiang who came. Long Fei and Tao Xiang looked at these people suspiciously, not understanding what they were laughing at just now. Li Jiaming resisted and asked Long Fei, "Boss, do you have any other orders?" "No, I just forgot to take the documents." After speaking, Long Fei picked up the documents on the table and left the scene with Tao Xiang. When the door of the conference room was closed, everyone present couldn't help laughing wildly. "Oh my God, I laughed so hard." "AICC, Colonel, take. What's next?" AICC raised her hand to stop, letting her finish laughing first. After about 2 minutes, AICC continued. Later, the boss coaxed Tao Xiang, but Tao Xiang, who was eating vinegar, pouted her head and turned aside, ignoring the boss. And then the boss took Tao Xiang to buy clothes and some bags, packing jewelry and other luxuries to make her happy, and finally having a meal with Tao Xiang. Every dish is Tao Xiang's favorite dish. At this time, a school official said, I used to think that a man as powerful as the boss would be surrounded by a bunch of beauties, but I didn't expect the boss's first date to be a tigress. If you dare to compare the future boss lady to a tigress, you are not afraid that she will complain to the boss and fire you. But having said that, if I used animals as a metaphor, I thought the boss would be like a lion king, with a bunch of lionesses beside him. I didn't expect that the boss was not a lion king, but a tiger, and there was an even more terrifying one beside him. The tigress will pluck the ears of the male tiger at any time. Fortunately, the tigress next to the boss is not a Hudong lion, otherwise I will feel sad for the boss. There was another bunch of gloating and loud laughter at the scene. Li Jiaming had a secret talk with the envoy of the kingdom of Maidalon. The envoy knew that everything could be discussed, except for the matter of betrothing the princess to Long Fei. Long Fei refused. If he did not withdraw this additional condition, he would not accept the entrustment. The envoy could only communicate with the king in secret and inform the king of the matter. In order to prevent his kingdom from being destroyed, the king could only agree to delete the additional condition of betrothing the princess to Long Fei. Then, both parties signed the entrustment contract. Countless Centrino MS were shot down one after another by the blue light beams. The true red Aegis Gundam held a high-energy beam rifle in each hand, and the two guns fired in unison. Countless Centrino mobile suits turned into clusters of fireworks. Moon Goddess Gundam fired with a beam spray gun in one hand, and controlled 8 floating cannons to kill the enemy. The Azure Dual Gundam entered the group of Wangui Army MS. Armor-piercing shells, missiles, and darts killed the Wangui Army Centrino MS without leaving any armor, and the mobile railgun even blasted a hole in the Centrino MS in front of it. The Emerald Storm Gundam used powerful firepower to suppress the group of Centrino mobile suits on the other side, and used the twin rifles to suppress the Centrino mobile suits to the point of failure. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type holds different GN weapons in both hands, and flees after killing another Centrino MS group. Wan Guijun let out a wail at this moment. This is how the same thing. Why would the Tianyi mercenary group attack us? Gundam is terrible. Help, help. Ask for help. No. Radar and communication failure. On the other side, Lieutenant Colonel Mitch, the commander of the 1st Regiment Fleet of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Army of the Wangui Army, looked at the frontline battle situation on the screen in front of him. He really couldn't believe that 5 Gundams had completely suppressed nearly 80 Centrino MS, and there was no need to dispatch other GM2 and Dagger MS teams to help. It seems that the rumor that the Gundam has the ability to defeat 100 is not an exaggeration at all, and some Gundams emit cyan particles that can paralyze radar and communication. Suddenly, a huge scarlet beam turned and penetrated a frigate next to Lieutenant Colonel Mitch. Lieutenant Colonel Mitch and his subordinates were very surprised. This was the first time they encountered a beam that could turn. The red Aegis Gundam driven by Long Fei, in the form of deformed bombardment, fires a 580mm multiple-phase energy cannon equipped with an energy deflection device, so that the fired energy cannon can distort the direction. This is the scene that Lieutenant Colonel Mitch saw just now. Then Lieutenant Colonel Mitch's fleet was attacked, and the fleet was in a panic. A Black Thunder Gundam suddenly appeared at the right end of the fleet. A nearby destroyer immediately fired beam cannons to attack the Jet Black Thunder Gundam. The Jet Black Thunder Gundam immediately activates the crystallization of the giant mechanical arm behind it, adjusts the internal refractive index arbitrarily, uses the crystallized mechanical arm to withstand the beam cannon, and directs the beam towards the destroyer that just fired the beam cannon, directly blasting the bow of the destroyer. Then, a destroyer was directly killed. Then another frigate was locked by a hook lock, and then countless cyan light beams bombarded the frigate's chassis. The instigator of this is the Black Strike Gundam. After killing a frigate, the Black Strike Gundam borrowed gliding to fly to another mobile suit mothership. The Black Strike Gundam's two-barrel electromagnetic gun shot through the bow of the MS mothership with one shot. The Moon Goddess Gundam controls 8 floating cannons, and the locked target cannot escape at all. Even if the locked target can avoid the shooting of the floating cannons in front, it cannot escape the sneak attack of the floating cannons behind it. Nearly 80 Centrino MS were quickly wiped out by 5 Gundams. 5 Gundams rushed directly to Lieutenant Colonel Mitch's fleet. Lieutenant Colonel Mitch had already ordered the retreat when the fleet was attacked by surprise, but the communication was paralyzed and it was impossible to issue the retreat order. When the other warships watched Lieutenant Colonel Mitch turn around and flee the battlefield, they immediately turned around and fled the battlefield, but it also caused every warship to flee in an orderly manner in order to escape as soon as possible, causing chaos and slowing down the retreat. Guyu, after dodging the guns of several warships, the Black Thunder Gundam rushed to the front of Lieutenant Colonel Mickey's MS mothership, and the Triceratops attack shield system 3 connected ultra-high-speed moving body shot through it, directly attacked towards the bow of the ship. No, 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 no. Lieutenant Colonel Mitch screamed before dying. The remaining battleships saw that the commander's battleship was wiped out, and the captains all ordered the surrender signal. Colonel Isis, commander of the fleet of the 1st Brigade, contacted the Maidalon Kingdom Army and asked them to deal with the surrendered Wangui Army. AICC looked at the results of the battlefield and thought to herself, 7 Gundams have eliminated the enemies on the battlefield. I always feel that the other MS teams are a bit redundant. However, AICC also knew that the result of this battle was won by 7 Gundams. The main enemy was located in a place with a chaotic magnetic field. In addition, they did not have advanced superconducting communication and radar like the Tianyi mercenaries. Coupled with the fact that there is another pile of wreckage here as a cover, the 1st Brigade fleet arrived here one step earlier to hide, and came to sit on the sidelines. When the enemy came to the scene, the True Red Aegis came into bombardment mode first and shot down an enemy frigate with one shot. In fact, Long Fei could directly kill the enemy's command warship with one shot. But Long Fei didn't do this. Instead, he asked the enemy fleet to send out a mobile suit team to test the actual combat capabilities of the new Gundam, and of course to test the strength of the newly promoted ace pilot. At this time, Long Fei asked Tao Xiang, who was driving the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, "How about these new ace pilots?" "Very good." Then, Long Fei contacted the Moon Goddess Gundam pilot Li Xiang and asked, "How about the Moon Goddess Gundam? Are you still used to operating the mental response device?" "Well, it's great. The psychosensory device is simply a weapon to be used." Li Xiang's tone revealed excitement. All Gundams returned to the Ms. Mothership Torres II. There are a total of 8 Gundams in the hangar. In addition to the 7 Gundams just played, there is also a Goddess of Judgment Gundam. Except for Long Fei and Tao Xiang's sisters, the pilots of the other 4 Gundams are new aces, 2 men and 2 women in total. The Black Strike Gundam and the Emerald Storm Gundam are 2 male pilots. One is named Thors with silver hair and is a little thin, and the other is called Hamdada. He is tall and has brown skin and reddish-red hair. Black Thunder Gundam and Azure Dual Gundam, 2 female pilots, one with heavy makeup and yellow hair, tall named Ramir, the other short, less than 160 centimeters tall, with indifferent eyes, yellow skin, black hair, named Maushila. The 4 ranks of 2nd lieutenants lined up in unison and stood at attention. Long Fei looked at the 4 of them and asked, "Some of you have been transferred from elite forces or special forces to become ace pilots. I also know that some of you have piloted overproduced Gundams. I want to know how you feel when you drive special Gundams." "How? Excellent. X4. Very well. Some of you came from a certain country to join our Tianyi mercenary group, and some of you are people we bought from human trafficking for training. I don't care what your previous identities are. What I want is you are loyal to the Tianyi mercenary group, and you must be loyal to me. Can you do this?" "It can be done, X4. When Long Fei passed by the 4 of them, he deliberately extended his hand to pat Hamdada and Maushila. Tao Xiang watched Long Fei's behavior, and she also knew what was going on, so she saw it through and didn't tell the truth. Tao Xiang followed Long Fei with her younger sister. On the other side, Wan Guijun didn't know that the Tianyi mercenary group had made a move. Lieutenant Colonel Mitch's superiors did not receive the report from Lieutenant Colonel Mitch, and the superiors thought that Lieutenant Colonel Mitch was still on mission. Because the magnetic field at the location of the fleet commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Mitch is relatively chaotic, it seems that the contact cannot be made temporarily. The Kingdom of Midalon did not publicize it. They hired Tianyi mercenaries. GP-03D is rushing to the rear of the brigade fleet of the Gulf Kwai Army. Colonel Troy, the commander of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Army and the Kuan Yu Fleet, was interviewed by the national media. The media of the Republic of China described Colonel Troy as a hero of liberation, a hero who rescued those oppressed by the dictatorship. The beautiful reporter is interviewing Colonel Troy. Colonel Troy, after the fleet you commanded was the first to capture the number 3 colonial satellite of the Kingdom of Midalon, it was welcomed by the local people. Do you have any feelings about this? First of all, my subordinates and I were very surprised. At first we thought we would be rejected by the local people, but unexpectedly they welcomed us warmly, thanked us, and overthrew the tyranny. This made us more convinced that it is a just war to liberate the suffering people, for which my subordinates and I have incomparable honor and supreme glory. Just when the beautiful reporter was about to ask the next question, the siren rang loudly, and the broadcaster immediately issued a first-level alarm. Colonel Troy immediately rushed to the command room, followed by the beautiful reporter and photographer. Colonel Troy sat in his command seat. What's going on? Why level 1 alert? Colonel, I found a single Gundam entering the rear range of our fleet. On the screen, GP-03D is rushing towards Colonel Troy's fleet. Colonel, I found a fleet of Tianyi mercenary regiment, the size of which is brigade-level fleet, and sent a MS team to rush towards us. All the MS squads and fighter squads attack, prepare for battle at any time, and contact each other to warn them that they are going to block our way, and ask to turn around immediately, otherwise we will not be polite. Colonel, they directly reject our communications. Damn, they want to fight. The beautiful reporter also happened to be in the live broadcast at this time, saying that her country's army was attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group. Colonel Troy immediately dispatched troops to fight. Nearly 100 mobile suits and nearly 100 fighter jets rushed towards GP-03D, which was nearly 1/3 of the mobile suit and fighter jet units of the fleet commanded by Colonel Troy. The remaining 2/3 of mobile suits and fighters deal with the mobile suit troops sent by the Tianyi mercenary group. Yu Yangchun drove the GP-03D, looked at the screen in front of him, and said with a sneer, "Don't the commander know the combat power of this GP-03D? Is it because I was underestimated, or the commander looked down on me?" GP-03D accelerates forward. The Centrino MS and Speed Weasel immediately fired beams and missiles, stopping GP-03D's advance. However, GP-03D was so fast that none of the missiles hit, and the I-field generator blocked all the beams. GP-03D launches 2 cabins with 108 miniature missile pods. All the Centrino MS and Speed Weasel fighters on the scene were at full power, trying to avoid the attack of the miniature missiles. Countless fireworks burst out at the scene, and nearly half of the Centrino MS and Speed Weasel fighters were shot down. Then, a 70M mega particle cannon was fired, and countless fireworks burst out wherever the mega particle cannon passed. Colonel Troy looked at the huge screen, the battle in the front line of the fleet, and 3 other Gundams were found in the front line battle, the Red Heresy, Blue Heresy, and Z Gundam. The number is more than that of the Tianyi mercenary group, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group only has MS and no fighter planes. However, the performance of the Tianyi mercenary corps' GM2 and various Dagger series mobile suits beat the Centrino MS, and the Speed Attache fighters did not play any role on the battlefield, and were successively defeated by the Tianyi mercenary corps' MSs. The red dots on the front line did not decrease, but the blue dots on their own side became less and less. Guzai made Colonel Troy unbelievable that the GP-03D in the rear had already wiped out all the MS and fighters blocking the way, and the whole process took less than 3 minutes. GP-03D used a 70M megaparticle cannon and hit a frigate with 1 shot, tearing it in half like paper. Colonel Troy immediately ordered all battleships to attack Gundam GP-03D. However, GP-03D's speed is too fast, and the battle circle can't hit GP-03D at all. GP-03D ejected the detonating cord to tie up a mobile suit mothership, and the explosion of the detonating cord exploded the mobile suit mothership into two halves. Immediately after, GP-03D issued a large beam saber, and the battleship where GP-03D passed was directly cut in half. Colonel Troy had an expression of despair and fear on his face, and the beautiful reporter felt the fear of death shrouding her whole body. Colonel Troy yelled in fear and ordered his subordinates to immediately fire the surrender signal. Looking at GP-03D rushing towards his command ship, Colonel Troy hugged his head in despair, yelled that he didn't want to die, fell off the table and chair, and sat down on the ground. This scene was captured live by the photographer. When GP-03D's huge beam saber was about to reach Colonel Troy's command ship, the command ship issued a surrender signal. Yu Yangchun immediately stopped the energy delivery tube of the huge beam saber. GP-03D flies in front of the command ship. Colonel Troy touched his forehead that was dripping with cold sweat, and he almost peed out of fear just now. The Centrino MS and Speed Weasel fighters that were still fighting on the front line stopped fighting and surrendered after discovering that the command warship dropped a surrender signal flare. After seeing Colonel Trui's gaffe, the people of the Republic of Wangui were hit hard. They couldn't believe that Colonel Trui, known as a national hero, was so greedy for life and afraid of death. The people of the Republic of Guizhou felt very ashamed, and many netizens of the Republic of Guizhou on the internet verbally criticized Colonel Trui. At this time, the President's Office of the Presidential Office of the Republic of China is discussing with several important ministers about Colonel Trui's gaffe. These high-level government officials must not care. This is just a person created by their government, and then rely on the image of the media to promote, that's all. How many characters do you need for this kind of image? They don't care at all. What they are worried about now is that the actions of the Tianyi mercenary group will make their previous efforts go to waste. Those occupied colonial satellites, the remnants of the original forces, are still secretly resisting, and the Tianyi mercenary group will make these forces resist more actively and want to take back everything they lost. The Minister of Defense looked very solemn at the moment and reported to the president that he had received reports from some frontline troops, and some troops had lost contact. At first, I thought it was the confusion of the magnetic field, which caused the communication to be abnormal and unable to contact normally. At this moment, it is certain that those troops who lost contact must have been killed by the Tianyi mercenary group. Minister of Defense, I would like to ask, since the magnetic field is chaotic, how did the Tianyi mercenary group kill those troops? Your Excellency, according to the information received, the Tianyi mercenary corps has developed a special communication system. Not only will it not be disturbed by the weird cyan particles emitted by some of their Gundams, it will not even be disturbed by those places with chaotic magnetic fields. If they are affected, they can still maintain secure communication, and it is said that the special communication they developed has extremely high hacking capabilities, hacking into the target's communication line. What the Minister of Defense means is that our troops who have lost contact are blind people who cannot know the whereabouts of the Tianyi mercenary group. But the Tianyi mercenary group can easily track the whereabouts of our troops? Yes, Your Excellency the President. The President of the Republic of Wangui held his forehead. Once the attack of the Tianyi mercenary group spread to the whole army, it would make the whole army lose their fighting spirit, and Wangui's army would be defeated without a fight. The President immediately issued an order that no soldier is allowed to spread the Tianyi mercenary group's action. Otherwise, it will be dealt with according to military law. The authorities of the Republic of China wanted to cover up the fact that the Tianyi mercenary group took action against their own army, so as not to let the low-level soldiers know that it would affect the morale of the soldiers. After all, the fire could not be covered with paper, and as many soldiers received notifications from family members, there were also notifications from colleagues who had fled from the defeat. A wave of fear frightened every Wangui army. Ever since the Tianyi mercenary group displayed a series of powerful weapons such as Gundam, soldiers from all over the world did not want to fight against the Tianyi mercenary group. When Wangui's army learned of the attack on the kingdom of Maidalon, the Tianyi mercenary group came to the door. Many soldiers of the Wangui army began to disobey the military orders, especially once they knew that the target of the battle was the Tianyi mercenary group. Many of the Wangui soldiers refused to fight, and the MS and fighter pilots even disobeyed orders. Even the Wangui army surrendered directly. Although the military police were dispatched to deal with it, many Wangui soldiers would rather be imprisoned than die on the battlefield where they must lose. There are also many Wangui soldiers who have directly handed over to retire and no longer join the army. The Republic of China suddenly lost a lot of combat power. Originally, many occupied colonial satellites began to be overthrown by the forces of the original country and regained the lost land, and some returned to the country. The Republic of Taiwan not only lost all the colonial satellites it occupied, but the Republic of Taiwan, which originally had 6 colonial satellites, even lost 2 colonial satellites. When the Republic of China turned victory into defeat, it received support and assistance from many countries in the Democratic camp. There are also quite a few international media from the Democratic camp describing the Tianyi mercenary group as an evil organization that helps those dictatorship regimes, and even the media have carried out a series of smears on the Tianyi mercenary group. It is said that the Tianyi mercenary group has bought many young children as their training objects and their source of combat power during human trafficking. It is even said that the Tianyi mercenary group possesses those formidable forces, mainly because they want to use their formidable force to rule the entire world and make all countries submit to their despotic power. The Tianyi mercenary group directly responded to the series of smears. The Tianyi mercenary group also released evidence of human trafficking in many democracies on their official website, and even conducted a review of some evidence of war crimes committed by some democracies. In order to counterattack, the countries that counterattacked these democratic camps also used many weapons of mass destruction, harming and poisoning the people of many countries. Countries in the non-democratic camp and the media supported the counterattack statement of the Tianyi mercenary group. The Republic of Guizhou received military support from the Wanluo Federation and some democratic countries, and dispatched some special forces to support the Republic of Guizhou. Let Wangui reinvigorate the morale of the Republic of China. Those countries in the non-democratic camp that were restored were also supported by other non-democratic camp countries. The colonial melee in District 6 begins. At this moment, the Kingdom of Maidalon is one of the safest countries among the countries in District 6, except for the Kingdom of Maikon. At this time, the Maidalon Kingdom's commission with the Tianyi mercenary group has ended, because the Wangui army has all been driven out of the Maidalon Kingdom's sphere of influence. The Wangui army is currently executing the battle to regain lost ground. Although a colonial democratic country in District 6 has also received the support of other democratic powers, other non-democratic countries have also received the support resources of non-democratic camp powers. All countries are playing very gluey. The more chaotic the colonies in District 6 are fighting, the more countries join the battlefield. The arms dealers will be happy to hold a banquet every day to celebrate, and the money they earn is full of money. The Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company has also made countless money, and many countries have also purchased large quantities of weapons developed by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Every weapon sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company received extremely high praise. Not long after the launch of the newly launched mobile suit carrier Yagama, a scuffle broke out in the colonies in the 6th district. Several countries have bought several mobile suits for the Yagama mobile suit carrier. Although the mobile suits on board are not as good as other mobile suit motherships, the advantage lies in its powerful firepower. It can provide long-range and powerful fire support to mobile suits, and in several battles, the mobile suit mothership Yagama, with its powerful energy weapons, not only suppressed other battleships with powerful firepower in naval artillery battles. It is of great help in the combat of MS. The fire support includes weapon support projection to MS. Here, Longfei has made design modifications, and this combat support system has been added. The brilliant performance of the MS mothership Yagama has caused many countries to scramble to buy it. The output of the mobile suit carrier Yagama is to use one manufacturing plant and one production line to fully produce it, and it takes at least 3 months to complete the production of one mobile suit carrier Yagama. In the factories owned by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, there are only 3 production lines responsible for manufacturing the MS carrier of the Yagama, and one MS carrier of the Yagama is sold in turn every month. Many countries want to buy the mobile suit carrier Yagama at a high price. In addition to the great operational demand for the high performance and superb combat capabilities of the MS carrier of the Yagama, there is also a more important point that someone has leaked the powerful secret of the MS carrier of the Yagama. A soldier from a certain country once photographed the engines and other related devices of the MS Yagama and secretly sold them to some media. The engines and other related devices of the MS Yagama mothership use nuclear fusion technology, which shocked military experts from various countries. The Wanluo Federation, the Garth Empire, the Hanxia Empire, the Russian Soviet Republic, and the United States have not yet been able to develop nuclear fusion engines and other related devices for warships. Nuclear fission power devices are the most advanced technologies that these countries can produce at present. This has made all countries want to snap up the Ms. Yagama mothership, and many powerful countries either offer generous conditions to the country that owns the Ms. Yagama mothership or threaten the country to transfer Yaga. The MS mothership The MS mothership Yagama really has too much research value. Once the technology of nuclear fusion power-related devices can be mastered, the military technology of any country will directly jump several generations. President Saki took the opportunity to bid for the price, and the MS Yagama was awarded to the highest bidder every month. In the first month of bidding, the Hanxia Empire bid for the MS Yagama at the highest price. The Hanxia Empire not only sent a large force to prepare to take away the MS mothership Yagama, but also entrusted the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to send a special force to it at a higher price. The troops of the Hanxia Empire waited at the edge of a certain country where the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company's factory was located, and were escorted all the way to the location of the troops of the Hanxia Empire by the special forces of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, Hunting God. Then, them all the way to the designated destination with the troops of the Hanxia Empire. During the escort, he was attacked by unknown forces. Although the troops suffered some losses, the MS carrier Yagama was still delivered to the destination intact. After the Hanxia Empire got the MS carrier Yagama, it immediately dismantled the MS carrier Agama, and even sent the best scientific research organizations to conduct research. Among the scientific research organizations, chief scientific research experts such as Feichi Military Science and Technology Company, Limited also participated. The main reason why these private companies can participate in the research is that they participate in the bidding with the country, and the bidding price is part of their money, so the chief scientific experts of these companies can arrange research together with the scientific research organizations sent by the country. The second MS ship, the Yagama, was still bid by the Hanxia Empire. The second MS carrier, the Yagama, which the Hanxia Empire bid for, was not intended to be dismantled for research, but to be used as a reference for actual combat. It is used as a research and development reference for the new generation of warships. This time was still carried out by the God of Hunting, special forces of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and Anton was also dispatched to perform the task with the God of Hunting special forces. The Astaroth Gundam Reborn is the Gundam that Anton drives for this mission. Anton is drinking coffee at the moment, enjoying the temporary peace he has gained. Yesterday afternoon, an unknown force attacked the convoy. According to the current intelligence network of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, the fleet was attacked by many unknown troops last time. Special forces of some countries. Its purpose is to the Yagama MS if it can be snatched or destroy it. The Hanxia Empire cannot be allowed to obtain advanced technology. However, the failure of the last mission does not mean that these countries can tolerate the Hanxia Empire getting a second MS carrier, the Yagama. The Hanxia Empire obtained the second Yagama MS mothership, and all countries also know the purpose of the Hanxia Empire. The Hanxia Empire can no longer get another reference route. Macaron, a mass-produced Gundam Mk-2G driver, walked up to Anton, who was drinking coffee, and said hello. Senior Anton. Hello, my name is Macaron. Anton smiled politely and responded, Hi, nice to meet you. All of our colleagues feel extremely honored to be able to fight together with Mr. Anton, the legendary top 10 MS ace pilot. I can also fight with you, and I feel very honored. Anton stretched out his right hand, and Macaron was very excited, and also extended his right hand to shake Anton's hand. I don't know, Senior Anton. Which side do you think is the force that has been trying to sneak attack on the MS carrier Yagama? To answer your question, let me correct you first. Don't use you to call me. And don't call me senior. Just call my name equal. Okay, no, Anton. Well, Anton nodded in satisfaction and continued. You asked me which power dares to attack. Any country is possible, even a country with the same system as the Hanxia Empire. If the most powerful, the Wanluo Federation and the United States are the most suspected countries among the possible countries. Many of our colleagues feel the same way. It is said that the boss asked President Saki to kick out the bids from these two countries when bidding online, which led to these two countries actively sending troops to make trouble. Before Anton could say anything, the siren sounded. All MS drivers immediately ran to the hangar, entered the cockpit, and attacked at any time. On the other side, the special forces of the Hanxia Empire, Tiger Roar, attacked MS Thean. Anton drives the Astaroth Gundam, looking at the one-eyed MS Thean MS, although Anton gave a good evaluation of the performance of Thean MS. However, he is very disdainful of Feichi Military Technology Company, a company developed by Thean MS. Because Anton once heard that Li Xiuqing said that the MS Xian was actually created by Long Fei. Thean MS program, technical theory, and so on. Anton was very surprised when he learned that Thean MS came from something designed by the boss when he was very young. At first he didn't believe it. However, recalling that the boss was able to develop such a super high-performance Gundam, then the boss was not surprised when he designed MS of the same level as Sinan when he was a child. When he learned of the boss's family and sent people to the boss's house to the things the boss designed when he was a child, Anton felt extremely contemptuous of such a family. He finally understood why the boss was unwilling to help his family. It turned out that the Long family was so shameless. For the proud boss, he simply disdained to be with such a family. Feichi Military Science Company is also ashamed to say that Thean MS is a new generation MS designed and developed by them. If his boss is also surnamed Long and comes from the same family as them, he feels wronged by the boss in his heart and wants to greet the 18th generation ancestors of the Long family. The Hanxia Empire bid for the first mobile suit ship, the Yagama, and it was also escorted by the Tiger Roar Special Forces of the Hanxia Empire. Anton remembered that the boss said at that time that the Thean MS was better than the original design he designed. It seems that Mercedes-Benz Military Science and Technology Company did not just copy it and make the Thean MS according to the same pattern. The original Thean MS cannot be equipped with energy weapons, but the Thean MS developed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company can be equipped with energy weapons. It seems that Feichi Military Science has made a series of modifications to Thean MS. The performance is at least better than the Strike Dagger MS that is currently sold in the market. The attack came with a fleet of more than 30 warships of different kinds. The mobile suits that attacked were Tiger-style mobile suits and Puppet-style mobile suits that Wanluo Federation failed to bid for next-generation mobile suits. The Tiger MS is 23 meters high and has a larger figure than the same proportion. It is equipped with powerful heavy firearms and thick armor. There are also assembled thrusters at the waist and legs. Although the Tiger MS heavy armor solved the slow speed dilemma with its powerful propulsion, its speed is still slightly below the average speed line, and its maneuverability is not enough. Coupled with the staggering 150 million colonial coins, the Wanluo Federal Army directly retreated. Another puppet-style MS is 21 meters high and slightly thinner in proportion. Although it can be equipped with heavy firearms, it also has excellent speed and high mobility, but because of the relationship between speed and mobility, resulting in a lack of defense. As long as 2-3 rounds of 60mm solid bullets are hit at similar positions, they can penetrate the armor. The number of Tiger MS exceeds 40, and nearly 100 Golem MS are dispatched. The Unknown Fleet and a part of MS are responsible for guarding the safety of the fleet. Thean MS dispatched 80 units. On the God-Hunting Special Forces side, a total of 40 GM, 2 mobile suits assembled with extra armor and high-mobility backpacks were dispatched, and a total of 60 series of short-sword mobile suits were dispatched. Quite a few GM-2 mobile suits hold piercing spiral rocket launchers, which are mobile suit weapons newly developed by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. specifically for MS with thick armor and high defense. The target of the GM2, Mississippi, is of course the Tiger Mississippi, and the Golem MS will be dealt with by the Dagger MS. Thean MS troops rushed to the enemy first. Damn it, the armor of this Tiger MS is really thick, and the weapons in your hands can't penetrate its armor at all. Damn it, the rocket launcher hit the same part twice in a row, it just dented its armor by a pit. The Thean mobile suit driver of the Tiger Roar Special Forces complained quite a bit about the armor of the Tiger mobile suit. The MS used a 180mm live ammunition rifle to hit the armor of the Tiger MS. Not only could it not penetrate, but even a lot of live ammunition was bounced off. On the contrary, the Tiger MS counterattacked, and the Thean MS had to dodge, because the 280mm live ammunition rifle, the weakest weapon of the Tiger MS, was enough to penetrate the armor of the Thean MS. None of the Tiger MSs has been shot down by Thean MS so far, and the Tiger MS with the most serious damage is only moderately damaged. On the contrary, 3 of Thean MS have been shot down by the Tiger MS, and none of them have been damaged by the Tiger MS, because the Tiger MS can destroy the Thean MS with a single blow. A GM2 handheld penetrating spiral rocket launcher aimed at a Tiger MS. One shot of the extremely fast spiral gun pierced through the thickest and most defensive chest armor part of the Tiger MS. The Tiger mobile suit pierced through the chest exploded directly, turning into a cloud of fireworks. This made all the Tiger MS drivers unable to sit still, and they could easily penetrate the Tiger MS's thick armor with one shot. All Tiger MS drivers immediately locked on to the GM2 MS holding a penetrating spiral rocket launcher. With the help of the refitted high-mobility backpack, the GM2 MS dodges the powerful artillery fire of the Tiger MS one after another, and then uses the upgraded combat software with the help of the aiming assistance system. The moment the GM2 locks onto the target, it launches a penetrating spiral rocket launcher, blasting a Tiger MS with one shot. In less than a minute, none of the GM2 MS was shot down, and more than 20 Tiger MS were destroyed. Many Thean MS drivers who fought against the Tiger MS looked at the battle situation in front of them. The Tiani mercenary group actually has such a powerful MS weapon. Their boss is still our compatriots in the Han Xia Empire, and he developed a bunch of military weapons. Damn it. If that Long Fei hadn't gone out to drive some Tiani group to serve his country, maybe we would be driving Gundam now. When a bunch of Thean MS drivers complained, the captain immediately issued an order. Leave the Tiger MS to GM2, and we will support other colleagues. Another Thean MS unit did not work as hard and as helplessly as another team of its colleagues against Puppet MS. Although the Thean MS troop is not as good as the Puppet MS in terms of firepower, speed, and maneuverability, its armor defense is far better than the Puppet MS. Golem-type mobile suits and Tiger-type mobile suits are both heavy firepower mobile suits, but there is still a considerable gap compared with Tiger-type mobile suits. As long as the MS Thean is not hit in the chest, she can basically continue to fight. On the contrary, the Puppet MS, the chest is hit by a 50mm live ammunition rifle, and it immediately turns into a ball of fireworks. If any part of the hands or feet is hit, it will not only be interrupted immediately, but the mobility and stability of the whole machine will immediately become uncoordinated. Because the Puppet MS is in pursuit of extreme speed and superb maneuverability, propellers are installed on the entire arm, the entire leg, and the soles of the feet. As a result, as long as one part is destroyed, the coordination of the whole body will be seriously unbalanced. One of the 35mm submachine guns of the Thean MS, one of the bullets hit the left leg joint of the Puppet MS. The joint of the left leg of the Puppet-style MS was directly shot and broken, and the whole machine was directly out of balance and ran around uncontrollably. Another Thean MS seized the opportunity, and a rocket launch hit the Golem-type MS, directly exploding into a cloud of fireworks. Cool, another target has been laid. While the other Thean mobile suit drivers were complacent, the Dagger mobile suits of various series beat the Puppet-style mobile suit group to their heads. This made the drivers of Thean MS feel complacent, which was dispelled by various series of short sword MS. The 2MK2GS have stronger and faster maneuverability and speed than the Golem MS, directly playing with children and shooting down the Golem MS-1 after another. The Astaroth Gundam driven by Anton held a rifle in his left hand and shot down the Golem MS-1 after another. The destroying magic knife in his right hand either cut the Golem MS in half or split them in two. The commander of the Tiger Roar Special Forces, looking at the situation on the battlefield at the moment, knew in his heart that the most advanced Thean MS developed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company could not be compared with the MS equipped by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. He understands better that the God-hunting special forces of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will not send Anton, one of the legendary top 10 aces, nor will they send the other two mass-produced Gundams. The series of Dagger mobile suits are enough to deal with Tiger and Puppet mobile suits. The commander asked the adjutant, "What is the current situation on our side?" At present, 9 of our Thean MS have been shot down, 14 have been seriously damaged, 20 have been moderately damaged, and 30 have been slightly damaged. Where's the God-hunting special forces of the Tianyi Mercenary Group? The information received so far is that none of the mobile suits have been shot down, 0 units have been severely damaged, 3 units have been moderately damaged in the GM2 and various Dagger series, and 8 units have been slightly damaged. Sigh. The commander couldn't help sighing, shook his head and said, "Compared with others, there is still a big gap between us." The adjutant said, "If the boss of Tianyi Group hadn't come out to start a company and serve the country, we wouldn't have such a bad result." It's useless to say that. Anton drove the Astaroth Gundam to take the lead and charged towards the unknown fleet, and directly split the Tiger mobile suit in half with the magic knife of destruction. At this scene, the commander of the Tiger Roar Special Forces looked a little ugly, and with physical strength, he easily cut such a thickly armored Tiger MS in half like cutting tofu. The commander of the unknown fleet immediately issued an order to retreat. The unknown fleet played a retreat signal flare. All the unknown warships turned around and fled the scene immediately, and the remaining Tiger MS and Golem MS were responsible for covering and evacuating behind the unknown fleet. Anton and the other drivers did not pursue, because their task was to escort, not to destroy the enemy, and they had to get the cargo to the designated location in the shortest possible time. Tiger Roar and Godhunter Special Forces did some cleaning on the battlefield, and then immediately continued their mission of escorting the MS carrier Yaguma. Colonel DiCaprio knew that the mission this time would definitely not be more dangerous than the last one. Moreover, the colony in District 6 is currently in the midst of a melee, and the route escorted by the fleet may be a battlefield between countries, so we must be 12 points. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.